down low first, arresting them, and then you know as though they vanish. Quite unlike those who were Prigozhin and those on the plane with him, like Utkin, whom um, were simply nudged off from the somewhere between the 7th and the 11th kilometer, and instead of 7th to 11th floor, and then buried with all possible honors. Quite different.
Yeah, shuffled off the mortal coil. Yeah, the more things change, the more things stay the same in Russia. But that kind of goes for everywhere. But yeah, in this age of digitalization, social media, um, yeah, they seem to get disappeared, because on social media and stuff like that, with communication these days, people can start wondering out loud and digitally where their loved ones are. I think it was his wife and family that were wondering where Sir Vikin was, and then they had to say,
Holiday.
"Yeah, holiday." Well, I think it came out that he was removed from his post, and I think they came out with something paraphrasing, and the defense department can do what they like with him, or at the service as whatever the defense department wanted to do with him, or something like that as well, which basically means, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't like to be him, obviously, especially the mem version of him that I created with his funny hairdo. But anyway, let's go to Cornelius, who's had the tender for a little while.
Oh, not that long actually. Some days it's really long, but today's pretty quick. Good turnaround, guys. Um, you mentioned Verbove, and I think the neighboring community of Novo Prikopov. Geez, that's a hard one to say.
I
Anyway,
know the one you mean, though. I know the one you mean. I can't say it either.
it should have initials actually, NVPP or something like that. So between
Novoprokopivka.
Novoprovokivka, yeah, that's it, and Prokopivka. That's why I have to work backwards to get them. Then I add the prefix and another prefix eventually to work it up. But that wasn't where I was going. Novoprovokivka and Verbove. So when you mentioned that, it reminded me that I use Google Earth. Not often, but sometimes I pull it out. Google Earth is interesting. Google Maps will show you the roads, it'll show you satellite, but what Google Earth will be able to do is give you a visceral appreciation of the folds and rolls of the territory. And I thought I'd mention that I took a look at it yesterday by suspending a polygon above the area, and it gave me a good appreciation of where the low grounds and the high grounds are. So I think the effort is to move from the Verbove NPP area down towards Tokmak, or at least gain some ground and control Tokmak. And when you look at it in 3D by hovering above or using polygons to give you an appreciation of where dead ground is and high ground is, NPP and Verbove are high ground. You can't really see Tokmak from there, but if you just go south, like the south edge of that village of NPP, you find that it's all downhill from there. Not significantly downhill, but enough so that you may be sighted in defilade up there. So that might be an interesting feature to look at. Really, what I want to point out was that feature in Google Maps. If anybody wants to get more into depth about what's going on territorially, using Google Earth as opposed to Google Maps is really quite helpful to enrich your understanding of what's happening in the tactical situation. Anyway, that was my comment.
Yeah. Also, you might be interested. I just put it up in the nest now because I find it really handy. So yeah, there's a site that does topographical maps. I had to go yesterday overlaying this topographical map, and you can do everything with it. It's great. You can zoom in and what very interactive. Shows lovely colours. So I had to go yesterday overlaying that with a little bit of transparency over one of Chuck's maps. I found that very handy. A few people have found that very handy. So yeah, it's up in the nest now. The latest one in there. Have a play with that. You'll love it.
Oh, that looks handy too.
Yeah, the only downside of that maps is, for me anyway, is the place names are in Ukrainian. So, but I've got to guess. But the one that's up in the nest kind of circles Robotny, so you can work your way from there. And
It's
maybe
good
have
practice with the Cyrillic alphabet. I like the practice. It's good.
Yeah, definitely have a go at that. And on my timeline somewhere, just scroll down or search for topographical or something like that, and you'll see the overlay that I did yesterday of one of Chuck's maps. Took a little while. It takes a little while to overlay them. You can't really see it brilliantly. So I had a few attempts at it, but I liked it. So hope
Yeah,
that
there you
helps.
go. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
You're very welcome. I'll have a look at Google Earth and have a little flyby. I like flying around on Google Earth. It's quite good.
Oh, me too. And pan and tilt and go up and down. You can see what you can see as if you're a bird. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's brilliant. First person view almost. Kind of a poor man's first person view fly past. Right, G-Man.
Just talking about Google Earth, and I'm wondering. So I remember back in the day, you could overlay, you could get overlays that you could up like add-ins for Google Earth, and I wonder is there any for like deep state? I must have a wee look around.
There is terrain in deep state if you want to set it, but it's not the best thing ever. It's also because there's just not as much terrain. There's a bit of terrain. You can on the right you see the sort of 3 stacked black squares. That's where you can set it, but there's just not that much terrain. There's a little bit, like Cornelius was saying. It's just not that much.
There's very pretty colours though on my map. It kind of goes from the valleys, which go to I don't know what that name is. It's in Ukrainian. Pohovne, with a P, to the right of Robotny. So down in that little valley, it's around about 70 meters, 66 meters, and up near Robotny, it gets up to around about 152 meters. So there is a little bit. But not much. But I find it quite handy looking and zooming out and seeing, where possibly could would the Ukrainians be going, and then overlaying the Surovikin lines on top of it as well. That all got a bit complicated with two overlays on one map. But yeah, have lots of fun with maps. Raver.
Hey, good morning. I'm heading through a bad area, so if I blank out, just let me know. Hey, Domin, you're a polymath and an incredibly bright guy, but this may be a little bit outside of your bailiwick. So have you ever been to Flanders and stood there on the British side looking up? It looks almost flat, but during World War I, the Germans had the uphill side, and so they had the military crest, and the British just had to sit there and take it for years and years and years. So the terrain doesn't really have to change all that much to give somebody a useful advantage in combat.
Oh no, you're 100% right, Trevor. And actually, as a matter of fact, I have been to Flanders, and I know exactly what you're talking about. What I meant more is that on a map, if you go to deep state maps and set it to topography, terrain, whatever it is, you might not be able to see that very well because the changes are too small for the way that the visualization is set up to actually be able to appreciate there being any market change. That's really what I meant there, Ever.
Oh, my apologies then. Yeah, and for anybody who doesn't know,
I worded it poorly.
And for anybody who doesn't know, the military crest is the backside just below the topographical crest of a hill where you can sit and can't be shot at directly, but you can peer over the top and look down on your enemy, and he's got nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and that's why I like these topographical maps, because you can see where that could be possible from. That's why I found them. That's why I found them really, really handy. Yeah, just that really. Very good. Defilade. I'm still getting used to that word. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Defilade used to take me. That one took me off guard on my machine gun course a long time ago. Sighted in Defilade to produce enfilading fire. They would say that in the machine gun course, and you'd be thinking, I don't even know what those two words mean. But once you get it, you get it. But they're not important words really, unless you're talking about that kind of thing. Sighted in the Defilade means you're sighted so that they can't see you, basically.
Yeah,
Defilade is so you kick him in the side.
yeah, learning lots of new words, lots of new military phrases. Difference between a what was it, bridgehead and a lodgement and things like that. Yeah, learning lots, always learning.
Oh yeah, bridgehead, railhead, airhead, and it just spawns new vocabulary all the time. Unbelievable. You get out of it for 2 years, and the entire vocabulary landscape has changed. It's a bit of fun.
I think airhead is something different.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on acronyms as well. Oh dear. Yeah, lots of them. I think they sprout like rabbits. But I can see. Well, who just came up? Who did I bring up then? It was Furious. Did he want to say something, Furious? He just popped up. If not,
No, I'm listening. I'm listening, and yeah, it's interesting because that's you know, you guys are discussing something that, you know, it's hard to wrap your head around. Is like some of these you know, topographical maps, what that, how they influence every individual unit, right? And in your movement, because whether it's you know, infantry on the ground or your armored vehicles, because you know, if you're going to move into attack, you have to use the ground sometimes to hide you know, your movements, and there's so much intricacy too. It's where are you gonna put your infantry, where are you gonna put your artillery, and what kind of artillery do you have? So here's the thing: is like in placement of your artillery depends on where's the target, what type of topographical area the target's on. Are you going to be using howitzers? Are you going to be using mortar fire? Are you going to be able to use both? And then, of course, you might have to put your mortars differently from where you would put your howitzers. There's a lot of decisions that are made as you move forward. It's not like we just gain ground and we just keep the same, you know, the same layout. That layout might change as the features of the terrain change.
yeah, that's a really good point, George. Actually, thinking about that, I hadn't thought about that. So yeah, so mortars kind of go generally more up in the air and come down, rather than maybe artillery, which kind of, well, a little bit of a flatter trajectory. So if you're coming downhill, then you won't be able to point your artillery kind of maybe up in the air enough, or maybe the other way around. But I know what you mean. That's why I found these maps kind of handy to think, oh, where could they be going, as well as being maybe on foot. Having to go uphill, as well as, and yeah, there's the firing of projectiles from either uphill or downhill. I find it easy to say uphill or downhill. Just don't have to learn defilade and whatever with that. But yeah, so another little news article has gone to F-16s. So I read a little news article saying the first group of Ukrainian pilots and engineers has left for F-16 training. So the next ones are already being sorted out, basically. So this is according to the spokesperson for the Ukrainian Air Force Command of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Colonel Yuri Ignat. That's an easier name. First group has left, and we hope that the second and third groups will also start training soon. So this again, I had a question for you, Damon, on this one. So the other day I was reading that that Lockheed Martin got the contract, or is doing the training for the ground forces, as well as flight maintenance engineers and stuff like that, as well as the pilots. Are they actually doing it themselves, or are they themselves kind of subcontracting that out to maybe something like Draken or something?
Well, to the best of my understanding, that's exactly it. to the best of my understanding, what's going on is that Lockheed Martin has gotten Draken to do all of the flying bits of training, and Lockheed Martin does all of the ground bits of training, and they work together. And that this is, to the best of my knowledge, the first time that conversion training, has been done through a private company like Draken, for any American-made jets anywhere around the world. Though F-16s would probably be the most obvious ones. So that's very interesting, and it kind of perhaps is a new chapter in how this is done. And I don't know why it had to be done this way, but perhaps simply instructor availability, right? The pilots who fly for Draken are generally, truly excellent pilots. They need to be, because they hop from type to type to type and provide aggressor training, red force training, whatever else. So to be able to fly like that, you probably need to be rather good at flying. And to the best of my understanding, many are quite senior pilots when they leave their armed forces, when they join up with Draken or similar outfits, and then can pass on that knowledge, that understanding. They probably need to go through a bit of a trainer's training course themselves, or a refresher. Although I would not be surprised if quite a few would have been trainers previously, in the military. In the military role that they held, but apparently that's the plan. There's also there's different types of training, different bits of training happening in different countries. So there's training in Romania that I don't think has quite started yet. There's training in Denmark, which might well have started. Latin might have a little bit more details on that. Latin, I know you're listening. If you're going to come and talk about it a bit more, I'd love to know where exactly what stands. And then, of course, there's also the other one, right? The training in the UK, which, to the best of my understanding, but all in all, quite fascinating, and to use thing done there by the Dutch, Danish, and other what is this coalition, fighter jet coalition governments.
Yeah, I've heard that Draken in the States used to do that aggressive training, that playing the bad guy training, so that the US Air Force could practice shooting at them or whatever they do. Probably not with real bullets, but all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so their market there was shrinking a little bit, because there was not that many. It was starting to dwindle a little bit. So they had some free space up to be able to train pilots, I think it was. So yeah, so they've segued into it, from what I understand. Furious.
Yeah, one of the most difficult tasks that they're gonna have to train, and it's not going to be everyone that's going to go through this training. I don't believe. They'll probably, once they get done their initial training, right, and are released, they'll probably pick a handful of pilots that will go through, suppression of enemy air defense type training. That's obviously it's using multiple aircraft, and what we call in the United States wild weasel training, where, in other words, you use one aircraft as a decoy and the other one is armed with harm missiles. And what happens is, I'm summarizing a lot here, but the end game is the enemy air defense turns on its radar. The plane that actually has the harm missiles then detects it, fires the harm missiles. They do their thing. There goes the enemy air defense. And what happens is, over time, over a week or two or what have you, you degrade the enemy's air defenses. That training takes a lot longer. I know Latin was talking yesterday about the fact that the block aircraft that Ukraine is getting from from the three countries that have announced it don't have those capabilities, but those capabilities can be built into the aircraft. It's what they use is they put on a couple of pods and some avionics upgrades, and then what happens is these aircraft can actually kind of mimic different radar signatures to throw off the radar operators, so they don't realize that they're actually lighting up an F-16 that's got a full load of missiles that can take them out. So that training will take months, and but that is going to be training that obviously the Ukrainian pilots are going to need. But that'll probably happen after the initial training.
Yeah, from what I gather, lots of different types of training. Cadets probably mostly in the classroom first of all, and maybe in the English classrooms first of all, get that up to speed, and then basically a lot of theory. That's what I remember doing when I was in my teens, learning how to fly little things and gliding. But yeah, just different levels of training. Go, George.
One of the things though that helps, just so some people realize, a lot of it's a generational thing, right? So a lot of the generation that's 35 and younger, a lot of the Ukrainians have a basic, and I mean basic, understanding of English to some point, but the English we're talking about is learning the pilot's vernacular, right? Commands, things of that nature, being to audibly understand the commands that are coming from your wing leader, from your tower, whoever's using radar to direct you to whoever the target is, all that stuff, and to be obviously now you're flying in the air, right? This is what people have to understand. You're flying in the air, right? And yes, in the beginning, there is an instructor in the aircraft with you, but then you will eventually go solo. So you have to be able to understand what your wingman at first might be an instructor. So you have to be able to communicate clearly and understand the commands clearly, especially when you're flying in tandem with another instructor with a plane that's virtually, the distance between the two planes is not great. We're not talking about, we're talking just, things that could be measured in feet. So you have to be able to understand those commands from the instructor and relay your own commands to the instructor when you take over as the alpha on a two plane formation.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, one of the benefits. I mean, I kind of hope that a lot of the pilots in the Ukrainian Air Force have before they were asked or put on courses to learn English, started learning English by themselves. Just with the hope that in the future they will get the F-16s and be ahead of the curve. I know I would have tried to do that. Looking ahead, probably from so hopefully I would have been a year and a half into my Duolingo course on English if I was Ukrainian. I really hope that happened. And also going forward after this war's over, then integration with NATO when Ukraine does join NATO is going to be very handy. I'm guessing. I'm kind of nearly sure that all the pilots, NATO pilots, their language is English. Would that be correct, George?
Yes, that would be the basic operating. That would be the basic operating language, and that's why you were able to use this. Look at Desert Storm. You had multiple air forces being used in conjunction, and a lot of those a lot of those sorties. So sortie is when one plane takes off, and you've got multiple sorties in the air at one time during Desert Storm from multiple nationalities, right? You had French. Let's look at the top three: French, English, and American. Obviously, the French needed to understand English because they're coming and they're being directed, and also the Saudis too, because their air force was engaged. and you're getting commands from AWACS, which is, you know, the back then was that big 747 looking thing with the big radar dome on the top, and that's actually, you know, that's you know, command central up in the air telling you where the enemy is, you know, and where you have to go and all the threats that you might face. So all of that's being done in English. So everybody needs to have, obviously, a command of the English language, and to understand, like I said, the vernacular, the verbiage that is used, you know, by pilots and ground control.
Yeah, fully agree. And one language had to be chosen, and kind of it's not because we're well, some people in the UK are a bit language supremacists, but it's just basically it's just purely from a functional point of view. Pick one, and run with it. Let's go to Chris. Chris. Awoo.
How we doing, guys?
Not bad,
and girls.
no.
It seems to be a bit guy heavy at the minute. So I'm saying girls as well, just in case. I was hopefully I'm not disrupting the flow here, but Shaggy. But I was looking at your topographical pretty map from earlier on, and then I was reading. I don't know whether you've discussed it or not, but the Forbes article. 2 Ukrainian air assault brigades are flanking Russia's next strong point on the road to Melitopol. And you obviously using MriyaReport as my standard, I'm like giving them 8 out of 10. David Axe, who wrote this like 29th, August the 29th. I thought, well, you've done quite well there, David, actually. You know, because if I compare that to what is being said on MriyaReport, that's not bad at all. You know, so
do you want to DM me that? I might have read it.
Actually, I've just tagged you, mate. I've tagged you and Doman on I did a tweet and tagged it to you, but I could definitely DM it to you as well.
Oh, it's okay. I can have a look at the tag. I haven't refreshed my notifications for a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, if people have been listening here on the space, then you know they'll already know it and more. But I thought, well, you know, pretty good job. You know, I don't know if we know David Axe and if we rate him or not. I have seen other articles by him and that. So anyway, seemed like a pretty good job and that and then I was going to say I promised Doman that I would bring him up to speed, Shaggy, on the brimstones in Tesco vans in Ukraine.
Before we go to that, can I just read one little paragraph from the article you just referenced?
What are you going to tell me? It's not good now?
No. Far from it. I want
go on then.
because it's really good. Ukraine's growing advantage in frontline artillery, hundreds of Western-made howitzers and rocket launchers firing cluster shells and guided munitions, helps to explain the overall even losses. That is, that Ukraine on the offensive is not losing any more than Russia, which is on defensive, which is atypical. He writes, critically, Ukrainian gunners have been knocking out 3 or 4 Russian howitzers and launchers for every 1 Ukrainian howitzer or launcher Russian gunners knock out. And that's on the basis of Oryx data. It could be even a little bit more skewed, possibly. And that is terrifically impressive, and it's a really good thing. And I just wanted to highlight it because of that. I don't have a general opinion on David Axe, but I've read quite a number of things he wrote, and you know, I can't remember massive negative comments I had. So you know, I don't make comments on people as much, but certainly I can't remember anything that was particularly you know, that I disagreed with in his writing. I'm sure there must have been something over the months, but nothing specifically. So, Chris, are you saying every little helps?
Yeah, so yeah, I was going to say it's exactly. Actually, Mockers came up with that just about as quick as you did, David. So yeah,
I also said it yesterday already, and nobody said anything back.
Did they? Okay. And was that in relation to
Yes,
what I was
after
saying?
you.
Or-
Yes.
Oh, it was. Well done. Yeah. So I thought it was quite interesting. So I'll send you guys after if you haven't seen it. So I did a little Substack, but it's got a couple of videos in it that need to be watched, and you guys never have time to do that, really, do you? And girls, you never have time to do it. So, but anyway, but I will send it to you anyhow. But I just thought it was quite interesting. So if we think back, Doman, Shaggy, apparently, I think, let me get this right. I think we said we were sending brimstones to Ukraine, if I remember correctly, about May or June. If that sounds right. Yeah. So apparently, in one of the videos that I found, which will be in my Substack, we did indeed do that, and there's some fascinating video of brimstones being fired from what I'm calling a Tesco van. Right. So, now, clearly, it's probably not Tesco because it's in Ukraine, and I have no idea whether they have Tesco's in Ukraine. Right, but it looks like a Tesco van. Right, but instead of with metal shutters, think like those like what are they like? I'm going to say it's not cloth, plastic like sheets, if you like. Yeah, tarpaulin, exactly. That's right. Now so you see a marvelous volley of three brimstones being fired out of this Tesco van. You see, right? Sorry to Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Ocado, and all the rest. But anyway, now the bit that they don't show you is what's inside it, right? But then they speculate on what's inside it, and their speculation is, well, I mean, like, shockingly simple. Actually, it's sort of, it's basically like a welded cage, right, that sits inside the Tesco van, right? Yeah. And on that cage and that, they've got three brimstones going like one way and three brimstones going the other way. Right, now that is their speculation, I would say to you, right? Because they don't actually know what's inside it, but they've seen similar cages from which the brimstones have been fired, right? So anyway, on top of that, apparently initially the UK basically said, yeah, you can have like basically the ones that are that are for ground targets, but you can't have the ones that are for ships, right? But then there was an announcement after, actually we've sent them all, and indeed, I'm not 100% sure, but the video looks like they're doing a firing out to sea of these brimstones, right? So that was sort of quite interesting, Doman, right? And then there was another thing which I thought was also interesting, was that Peter Zion, my mate Peter Zion, yeah. Peter Zion did a video the other day about the US Marines getting Tomahawks on trucks, apparently, right? So obviously our US friends will probably know more about this than me, and probably more than Peter Zion, right? but apparently they've fitted out by whatever it is, some companies or regiments of US Marines with Tomahawks on trucks. So this seems to be a bit of a trend now for like missiles on rather simple launch platforms, right? Which then made me think about the discussion that's been going on, Doman, about, well, what missiles could you put on a sea drone type thing? And I'm thinking, well, you could certainly put a cage full of brimstones on something like that. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll send that over to you guys if you want to have a.
Yes, please. Now, Chris, first of all, I am shocked that anybody would be delivering nowadays delivering anything but free ranged.
Free range missiles.
As first a cage, that's awfully inhumane nowadays. No, so that's one thing. The other one, Raver, maybe I can borrow your memory because you'll remember these things better than I do. So ground launched Tomahawks, weren't they around in sort of 1990? And then were kind of deprecated and are only now coming back, and that's the stuff that the U.S. Marine Corps has been demonstrating about a month ago or so.
I don't think so. I think what went away was the anti-ship missile version of the Tomahawk. I think all we have left are TLAMs.
I have this thing in the back of my mind that a bunch of countries, in Western Europe, had these ground-launched Tomahawk things, and then they got rid of them a very long time ago. And I don't know if I was imagining this or if it's actually a real thing. Anyway.
So it may have been something that was canceled as part of one of the treaty bans under the Reagan era because of the extreme range of the Tomahawk. But I don't remember a ground-launched, ground-attack version of the Tomahawk.
Okay, I'll go have a look around. But yeah, Chris, you said that what missiles could be on could be on a little naval vessel, and I think you're completely right. Obviously, right? It could well be putting things like this on them could very well be possible, and because of their other characteristics, they don't particularly maybe care as much if the thing is rocking off in the waves a little bit, right? That'd be quite clever. The other quite clever one would be, which one was it? There was something that Jörn was talking about that they were mounting on the fronts of light craft, and that was possible to be used against this or that ship or some such. Mounting some of those would be quite clever. Was it? Could they put penguins on those, or were those only for helicopters? See, I have learned too many things. And I've learned so many things that I don't actually remember everything anymore. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Welcome to my world, Doman.
Yeah, see, there we go. Raver, I've looked it up. It was called the BGM-109G Ground Launch Cruise Missile, which was in service between 83 and 91. And it was developed as a ground-launched variant of the Tomahawk cruise missile in use by the U.S. Navy, and it was meant only for thermonuclear warheads, and that's why it then got taken out, because it really didn't. That really wasn't necessary.
Yeah, so we were both right. It was treaty banned and existed.
There we go. I like it when we're both right. Chris?
Yes, well, actually, that's an interesting point, right? Because what Zion was saying in the video that he produced, and obviously I'm not saying that Zion's 100% right on this stuff, just before anybody says so, but what he was saying was that because the treaty no longer exists, or something like that, he said, right? And because of, global tensions and threats, Russia, China, etc., that's why they've decided to fit out whatever it is, a number of US Marine Corps companies or whatever it is, with these truck-based Tomahawks. So like, obviously, I welcome somebody who knows more about what the US Royal Marine Corps are doing, and letting us know. Now, but the other thing I would like to do, actually, Doman, right, is I want to congratulate Shaggy, right? Because Shaggy, the other day we were talking, when you weren't here, Doman, we were talking, and it goes to your, we know too much, right? Or we know too little. Because Shaggy was basically saying, what's the difference between a missile that is basically, ground target, so ground launch to ground target, and one is and one that is ground launch to a sea target, right? And I thought, well, I ought to know the answer to this. But I didn't really. I couldn't think of any difference. And then, Shaggy, what did you say? Do you remember?
Yeah, I find that maybe it was the height that it travels at. So a C1, so a naval anti-ship missile, hugs the sea a lot closer than a land, maybe cruise missile. You think?
And Shaggy, when I was sat here and I was pouring through all this information, and I was going, well, that's the only difference I could think. I can see Shaggy's exactly right. Right. So I'm, again, some like more up-to-date missile experts going to tell us what the difference is, aren't they? Maybe even Dominic, because he's got his hand up.
Yeah, I think the guidance system would be a bit different, right? Because the terrain is very different if it's water or if it's solid. And generally, solid things in the water is what you try to be targeting. I'm sure Raver has a bit more on this, and then we can go on to Latin. Raver?
So, ground targeted missiles will sail under the ground. They don't have to pop up at all. They'll just, make the right turn at the intersection and knock on the door. Naval missiles, though, generally pop up towards the end because they have to look for their target because ships move. They're not a fixed point.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah. I mean, I was just thinking of the height thing, of guidance systems and all that. They're going to be different. Warheads are probably going to be different as well. I would guess. Yeah.
Yeah, the Soviets could actually volley missiles where one of them would fly higher than the rest and act as a radar spotter for the rest of the salvo that was sea skimming, and it could do it at supersonic speeds.
Okay. Well, expanded our knowledge there, Chris. We now have more information to go on. Let's go.
It's Shaggy. It's interesting, So obviously, when I was in the Navy, fortunately, I wasn't in the Falklands, so I wasn't treated to an incoming Exocet, right? But I'm like thinking, okay, well, obviously, at the point of impact, they were pretty low, and as far as I know, when they were coming across the water, they were pretty low. So I'm not doubting what's been said, but I'm just curious about that pop-up bit. What I did sort of like notice was that they were saying, well, of course, when the missile is flying low over water, it's got to be a wee bit careful because there are wavy things. Whereas when it's flying low over land, obviously the land don't move. So I'm not saying anybody's wrong here, but I just thought it was all quite interesting. I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to need more detailed research on this.
All right, cheers, Chris. Let's go to Latin and then we'll talk.
Hey, Shaggy, you hear me okay?
Yeah, 5x5.
Okay. With the talk of missiles, I just wanted to chime in with something to keep in mind, because I think it's kind of an unknown, well, it isn't unknown right now, but it could be very interesting, is the fact that harpoons were on several occasions announced as being sent to Ukraine, none of which have been used operationally as far as I know. If anyone has information on that, please share. But we have seen them now modify a surface-launched anti-ship missile, the Neptune.
Latin?
Yeah.
I have. Back in April, when the Danish Ministry of Defense visited Odessa, one of the things that was reported specifically is that the Danish land-based harpoon system is somewhere around Odessa, and that in June 2022, it had been used to sink Spasatel Vasily Bech, which was a Russian tug on its way to Snake Island back in June 2022. Reznikov also referenced at the time electronic systems that were hit by harpoons. And I presume that means whatever Russians put on those long occupied Ukrainian gas platforms of the coast of Crimea, the Boyko Towers, over the years. So they have certainly been used. They've also credited for the possibility of the grain corridor existing in the first place. That's of course when it still did exist.
Martin?
Sorry, was that maybe Domen? What does that sound like? 2 or 3 confirmed uses of it?
One against ships, a handful against the gas platform stuff. So yeah, probably 3 to 5, I guess.
Oh, but they're still maritime targets, okay? Because the platform would be, you're talking about yeah, that's still a maritime target. Yes. Yeah, okay. So given the numbers that I heard were being transferred, and given the changes that they've made, the modifications they've made to Neptune, I would keep an eye on that and see what they're able to come up with. I know they want, I wouldn't be surprised if something else appears, something, a modification, a further change in the way they're able to deliver them. That's just something I think we should keep an eye on.
Okay, well, yeah, that's interesting. Would that be kind of guidance systems and that kind of stuff? The warhead might stay the same, or they just change quite a lot of it, or is it kind of, well, maybe not minor?
I thought it was interesting, just to give an example. Yes, is especially guidance. Shaggy, you're mentioning that. Yesterday we had reports, and I think there was, no, I don't think, I heard it myself. There was, I think, pretty safe to say, audio confirmation that Tu-141s might have been used again last night. There was definitely something with the jet engine over Crimea. Could it be that they have, I'd like to think that old drone, which was, I was surprised to hear that it was being used again. I hadn't really, again, others might have followed it and heard that it was being used more recently. I hadn't. But maybe I'd like to think that the guidance system might have been updated with help from Western partners. And similar with the Neptune, I think that's probably some of what's happening there with the changes they've made to it. So on the defensive side, against drones and cruise missiles being launched by the Russians, and on the offensive side, their ability to carry things by fixed wing or other delivery methods, I think is something to keep an eye on, because this winter, this is the last winter before they'll begin receiving some Western aircraft, is where I think they're going to be pushing a little further. And it's really been constant when you look at over the last year, that process of adapting, making the most of what they have and adapting some Western systems to those weapons, to the equipment they already have. And the high profile stuff like Harm and Storm Shadow is what we know. And some of it isn't necessarily as visual. You know, a cruise missile, a Western cruise missile on an Su-24 is very visual. Electronic countermeasures equipment in an aircraft may not be so visual, but it can have a real effect on. So and I'm just throwing that one out of speculation. But I think we're going to be surprised at some of the things we're going to be seeing in the next few months.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, finding the microphone button there after my screen locked. Right. Oh, Chris.
Well, yeah, I'm sort of glad that Latin said that, right? Because I've got this, like, working hypothesis at the minute, that that Ukrainians have, like, got hold of guidance and targeting systems and maybe flight systems that basically they can stick into anything, if you like. So hence 2000 super buff 200s fitted with new guidance and targeting systems, maybe one of the things that's possible. Something. It sounds like Latin's being careful what he says, so he probably knows more than what he's saying. And obviously I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Latin.
Yeah, and another potential piece of what we might see in the near future is the fact that I know that there's a lot of the people that are focused on the aviation side of things have noticed this detail. The fact that we have not seen a single image of the Polish MiG-29s in Ukrainian service. They've shown us the Slovakian aircraft on a number of occasions. Personally, I think that is somewhere to keep an eye on, because just to recap quickly, and there had been some misinformation at the time, those aircraft do not, the Polish MiG-29s do not have Western combat systems on them. They don't have Western ECM, Western radar, missiles, any of that. But they had built in quite a bit of the infrastructure to build that in should they want to later, which the Poles eventually did not. But some of the aircraft that were delivered to Ukraine from Poland, as I understand it, did have some of that infrastructure in place ready to make it easier to upgrade. Because something like a MiG-29 can be upgraded completely, it can be transformed, but that takes a long time. They have to be sent to, just to give an example of one company that does it, they can be sent to Israel and completely westernized and modernized. But that takes a long time. I don't think that's happening right now. But these Polish aircraft, I look for them every day, because that's just my area that I follow. I try to find images in open source. There has not been a single one, not one flash of video, nothing of the Polish MiG-29s since they were delivered to Ukraine. That does not, of course, in and of itself mean there's anything unusual going on. They could just be flying regular air defense missions against drones and cruise missiles. But I just think it's interesting that over time, every day that I try to find those and I can't, just adds to the argument that, well, maybe there's just something going on there that we'll find out about eventually.
How can you tell a Polish MiG-29 from any other MiG-29? I know it's a silly question, but I'm just really curious.
Well, assuming they haven't repainted them, they have a very distinctive paint scheme. And what we've seen so far with the Slovakian MiGs is that they did not repaint them. They've just added yellow and blue recognition markings on some of the flying surfaces. Assuming that's the case with the Polish aircraft, they would be identifiable immediately. But then you also look for things like aerials, like small little tiny, bits and pieces in the fuselage that are the result of previous upgrades. On the Slovakian, for example, there's this very small aerial, very distinctive square aerial on the spine of the aircraft just behind the cockpit. That gives it away as a MiG-29 AS right away. That sort of thing. That's what you look for.
Thanks a lot. Raver.
Yeah, so Latin, you brought up ECM, which brings up a related issue, topic, whatever you want to call it. It's got to be given the Russians fits. We've been seeing all the drones attacks on different cities in Russia, and that means Ukraine has been able to map out where the Russian radars are and be able to route their missiles and drones through the gaps in that coverage. Which has got to be giving Russia fits, because if Ukraine can do it, then obviously NATO's already got it mapped out as well, if Russia decides to get froggy. but also the more Russia pulls systems off the front line to try to protect its cities, the bigger these gaps are going to get. And at a certain point, there's going to be room for Ukrainian manned aircraft to do a whole lot more, because the systems that are keeping them at bay are simply going to be pulled into the interior in a desperate attempt to try to defend Russian cities.
Yeah, we've talked before about the Russians waiting for an opportunity for seeing a gap in Ukrainian air defense and what that would look like. I suspect that would probably look like Aleppo, right? It would look like trying to get some manned bombers into carpet bomb, at least one scenario. But you're right, on the Ukrainian side, we know they don't have strategic bombers. Maybe somebody in Ukraine is probably thinking back at, well, it was a big political thing at the time, right? But would be nice maybe for them to have that capability now, but they don't. What they do have is a deep strike capability with their Su-24s. And I think if they were to find an opportunity where they could, they might. The standoff weaponry they have right now, like Storm Shadow, does give them a lot of range. They can reach really pretty much into, without going into the Russian air defense zone. They can launch into most targets. I'm not sure if they can hit really deep into Crimea. I've never done that calculation. Maybe somebody has. But would they want to do that if they could? I suspect there's some scenarios where they might want to, yeah, especially in terms of accuracy and making sure that you hit the target, or at least better chance of hitting the target. That with all the intel they have now, they would know within hours if they hit what they were meaning to hit. But yeah, I agree with you. That's something that the Ukrainian Air Force is probably looking at.
All right. Cheers. Any follow-up, Raver? Are you okay? Or we can go to War Doggo? I'll take that as we go to War Doggo. War Doggo.
Good evening. I hope you're doing well. Finally, I got to the area where the internet is a little bit better and probably you can hear me okay. For something not being present in the open media, there is always a good reason why certain things are not over there. And with the proper time coming, definitely it will be there. There is one local resource that is called Military Gateway, we call it Militarny. There is the Expert Society, where the the pilot recently passed away. The famous Jews pilot was part of this community. He was the one who was writing many articles, and Military Portal was their aviation, military aviation knowledge with these pilots' opinion. They were putting, and he was a photographer. He was putting a lot of this about military aviation in particular. So unfortunately, that is a big loss not only for the pilot community but also for the experts community. And well, when the right time comes, we'll see everything with the proper angles that military will allow us to see. But be sure, it doesn't mean they're not doing their job. Just be sure. I was going to mention that today I saw one video related to MriyaReport, and that is the video I haven't seen before. That is the video that I have posted today, and that is the video that I really want. Some people who say that before getting to the borders of 1991, Ukraine has to negotiate with Russia something different rather than how deep inside of Russian territory should be the demilitarized zone. Those people definitely have to see this video. This is the video of spring 2022 when siege of Mariupol by Russians was only starting. One family left in Mariupol at the very beginning, and they were filming what they see, what they all the horror around them. And looking that video, you can imagine that even that state of the city, even that state of the ruins, they no longer exist these days, unfortunately. And these people were filming everything, how they catch pigeons, how they eat pigeons in order not to die from starvation, how they bury their neighbors on the playgrounds, how they dig their friends from the ruins of the buildings. The video is showing how people lived over there, how live is not a proper word, how people were surviving over there in siege Mariupol, sieged by Russians, and is showing a lot. It's just something that many people have to see, especially those who say that Ukraine is negotiating with Russia. I think that is. I haven't seen it before from many friends, civilians, and many friends, military. Obviously, we all knew the scale of things happening in Mariupol, and it's still going to be discovered late when Ukraine gets to Mariupol. The horrible picture, like Bucha, Irpin, and many other cities where Russian stayed more than 2 weeks will still discover. And as Ukrainian head of chief of command have said, have promised, even if I say like this, that the prosecution times will be held Mariupol. It means Ukraine is going to be there. Before that, I think that is the video that's on the ground. It's one of the videos that gives a good perception of things being running over there. And just keep in mind that this is only the beginning. Spring 2022. These days, this city practically never exists, and being rebuilt by Russians, trying to rebuild by Russians, hiding their war crimes over there and quantity of people murdered, and they try to invite, attract Russians to relocate to Mariupol, by that creating even further crime, which can be described as a genocide, like you kill the inhabitants, but you bring your own citizens instead by changing the demographic layout, demographic picture of the city. And that's what they do. That's what the Russians are. You will have to see the video. Thanks a lot. Great.
Yeah, thanks, War Doggo. I think I found the video on your timeline. I've retweeted it. I hope that's the right one. Yeah, the reports. I think I read a report. I think it was last week or maybe the week before, that the Russians wanted to bring 300,000 Russians to Mariupol. I don't know how far along that plan's gone, but yeah, they're kind of trying to erase what they've done there. It's going to be horrific when Ukraine finally takes back Mariupol and starts discovering exactly what they've done. Butcher was terrible. It was horrific, but Mariupol is going to be on a whole different scale. It's not something I can speak to. Kind of, it discombobulates me thinking about it. It's definitely not that I don't care. It's just that I don't really know how to start speaking about it. It's one of those subjects I'm really not very good at, but it's a very, very important subject. Prince is very good at speaking about this. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what to say. I just get discombobulated thinking about that. It just drives me, yeah, potty. Anyway, I'll shut up. Chris.
Yeah, I was on that, Shaggy. Obviously, a very difficult subject to talk about, but I have actually been saying it in posts recently because I've basically been saying if you think that you're getting bad press and PR as a company working with Russia now, wait until, obviously, very sadly, the atrocities are revealed in Mariupol, etc., because then you'll be in serious trouble if you're still working with Russians. And then I go on that. And obviously, Shaggy is a very difficult subject to talk about, right? But at the same time, I feel that it needs to be said because companies that are continuing to work with Russia, in my view, are running a massive risk for themselves in various ways. Anyway, that isn't what I was going to say, Shaggy. What I was going to say was that I was looking for an alternate source to Zion for the Tomahawk trucks. So I've copied you guys with an article from the Drive end of July 2023, which says the US Marine Corps has finally given us a look at the uncrewed 4x4 launch vehicle at the core of its new ground-based Tomahawk cruise missile unit. Dubbed the Long Range Fires Launcher, it is similar but not identical to the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle-based design that the service is also fielding as a launch platform for naval strike missile, anti-ship missiles, and the article goes on. So be interested in comments on that.
I'll be short. I'll say it's very good, obviously, and it's a whole different level of range, right, compared to other ground launch things like a NSM or some such. So, I mean, it'd be just tremendous to have them around. I mean, Raver, I'm sure you have a thought or two to spare about it.
Yeah, so the Marines need a longer ranged weapon system with their pivot to the Pacific because these islands aren't necessarily within walking distance of each other. And the fact that China is not party or was never party to the medium range missile ban means there was never any reason for the U.S. not to develop the same type of or matching capability to what China was doing. And the only thing holding us back was the previous treaty with the Soviets, and we've now pulled out of that. So seeing the Marines develop the ability to reach across the Pacific, or at least across big chunks of it, is expected, necessary.
I think that's a fair point, yeah. And often they are further apart than, say, an NSM can reach, right? Often they're further apart than the 300 odd kilometers that the other ground launch cruise missiles can reach, or even 500, 600 kilometers of a prism. So yeah, I think that's a good one. Yeah, I appreciate that. I will say, in the meantime, frankly, would Ukraine love to have Tomahawks with their range? Absolutely. Is that necessary? Probably not. Is what's necessary just very large numbers of sort of 200, 300, 400 kilometer range ground launch fires? Absolutely. In a hypothetical world where Ukraine has 100,000 ATACMS, Russia is done for, and frankly, there's very little else that Ukraine needs to do with the superior, targeting, gathering, information gathering, observation, reconnaissance, all that Ukraine and seems to have both natively and through with help of its friends. Is that realistic though? No, because there aren't 100,000 lying around. There just aren't in existence. But with enough of those, it would make really a huge difference. In the meantime, the more the better. Not just every little helps, Chris, but every lot helps even more. Both with the TACMs, both with Taurus, both with, let's get them the NSMs in. No, all the rest of it in bits and pieces.
Yeah, Damon, I think it's becoming very, very difficult to say, how shall I put this? That missiles cannot be fired from certain platforms, if you like, right? Because we're now on Tesco vans and trucks, and so we know that the Ukrainians have got at least 40-foot powerboats supplied by the US, aluminium powerboats. It's not a stretch, is it, to put one of these cages onto a 40-foot boat?
I'm all for it, Chris. Especially because then, you know what? You don't have to worry about the wash from another vessel anymore, like Gunny highlighted with those one-way marine drones often being a problem because the missile doesn't care, and that would be absolutely fantastic if those could be engineered on those, jerry-rigged on those, and employed that way. With that, I will say thank you, everyone, especially Shaggy, but likewise everyone else. And I think in about 15 seconds' time, you'll see Robin here where I was thus far. A wonderful day of conversations today, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Yeah, Robin's coming up. I did see he's requesting now. Let me just action that. I did see her hand before, but then it dropped. So maybe she was getting coffees and all that kind of stuff. But we'll see her in a moment. There we go. Up to speaking now. That's wonderful. Yeah, is War Doggo still about? No, he's not. Oh, he's down there listening. Well, War Doggo, I'm going to have a word in the back channels to see if we can get Prince to maybe do her segment. She does a segment on genocide and the stuff that I find difficult to talk about. But she does it late at night European time because but she's not in Europe, so maybe we can get to come in sometime when the Europeans are awake as well to do that segment, because it is very, very important to talk about it. I'm just not brilliant at well, not brilliant full stop, but I'm not great at talking about that stuff. But it is very important though to talk about and different areas around the world. So the Americans get to hear about it, and the Europeans get to hear about it as well. Basically, everyone around the world, Australians and everybody, and it needs to hear about it. The lid has to come off. We know it's gone on. The details are going to be really, really hard to take. Just from us listening in, obviously much harder to take from the Ukrainians that have been affected, family members, the people themselves went through what they went through, and yeah, all Ukrainians and the Ukrainian supporters as well. But yeah, it needs to be talked about. So I don't know what's happened to Robin. She seems to have disappeared off my radar. Maybe I need a better radar. Maybe it's a little Russian radar I've got at the moment. It's not working very well. Chris?
I was going to just take a slightly different tack on your hard to talk about subject, Shaggy, right? Which is, it was sort of interesting. I was having a conversation, I won't name them, right, with a pretty large accountancy firm in the UK, and I happen to have a few friends in there, and so I was basically talking to them about U-Control But I was like feeling my way around the conversation, Shaggy, right? And I was basically saying to them, what's your like attitude then about dealing with Russians? And the guy who I was speaking to said, that's pretty simple, Chris. We're not allowed to. I said, oh, okay. How long has that been then? And he said, well, it's been like definitely, since 20, February 2022. I went, okay. So I said, so like, how does that work then? And he basically said, well, we can't onboard even a prospect until basically they've been put through a risk assessment. And if they show up as having literally any connection to Russia, that's it. Can't deal with them. Which I think you'd go, yeah, great. That's a great policy, isn't it? Right? Glad to see it. But on the other hand, you sort of go like from a continuing business perspective, it's a bit problematic, right? Because basically, almost everybody has some sort of, well, not almost everybody, a lot of people have some sort of Russian connection. So it needs to get a bit like granular, doesn't it? Because, okay, what sort of connection is this? Like, is it like, a company that's connected to a company that's connected to a company that's connected to a Russian firm, or what? So yeah, just a different angle on that, Shaggy.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for that. And what you said earlier as well sparked some ideas on me on how to actually address the companies directly. I just find it hard to address people directly about it on the space. Companies don't really have much of a problem with, but yeah, thanks for those ideas. And yeah, in my mind, there's various levels of corporate culpability. Some companies are fully still in Russia, haven't moved the muscle. Others have maybe tried a little bit to get out, so it's still there. Others have completely got, well, when I say completely got out, they've moved their operations out, but maybe still buying products which are sourced in Russia. So different levels of culpability for different people, for different companies, just like people as well. So yeah, it's important to assign blame and target the right people and the right companies in this, and try and make a difference. I've got a Unilever, a boycott Unilever account going on, which I use to basically tell them what I think of them. Whenever I see their posts, although I'm getting a bit account heavy at the moment. But yeah, I try and do that. But I'm just going to welcome Robin. Robin, you've made it.
Yeah, it was a tough job climbing up the balcony this morning. I sort of lost my step a few times, but it's nice to finally be here.
Excellent. Chris?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Shaggy, with the companies, I'm not pulling any punches with them at the minute. I'm basically saying, like, when, again, unfortunately, the bad news comes out, you're going to be in the deep shit, mate. Right? You and your company are going to be in the shit, right? Because if you can't show that you stopped working with the Russians, right, a long time ago, right, you're going to have problems. What sort of problems am I going to have then, Chris? Well, you're going to get some very bad PR and press, right, which may lead to your share price falling, may lead to your business suffering, and will then probably lead to heads rolling on the board, because somebody's gonna be the fall guy, or more than one person's going to be the fall guy for it. So you'll probably lose your job.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and the other way of doing that as well is buy one share in that company, and then you can attend the shareholders meeting, and then you can make your voice known in front of all the shareholders and the board or whoever's there as well. You'll probably get dragged out by security at some point, but that'll get you into the company shareholders meeting, and they're usually, well, they happen all year round in different companies, I suppose, but kind of it's getting up to shareholder company meeting season. I find it's generally kind of in the spring or in the autumn. It's a mixture of both. But yeah, just it'd be kind of good if somebody could. I can't, but somebody had the all these companies which are sanctions busting, and then find out when their shareholders meetings are and when you have to be on the shareholders register to be able to attend the shareholders meeting, and then yeah, have a day out of bonking these companies. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point as well, Jaggy, right? But I mean, it sort of depends what your objective is here, isn't it? My objective, well, I probably need to think about it a bit more, but basically to get them to stop dealing with the Russians as soon as possible if they haven't already stopped. So frightening the shit out of them, it's a valid tactic in my books anyway.
Yeah, definitely shame them. Take along a journalist so they can document it for their newspaper or whatever, and just absolutely shame them. Reputational damage for these large companies is very important to them. But as long as you're not saying anything illegal, as long as what you're saying is true and accurate, they can't get you for defamation and libel and all that kind of stuff. I don't think they wouldn't get much out of me anyway. But yeah, a bit more kind of direct action. In my view, it helps. Obviously, hitting their Twitter timelines and stuff like that. But yeah, in-person shareholders meeting is kind of what I'd say. I wouldn't lock myself to the doors to their corporate offices and things like that. But yeah, definitely have a word, as it were, in their shareholders meeting. What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, I have heard of people doing that. It's amazing what buying one share of a stock can do. And as you say, probably be dragged out by security, but in the meantime, you have a way of making your voice heard. It's a great idea.
Yeah, cheers. I'll give that a go. I'll see when the Unilever's conference is on. Maybe I'll take. Well, I'll have to fix that. My shark costume is out of action at the moment. I still haven't. Well, I haven't even attempted to fix the zip on that thing. I'm gonna have to have a go at that. Or I'm gonna have to get myself another one. But they'll probably see that. Probably see you. Go on.
I was going to say that's a great idea. Can you imagine like 500 NAFO fellows? I wonder how much one share of Unilever stock is. Just imagine 500 fellows showing up at the next board meeting. It would be awesome.
Well, I'm going to look that up right now while we go to Chris. Are you there, Chris? Hit that
Chris, over
microphone
to you.
button.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. The sound's going for me and that. Shaggy, I think you might be slightly giving away your intentions if you turn up at a shareholders meeting in your shark suit, mate. But good on you anyway.
Yeah, I'll probably get changed into it in the corporate lose or something like that. So I just had a look at the share price for Unilever, just over 40 quid. So let's have a look over the past year. Well, let's have a look at the 5-year view, see if it's gone down. Not really. It's kind of went down just after the full-scale invasion started. It went down to about £34. It's now at £40. Yeah, it's kind of trending along, as it were, at the moment for the past, well, this year basically. So 40 quid. Yeah, I don't really like invest. Obviously, it's not really an investment. It's more a ticket to get in, as I'd see it. I'd probably sell it straight away afterwards. Yeah, right. Zagolman, and then
After you tanked it.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's a brilliant idea. I think it's a brilliant idea. NAPO should be publishing the dates of shareholder meetings for everyone that's in Russia, and the number of people that are part of, this Ukraine support around the world, there's somebody local. There's somebody local that could go to those shareholder meetings. So we shouldn't limit this to Unilever. We need somebody to be publishing those dates and locations regularly for everyone that's still in Russia. That will get some action.
Yeah, definitely will get some action. They really, as I said, they're really into, especially the bigger the company, the more they're into reputational loss, especially the international companies. So you need to be on, from what I understand, you need to be on the shareholder register by a certain date to be able to attend a shareholders meeting. So we need those 2 dates. So anyone listening right now, how many people we got listening? Just about 400 people listening right now. If anybody wants to get that together, get a list. I think Beefy just probably got a list on his timeline of loads and loads and loads of companies. Get that list maybe, and sort out the shareholder dates. That'll be a bit busy. I'm too busy yakking away on here to do it right now. But yeah, we'll see. Chris.
Yeah, your argument or your point in the shareholders meeting could be quite interesting, Shaggy. Actually, I'm a concerned shareholder. I just want to check to see if we're having any transactions with Russian or CIS or sanctioned companies and that, because obviously I don't want my share price to be going down, do I? So the other slightly more cruel thing I suppose you could do is short the stock and then cause a bit of a stink, publicly and that, and then donate the money to Ukraine.
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, that's very, very risky compared to buying one share and being a nuisance to them. Hopefully, being a big help to Ukraine by being a nuisance to them. But and the important thing is bringing along, having that publicised as well. There's no point doing that. Okay, obviously you're going to have the room full of peak shareholders know what you're on about, but it's more to do with getting that public. So obviously it probably wouldn't be front page news unless I did get arrested and something happened, but I wouldn't really want that. Although I would want the front page news, but yeah, if it gets in the press, so contact some press people beforehand, so they can be there to snap these pictures away and then make a big hoo-ha about it. There's certain publications in the UK which I really don't like normally. This is one thing that's happening with this conflict. There seem to be aligning with people that I wouldn't normally align with, actually. Some people like Boris Johnson or whatever, because he supports Ukraine and stuff like that. So the red tops in the UK, like the Daily Mail and the Hike Spit, the Sun, and all those kind of stuff, they love all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I might have to actually. Well, I might have to wear a pair of gloves when I'm making that phone call to them. Go, Robin.
Yeah, with your shark suit, you can make the front page.
This is true. Yeah, maybe I'll have to take some spare batteries for the power pack. It comes for the power pack. Yeah, it'd be quite amusing, but you gotta make these points by something funny just to get noticed sometimes, and then the underlying very, very serious message underneath. So yeah, we'll have a little think about that. Maybe we'll talk to a few NAFO people and see what can happen. So hopefully my DMs are bulging. I haven't checked those actually. Maybe for about 20 minutes. So yeah, if anybody wants to get that list together of those companies with their shareholders meeting dates and stuff like that, that'd be brilliant. Zagolman.
If you just publish that on Twitter, they would be frightened.
Yeah, step one.
If you showed you were going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they'd have to. That's the thing. I mean, as you know, Zagolman, kind of sometimes surprise can win the war type of thing. So I don't know if I want to let them know that I'm coming, so that they're checking everybody for shark suits on the way in or whatever. I'd like to get in there and create the first surprise, the element of surprise.
Yeah, I was thinking more general out every company at their board. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You're,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, good idea actually. Yeah, I like that. What do you think, Nick?
Sorry, what?
What do you think? You got your hand up, or is it for a different topic?
Different topic.
Carry on.
Today there is a meeting described as an informal meeting, although everyone's very nicely dressed. No one's in jeans and shorts and a t-shirt, of EU foreign ministers in Toledo, Spain. I'm just looking. I don't think they're all there. 14, 16, 18, 20, 23, 20. Oh, no, okay, they're probably all there. They're probably all there, about 30 in the family photo. Quite a number of women. I don't know whether these are all the full foreign minister or whether they're the Europe minister, but okay, all the countries are represented, presumably even Hungary, with Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, Josep Borrell, the High Representative, so the EU's foreign minister, and they're having, yes, an informal. I don't know whether there's no particular agenda or quite how an informal meeting the foreign ministers works. So it's being held in Toledo in Spain, because when you hold the presidency of the Council of Ministers in the European Union, you hold the presidency or the chair of all of its committees. And so there's a great deal of European business being done in Spain for the next 6 months. And it's all a little bit up in the air because there was an election, there's been no new government formed yet, and so it's still the caretaker outgoing government. But that suits the EU, I think, just fine to not have to change names and people and faces in the middle of their presidency. So I think we probably have to wait to see what comes out of the final statement. But I think they probably can talk more freely at a ministerial level versus a more formal meeting where a lot of stuff would have been decided beforehand by the civil servants. So it'll be an opportunity for Kuleba to sort of test the waters on a few things. So I thought, unfortunately, I had to go and take a call. Doman wanted me to talk about this about an hour ago, and I had to go and take a call where I had a look at the opening remarks with the Spanish foreign minister and Kuleba, and there were some press questions afterwards, and it was all fairly predictable what was said. The last question that was taken was from, I think, a German reporter, judging by the accent, and the German reporter said to Kuleba, what do you think about claims that the counteroffensive is going too slowly? And I wouldn't say he snapped back, but he very firmly, and he basically said, we're liberating Ukraine 1 kilometer at a time. He said, if you want to criticize the speed, just come to Ukraine and try and liberate 1 square centimeter of it. So he wasn't taking any crap off that particular reporter. What else? He thanked Spain for what they've done so far. He was diplomatic when asked if they could have done more, and he said, look, until the war is over, we're not going to tell you we've got enough weapons. We're always going to tell you we need more. Spain hasn't given perhaps as much as they would have wanted, but he did actually single out Spain, saying that they've been particularly helpful in terms of coming to Ukraine and saying, how about this, how about that? So in the headline big iron stuff, Spain has not sent a lot of Leopards or armored vehicles, but I suspect there may have been quite a lot of rather unglamorous stuff. So he said, Spain's been good at this. So then a German guy said, oh, does that mean the Germans have not been proactive? So then, of course, he had to be very diplomatic about that. It was all fairly nothing very groundbreaking. But as I often say here, these are things you have to do. It's part of the daily business of running a liberal democratic world order. Clearly good personal chemistry between Kuleba and the Spanish MFA. I think he would have been sad if he'd had to deal with a new person in this context. So things trundle on. So we'll see if any statements come out of that. It may well be that there isn't too much in the way of a political declaration, and the takeaway from this is the journey that they were on today and the contacts they've made and the corridor discussions, all that kind of thing. Although I think the whole point of the informal meeting is to kind of have the corridor discussions in front of other people, as opposed to the formal meetings where they sort of sit there and nod and then they pop out for a cigarette and get stuff done.
Yeah, actually, I've got, before you don't forget your microphone button as well, because this might cause you to start tapping away on your keyboard. So you reminded me actually of something I forgot. I was going to bring up a couple of days ago. So the European Commission. So with this frozen money, all this frozen money in Belgium holds most of it, but all the frozen Russian assets. The European Commission was asked, I think it was June or something like that, maybe May, to come up with have a look at a proposal or have a look at a possible legal mechanism to be able to seize that and give it to Ukraine or do something with it. Now, I did read the article a couple of days ago. It was saying that the Commission had come up with an idea and they were going to present it during the Spanish presidency. So that links into that's why you just reminded me of that. So I was wondering if you had come across or heard anything regarding that. Are you tapping away, Nick? As I haven't got that article up, I'm going to have to dig around for it to find it. I can
You see, you made me turn my microphone off, and I started answering into an off mic. I'm on my laptop. Shaggy, how does this keyboard sound?
Oh, that's fine. I can leave your microphone open for that. That's fine. It's the other one, the really clicky.
No, it's that I'm traveling and I'm only on my laptop keyboard, so I'll leave my hot mic running away. So I'm not sure who would be involved in that. It won't be it'll be a pretty big thing because we're talking hundreds of billions of euros. So it will be the heads of state and government, their finance ministers, and various people from their international law departments who were going to have to make this exceptionally watertight if anything is to happen. I imagine that it will be coordinated with the US. Maybe the EU and US will go at slightly different speed on this, but sequestrating or seizing Russian assets is going to be quite an interesting thing. The other thing is, I think what will actually happen in practice is that the EU and the US will put money into development banks of various kinds, and the Russian money will then go to sort of defray the cost of that to their taxpayers. And I think you might find that legally what happens is that, in other words, you're going to see plenty of trolling about, oh, look, the US stole all our money, when the relevant legal instruments are produced, if only because the money will be needed probably before anyone can actually get this drawn up. So it'll be a sort of advance from the US and the EU and other countries, and then the Russian money will be taken and given back to them. So look forward to some fun and games when this actually starts to get structured into movements of cash into Ukraine, because the money is highly fungible, but people will still manage to find a way to say that the US stole Ukraine's money. Interestingly, of course, the same people who will say that are the people who are currently saying that the US shouldn't give any money to Ukraine.
Yeah. So I found the article.
The US stole Russia's money, is what they will say. I spoke.
Yeah, don't worry. I knew what you meant. It went to my understanding part of my brain. So, European Commission advances efforts to redirect frozen assets to support Ukraine. So, the European Commission is ready to provide proposals, but is now ready. It wasn't ready a few months ago, on how to use Russia's frozen assets in the interests of Ukraine. A representative of the Commission, Christian Weingang, said, "We stand ready to present a legal proposal taking into account the discussions with the member states," that he told Ukrinform yesterday. He said that this issue has been discussed by EU leaders at the last European Council meeting in late June. And I quote, "We are working with the Spanish presidency of the European Union on exploring a stepwise approach, and we are supporting discussions. We also sent a paper in that regard to the Spanish presidency at the end of June. So I don't know if that paper is public or not. You normally have access to papers and stuff like that. So I can dig that one out, see what that paper.
I would doubt if that would be published. That will be a working. That will be a working document. So yeah, I doubt very much that they will have made that public.
Fair enough. So you noted that you... Okay, on.
Well, they don't normally do that anyway, and I think that they don't normally do that anyway, and in particular with something as sensitive as this, the last thing they want is the Russians kind of preparing countermeasures. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, I think I'll probably end up in courts at some point once the proposals. So he said he noted that the European Commission is ready to submit a detailed proposal taking into account discussions with member states. Intensive work is also underway with the EU's partners at the G7. It is very important, obviously, for the EC really to coordinate this internationally.
And that's the thing, the G7 is probably where this has to be done politically, but the G7 has no permanent secretariat really worth mentioning. The EU and the US, I guess, which US government department is going to be leading on this, Robin? Not State Department or Treasury? It's not really a US Treasury matter, is it? It's kind of, I don't know.
I'm not sure, honestly.
But the US and the EU will be leading on this, and then the rest of the G7, I think, will probably just rubber stamp it. So once they come up with something solid and watertight, but I think it has to be done at the level of the G7 or even the G20 because it's as much a political message as it is about the enormous quantity of money.
Yeah, agreed. It's over 300 billion, I think it was. I think the majority of it, I remember from a few months ago, is held in Belgium. Or maybe that's because it's in the SWIFT system or something. I don't know. I think they're the custodians. So it's not in Belgian banks per se, but it's kind of Belgium has got a big say. I think it was 90% of that 300 billion, if I remember correctly, was lodged somewhere in Belgium.
That's a lot of moule frite, is it not?
It is. I do like my moule frite as well. It's an awful lot of Duvals as well, and Lefs, and thousands of other beers there are in Belgium, which I used to love. Delirium Tremens definitely makes your legs go a little bit after the fourth one, or if you haven't eaten after the first one. Robin, have you tried that stuff?
So, no, in fact, Belgian beer doesn't do much for me. I'm German beer all the way. But what is moule frite? I'm afraid to ask. I'm wondering whether it's something like poutine.
Moule is mussels and frite is fries. And it's the sort of most standard entry-level bistro dish that you can get in Belgium.
Ah, very interesting. Thank you.
When my wife lived in Brussels in the early 1980s, she used to particularly enjoy going to a place that served it in literally a small washing up bowl.
Yeah, that's true.
The mussels would come in a small bowl or plastic bucket with the sort of juice and marinara sauce gathering at the bottom, and then the fries were served on the side, and you dipped into the bucket and pulled the mussels out one by one, and occasionally scooped a shell into a little bit of shallot and white wine based sauce. But yeah, moule frite is morsel met frites.
Yeah, and the easiest way to eat a mussel, to get a mussel out of a mussel, is with another mussel. You don't need a knife and fork or anything like that. You don't.
The problem is bootstrapping the first one, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, normally some of them are hollow, i.e. the muscles already fell out. So you just grab one of those and off you go.
The rule with mussels is don't eat them if they're either open before you cook them or closed after you cook them.
Yeah, I made that mistake once. I cracked one open and ate it, and I was not well for a number of days afterwards, actually. So I definitely don't eat a closed mussel ever. Yeah, I don't even give it to a dog. I just throw it in the bin. Anyway, a bit of culinary stuff there. Robin, have you got any news for us? You must have tabs open.
I do have
all
one thing I
sorts of
was
stuff.
interesting on, although right. Well, yeah, somebody gave me this great aggregator, so I've been finding things. I just wanted
Oh
to
no,
say,
that was me,
yes, I
wasn't it?
know.
Damn it.
Yes, that
Oh
was
no.
you. I just wanted to say I'm glad I keep kosher, so I can never start poison myself with mussels. Anyway, but that's not what we're here for. This I don't know if this was discussed before, but I find it fascinating. I just love Ukrainian messaging. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Thursday his country has developed a weapon that hit a target 700 kilometers away, in an apparent reference to previous day's strike on an airport. This just fascinates me. I mean, I don't know, whether it did or not. It's certainly going to put the fear of God in the Russians that they can't. That if and I wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine has managed to develop such a weapon. They've been working at it for the last couple of years at least, and they've certainly got the know-how. So anyway, it was very heartwarming to think that they could get 700 kilometers into Russia.
Yeah, I can't think of it. Can you think of any targets about 700 kilometers into Russia from the Ukrainian border that may or may not have been hit by the Ukrainians over the last couple of days? I don't know.
No, not a single one. No.
No. I know nothing as well. I absolutely know nothing. Yeah, deny. That river in Egypt. Yeah, as I mentioned
It's
to Dermot
called
earlier
piss
on,
off, isn't it? It's called piss off, the airbase.
you're rubbish at OPSEC, Nick. Yeah, absolutely rubbish. We were just winding people up a little bit. Yeah, apparently that may have been the test. That may have been the test flight of this of these drones.
Hey,
Well,
talk about a successful test, huh?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that passed with flying colours. If that's what happened, still a little bit of speculation as to what happened, but we don't need to know. All we need to know is that a number. I don't know what the number is now. Is it still 4, or has it gone up? 4 of those IL-76s seem to have got crispy fried. Or
Yeah,
at
that
least,
seems to be what the Russians are admitting to. So I always assume if the Russians give you numbers that are in their favor, you have to divide it by a more magnitude of 10 or something. When they give you numbers that are in Ukraine's favor, I always at least double it.
yeah, it does seem to be normally an order of magnitude out. But although if they're saying like 2 and 20 have been taken out, that'd be awesome. But I don't think 20 were taken out. But it would be lovely. But there was an article that I
No,
read.
unfortunately.
Yeah, there was an article that I read from Danilov earlier on. I mentioned it to Doman. I don't know if you heard that, Robin. He mentioned Kamchatka as being within their sights, and Kamchatka is 7,500 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border. So that would be. Well, I think that's a bit of trolling. But if it's not trolling, that would be awesome. Where I can see James had a hand just up before Nick. So James.
Yes. Hey, I hope everybody's doing well today. It's nice and cool here. I am enjoying the change in weather. Looking forward to more heat later on, though. But anyways, I'm replying to the idea about testing in the field, and the most interesting man would tell you that he doesn't test weapons often in the middle of a war. But when he does, he tests it in the field. And I know that there's like a better meme than that. I'm thinking a fella, most interesting man, saying that, because why not, man? Why not test it on him? Unless it's going to fizzle. But it seems like they did some preliminary tests. But this kind of confirmation test, it's kind of like the difference between efficacy and effectiveness research for drugs and healthcare regimen. It's a different kind of test. So I'm glad it's working. Here's to more testing on Russians.
Yeah, that go live definitely went live. Very successful. I like that. Hopefully version 2 will be even better when they upgrade it. So I did see a video earlier on that showed the testing of the what we call the cardboard drones, those Australian lovely drones, and them actually being tested on a test on a test target. It was a little bit blurred out, some of it, but yeah, that was really quite an interesting video. So they do test some of these things, actually do proper tests rather than just testing them on Russians first of all to see what happens. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably did some kind of testing before they did the 700 kilometer test. But yeah, that's definitely the final test. Made it and all went boom. Let's go to Nick. Nick.
I just remembered, and I should have remembered this before, but in terms of the using the Russian assets, the suggestion, and this isn't new, this was being talked about a couple of months ago, I'd just forgotten about it, but the suggestion is that it is probably not possible legally for the EU or the US to just sort of take that money. However, since they're currently the guardians of it, they can invest it in what they want. And so one possibility is that they invest it in Ukraine reconstruction bonds on behalf of the Russian Federation. So Russia would end up owning an asset which is the reconstructed Ukraine, which would be not only legally correct, but also somewhat ironically satisfying. So the legal complications are what's stopping it. And again, because we follow the rules-based international order, unlike some people we could mention. So that just came back to me. But I don't know if there's anything like, we don't know the concrete details that are in the EU document. But this was indeed being discussed around about the end of June. So there's no huge urgency for this. This is worth spending. This is worth spending another 3 or 4 months to get absolutely right and watertight. So there's not going to be a great deal of movement on this, I think. I think the key thing is to get it done before, or get something done before the Hungarian presidency starts. And of course, the bigger issue is to stop the Hungarian presidency of the EU altogether, which is slated for the second half of 2024. So we'll see how far down the drain or the rabbit hole Hungary has gone by then, and see if the EU will deploy the equivalent of its nuclear option and deny Hungary remove Hungary's voting rights. But that would need 21 member states to vote in favour, and that's quite an ask. That's quite an ask.
Yeah, that is quite an ask. I think that's possible though. But the legalistic gymnastic idea of sticking those frozen assets into I don't know, and incorporate them into a company, maybe call it what was the word I was looking for? Reparations Inc. We could call it something like that. Then yeah, that will be good. And as part of the reparations that the Russians must pay, will have to pay to Ukraine, then they can just sign over legally Reparations Inc. To the Ukrainians. That may be my first thought on that, about how that could happen. I'm sure lawyers will argue about it. That's what lawyers do. Well, James, did you want to say anything else? Off you go. Speaker button, microphone button, James. Can't hear a thing.
Okay, it was a little bouncy there. Sorry, I dropped that on there earlier. The money that's tied up is a real conundrum for the United States, and the designation as a terrorist state. We can't do that. Then it would be available to people who are suing within the United States court system to get at that money for some other reason. And so I love the idea of somehow dumping it into Ukraine's account or whoever. And then should there be issues with the rapid supply of equipment due to some change in administration back in the USA, then it would be wonderful if Ukraine could then use that money to purchase the stuff and be done with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they need right now. It's a good investment. It's a solid investment. It's a way to hedge against inflation, is to use that stuff now to buy stuff. And I'm just so excited. When I saw that there was like 110,000 Sidewinder missiles, I was like, yay. And I don't know what the full discussion was about that, but I thought, man, there's enough stuff out there that they could buy, and it would be game changing. I think War Doggo, or was it you, Sir Shaggy, that said all they need is like was it 10,000 or 100,000 of attackums or something like that. Anyway, yeah, let them spend it. Let
Yeah.
them spend it now.
Yeah, that was Doman hypothesizing about if Ukraine had 100,000 attackums, then Russia would be toast, basically. Yeah, it would be nice as well. I don't think actually, I'm not even sure. I don't think 100,000 attackums exist, but it was a hypothetical. But yeah, but there's still that Lend-Lease going on. Or just back to what Nick was mentioning before, or maybe it was Robin. I can't remember now. It's been it's a good 5 minutes ago. So this money's been sat there. It's 300 billion plus has been sat in these accounts, but it's been accruing interest. And the interest, I seem to remember from a few months ago, that interest was about, I think it was about 3.5 billion. And there was a separate track on what to do with that interest. No, not the underlying, well, the underlying assets as well, down a different track, but that interest was 3.5 billion is a chunk of change. So yeah, there's various things that are going on. So yeah, every little helps. Let's get that Tesco reference in. We'll have to get sponsored by them at some point. Yeah, there we go. Anywho, Robin, I'm going to pass over to you now.
You know, I have to somehow start watching British television. All these references go right over my head.
Just an advert for Tesco's. They say every little helps. I think Asda is Asda prices and some of the people smack their butts where their wallet is and stuff like that. Anyway, lots of British adverts. Some of them are okay. I despise adverts with a passion. I used to, whenever they came on, I used to always switch over to a different channel and then forget where I was watching and then get into something else. And the next advert came on that channel, I'd switch over again. So that's why I'm mainly stuck to the BBC, which doesn't really have adverts per se.
You're talking to an American here, Shaggy. Don't.
It's absolutely terrible.
Nick, I resemble that remark.
At least in Europe, we don't turn on. Find an advert popping up saying, "Ask your doctor whether diarrhea fast is right for you."
Yeah, I remember that both in America and Canada as well.
So you guys will never know.
Yeah, just as bad. Never bought any of that diarrhea fast. Maybe I should one day, just in case.
I know this. So when I was a kid, none of this stuff was on television. Not to mention the ED pills being advertised during the kiddie hour. I mean, seriously. I feel very fortunate that now that I've gotten involved in MriyaReport, I ditched our cable television altogether because I never had time to watch it, and it has not been a loss.
I mean, when TV came out, so you can pause live TV and stuff like that. That was brilliant. So all I did there was I just pressed pause at the start of the hour, and then I went off and did the washing up or something like that. Stuck my laundry on, came back 20 minutes later, and then pressed play, and then just skipped through the ads. It was wonderful. That's how I got around adverts. Anyway, my TV habits. So I did have a little bit of news, a little bit of an announcement. Where is it? I need to get my tabs open. Oh, right. So, the Ukrainian armor company has delivered 600 mortars since the beginning of the invasion. So the Ukrainian armor company has fully resumed production and already delivered more than 600 mortars to the Ukrainian defense forces. So they said since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, some of our production facilities in the east of the country have been captured by the enemy. We have found a way to restore production cycles, conduct qualification tests, and launch 60mm, 82mm, and 120mm mortars on reloaded sites. This is from Vladislav Belbas. I like simple last names like that. He's the CEO of the Ukrainian Armored Division. Yeah, so production is back up for that particular company. All moved to the west of Ukraine, and well, they're delivering. which is very good for the war effort. As we know, Ukrainian industry is doing a lot, as well as foreign companies getting in there. But Ukrainian industry themselves have done a lot. And our man, I like to call him our man, the railway man. What was his name again, Robin? Can you remember? He's now in the strategic.
A commission. Alexander is a commission.
Commission, yeah, something like that. Yeah,
commission,
yeah. He's great. So he's put a rocket. Well, maybe a bit of an unfortunate turn of phrase that he's put a rocket up their butts. Yeah, and definitely producing a lot now. And Nick,
did you just say someone was CEO of the Ukraine Armed Forces or something?
what was
No,
that? Who? No, this
I
is
think
the.
you were talking about this company.
Okay,
yeah,
no, I heard CEO, and I thought I heard you say something like CEO of an armored division. I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is Vladislav Belbas. He's the CEO of the company called Ukrainian Armored Vehicles.
Ah, okay. I think I heard armored division, and I'm just imagining what would happen if you sort of took an armored division and then replaced the general in charge with some sort of thrusting young CEO type. That'd be cool. You could make, we've privatized the army and we've put some sort of, some winner of The Apprentice in charge. There would be quite a lot of scope for comedy, I think, there.
President Zelensky is a very good comic. So actually, you've got the first sitcom after the war. There you go.
Okay, so that was that little bit of news from me, Robin. Have you got any?
I do have something that I found fascinating. Is during the first days of the war, there was, now I don't remember how this is connected to anything else, but there's something called the National Resistance Center, which is basically a front end to coordinate Ukrainian citizens in these temporary occupied areas who are giving information, getting information back to the armed forces. And we all know that's been going on. It's been quite great risk to some of these people, but there has been a lot of it. And the head of the organization, who goes by the name Ostap, no last name, you can understand, says that apparently it's gotten to the point in Crimea that Crimea is becoming unmanageable for the Russians because there's so much resistance. And he talks about not only getting information back to Ukrainian authorities, but also, he talks about things like plumbers, fixing the plumbing in such a way that things overflow in the administrative office, which I love, and electricians miswiring things so that electric circuits blow out, that kind of thing. And as I said, he is reporting that it's getting to be so common in Crimea that it's pretty much unmanageable, which I think we've seen from the fact that the Russians were bringing more people in to try to keep the natives from getting restless. And thank God it doesn't appear to be working. So this is a great, Crimea is, the Russians are getting it on all sides from Crimea. They're getting it obviously from the military, and they're also getting it from internal sabotage and everything, which is is good. It's putting a lot more pressure on them there.
Yeah, if you gotta watch your back all the time, then things get done slower, and it's going to increase the stress levels, which is exactly what they deserve. Yeah, nowhere is safe for Russians on occupied Ukrainian territory. It really is simple as that. If you're there, you're not welcome, and if you're in the military, well, you better watch out. So another little news story before you get to it first, Robin, is Ukrainian bomb disposal experts defuse 5 Russian mines for the IAEA, which made me think, how do they do that? So Ukrainian bomb disposal experts have defused 5 mines during a rotation of the representatives of the International Atomic Agency at the Zaporizhzhia power plant. So I don't think the bomb disposals. I've got a strong feeling that the Ukrainian sappers, the bomb disposal experts, didn't go to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, because that would be really quite big news. The quote says, "This is one of the stages of today's rotation of the IAEA representatives at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Bomb disposal experts from the units operating on the Zaporizhzhia front have neutralized 5 anti-personnel mines on the path of the mission." So it sounds like on the Ukrainian held side, the non-occupied side, where the IAEA representatives travel to and from the power plant back to Ukrainian territory and back out, so they can do a rotation. 5 anti-personnel mines were found and made safe. So yeah, my initial thought was, oh, carry on.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, we do know that the Russians surrounded the power plant site with anti-personnel mines, facing outward. This means that the IAEA not only, it means that it sounds like the sappers were able to get in and defuse some of these with at least the tacit cooperation of the IAEA, which I think is an important step in the right direction. It's the Russians could not start up with them in the middle of an IAEA. That's hard to say. Delegation.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. I mean, this was the source for this was the commander of the Tavria Operational and Strategic Group of Forces. He reported this on Telegram. But yeah, it was a bit strange. The neutralized 5 anti-personnel mines on the path of the mission. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it was on the route they take in and out of there. That's I'm assuming not held by the Russians, but I don't think the Russians were going to allow the Ukrainians to come and defuse some of their mines. That would be highly wishful thinking. So yeah, about five mines less, which is good. IAEA experts safer, and so is everyone else. It'd be as we know, we just want the Russians to leave that power plant as soon as possible. Zaporizhzhia itself, some FSB people had an unfortunate incident with a drone flying through their window the other day of their meeting place and their headquarters. I hope they had an emotional day. Hope they continue having more emotional days until they leave. So yeah, IAEA doing their thing. Haven't heard anything dodgy coming out of any of their reports. Well, apart from the usual, but I haven't heard any uptick in actions by the Russians. But doesn't mean to say this hasn't been going on and we just don't know about it. But yeah, need those out of there ASAP. Tracy.
It isn't. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Tracy. That I have something to say.
I don't mind waiting, Robin, if you want to go first.
It's a very quick observation that I find it interesting. The Russians have pretty much stopped threatening to blow up or otherwise cause an accident at the power plant. And we can just go. I'm curious as to what people think is the reason, but we'll go on to that later. Over to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. I just wanted to add to that topic about the mines. This is the second time that I've seen now. The last time the IAEA went there, the same thing happened. I've just tweeted a video about it, actually. That's all I wanted to add. So it seems like it is a common occurrence, whether it's just because the roads are mined, because everywhere's mined anyway, or it's done on purpose, who knows. But I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant! Thanks for that extra color on that one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, mines, as we know, is a huge problem. But if they can make some roads safer, at least the road safer for people to travel down, that's one thing. But yeah, mines ongoing thing. I heard that Switzerland delivered a whole demining gadget, remote controlled demining gadget to Ukraine for use. A whole one, which I was a bit disappointed in. Obviously, I mean it's better than nothing, but I mean it's only just better than nothing. So anyway, maybe I shouldn't look a gift horse, even a Swiss one, in the mouth too often. They did look quite funky though, those remote control demining equipments. There's a few of those in Ukraine now. I don't know the exact number, but yeah, they're obviously handy because no drivers are going to get shrapnelled with those mines if they're kind of remotely operated. But it just looks a little bit small. I think the roller thing on the front of it, maybe 1.5 meters wide. I don't know how fast they go. I don't know. It'd be interesting to look into this. I'll do a little bit digging to see if it came with any spares, because I mean I don't think those rollers are going to last very long when they do actually hit mine. But so they probably need extra and spare rollers and stuff like that. Otherwise, well, that's probably maybe 1 or 2 mines they'll be able to clear, and then that's it, stuffed. But we'll see. Robin.
That's certainly true. It's yeah, you know, the mines are going to be such a problem for so long. I think this is going to be, unfortunately, another area where Ukraine is going to win the world, lead the world in technology to demine without losing so many sappers. In fact, the wondering about those thermal drones. Where did those come from? I don't really remember. Who came up with that idea? It's a wonderful idea.
Well, thermal drones for well, I reckon somebody was just flying over with a drone just to do recon and stuff like that just after sunset and happened to notice it. That's what I think they probably figured it out.
Yeah,
What do you
could
reckon?
be, because I had never heard of it before.
Yeah, so yeah, just after sunset, especially in the summer when it's been really hot, and these mines, especially the metal ones, the anti-tank mines and such like, when that metal heats up, then when the sun goes down, obviously the ground will cool quicker than those metal mines, and therefore the heat signature will be brighter on the metal mines than they are on the surrounding ground. But Bearded Brit has come up now. He might be able to speak to this. Bearded, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Just a quick one on mine rollers. The purpose being that, yes, they are big metal wheels with spikes in them, but they're attached with a pivot arm to the front of the vehicle, with the idea being that they'll last longer. The force of the explosion will push them up in the air and then they'll just fall back to the ground. So they roll with the weight to detonate, but there's the flexibility with a pivot arm for them to actually absorb that explosion, and then they'll fall back down onto the ground, and then they carry on rolling.
Okay, how long do you reckon they last for, each roller, do you reckon?
Again, it can depend on a number of things, such as going against bar mines or circular mines, the explosives composition, the depth of the mine being laid, the weather conditions, the type of soil, and also the speed at which they're actually doing the mine clearing. With a mine roller, you always try and want to keep the rolling part of it in contact with the ground at all time. If you go too fast, there's a chance that it will skip and jump, and you'll create gaps in your cleared lane. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that does help. But would it be right in thinking that they are kind of the consumable part of the demining equipment, and you can just like whip one maybe broken roller out and put another one in, or have I misunderstood kind of how they work?
No, you're pretty much there. Yeah, I mean, they're made of very, very dense steel. And there'll be spares, no doubt, and it'll be a case of, if it's been designed properly, then you're able to effectively slide off each particular roller within a line of them and just replace new on. So you could consider them as consumable stock, yes.
All right, thanks. Wow, we've got something right, maybe. Excellent. Robin, anything from you?
Okay, there's one other thing I was noticing that I thought was just interesting. That there was oh, now I've lost it. Oh my goodness. Well, I will try from memory. Someone who, oh, here we go. A soldier is being treated in Lviv. He had 40 fragments of a Russian mine stuck in his body and managed to survive. And he looks, from pictures and everything, looks like he's pretty well recovered. It's really rather amazing. But it's a testament to the to the to the level of care, on the front lines. They removed mine fragments from his left shoulder and right leg. They had to leave fragments in his liver because they were too dangerous to remove at this point. But he's making a recovery. And every Ukrainian who is saved at this point is worth a whole lot.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, these fragments and shrapnel does an awful lot of damage, even just a little bitty bit. I've heard of Ukrainian soldiers who've been injured by shrapnel, had most of it taken out. Some of it's been some of it's been left in, just because it was either too difficult to come out, and some of those soldiers have actually gone back to the front line and they say, "Well, I'm fine. I'm off. I'm going back with bits of shrapnel still in them." Which is quite amazing. But yeah, it's definitely better out than in. Carry on, Robin. Are you there, Robin? Yeah, your microphone not on.
I am talking to a closed mic. It's funny how you can't hear me when I do that. No, I was just saying that, it apparently one of the big reasons that he survived was he actually managed, after having been injured quite badly, I think, legs, arms, stomach, internal organs, lungs. He managed to put compression bandages on his own wound and get himself back to Ukrainian positions. So there's, that never say die Ukrainian attitude that had a lot to do with it too.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a video from yesterday. That's kind of sparked a memory. So yesterday in Theodicea, there was a big boom, and it was a colourful boom as well. It was like a blue colour. Some people were speculating that it was a electric substation or something like that. Do we know what that was actually? Was it something electrical, or was it maybe something else? That looked looking like nice.
I will curiously Google.
Yeah,
Alan was speculating on that. It's a good question. I haven't seen anything. That maybe one of our listeners has.
Yeah, I mean, I did see another post from somebody else who kind of put two videos side by side of an electrical substation fire thing going on, and there was a lot of very similar kind of blue sparks. But on this video, it was like, because they kind of arrived in sequence, I was wondering, oh, maybe it was a bunch of missiles either being shot off or being forced to be shot off because they kind of fire got to them and they just kind of blew up like that. But maybe it was just little electrical transformers, or big electrical transformers side by side, each going off kind of in parallel type thing. So that'd be quite interesting to find out. Genesis Man's popped up. Genesis Man.
Certainly.
Yeah, cheers, Shaggy. If it's the one that Mockers posted to me to last night, and I don't know if it's the same one, with a really bright white light, and then subsequent explosions around it, that is an indication of an electrical substation or something large electrical apparatus going bang all at the same time.
It was like a blue white light. Would that be the electrical one? Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. So it all depends on. So people may or may not know this. So electrical substation use cooling oils of different. They use phenols as well, and it's that goes bang all of it, and that's what gives off the white light.
Aha! Excellent bit of knowledge. I didn't know that. I didn't know about the cooling stuff in them.
All electrical substations, they have a cooling oil of different descriptions, and everyone uses different ones. The States use different to Europe, but the ones in Europe, I know, and these are the ones most likely to be supplied, are phenols. And when you apply an explosion to them, oh God, everybody stand way back, and it's a really bright white blue light.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely leaning towards those being something electrical then on this video. Yeah, cheers for that, Genesis man. Oh, Nick's got his hand up. Nick.
Did we discuss change of defence minister in the UK?
I think we did earlier on. What's your views on Grant Shapps, as I call him?
Grant Shapps. Could have been worse. The problem the UK has is it has this ridiculous system where when you need a minister for a relatively technical department, you can only choose from essentially from the sitting MPs of the governing party. It's constitutionally possible to create someone a life peer and do it that way, but it's very unusual. And so there wasn't a huge pool of talent. If Lloyd Austin steps down tomorrow, there are 20, 30, 40, 50 people who could be a good defense secretary of the United States, many of whom are not currently elected officials. So Grant Shapps is a party man, a political operator. I like to think of him as a spiv, but perhaps a spiv whose heart is in the right place. There could have been worse choices. They didn't have much of a choice really. They could have promoted Wallace's deputy. I'm not certain why they didn't. So it's politics as usual, a bit like we've been saying about the Spain situation. I don't think it will radically affect the UK's support for Ukraine. It might have made a difference 18 months ago in a negative sense, but I think it's probably not going to hugely change things. It's a shame that they've got somebody with no military experience, but as I say, that's the reality of politics in a situation where you have to choose from a very small pool of people, some of whom have some talent for politics, at least some of whom don't even have that. So personally, I think it could have been worse, but it was unlikely to be a whole lot better. But it's the situation that the UK has to deal with.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. Yeah, we discussed it a little bit. I haven't got really great high expectations of him, although he has been to Ukraine and he has said all the right things, but then he's one of these people who does say the right things. He's one of those type of operators. So as I was mentioning earlier on, if we can keep pressure on him, he doesn't like bad publicity. He's very averse to bad publicity. So
yeah, I mean, he's a safe pair of hands who will say the right things, and that should be the minimum. But given the recent record of some aspects of the UK government, that's it's quite nice to have. So he will not make too many gaffes, and that's already something. I think he may not be the right man for the job, but he's a reasonable man for the job given where we are today. So I think that's about the best we can say. Hopefully, the one thing is he had a lot of experience. He's been moved around a lot of ministries, not because he got fired, but because all kinds of other stuff took place around him. He really will have a good knowledge of how the wider UK government works, and hopefully he will sort of go, okay, I don't know much about this. Let me talk to my deputy, James Heapy, the Armed Forces Minister. Let me talk to my senior civil servants who've been running, on behalf of Ben Wallace, the operation for the last 18 months. And he doesn't strike me as someone who goes in with a great deal of bravado. He tries to cultivate a certain amount of modesty. So perhaps that's better than it could have been.
Yeah, I get that impression as well. He's not one who goes jumping in with both feet first. He'll tiptoe around. I think he'll tiptoe around and listen with his ears rather than with his mouth, which is always a good thing. And hopefully he will listen to the people around him in that way. Robin, your microphone. Your microphone
Yeah,
came on. Do you want to say?
I just want to ask you a question. I mean, I'm clueless, I've been concentrating on Ukraine news, and I have no idea what's been going on in the UK. What happened with Ben Wallace?
He announced about 2 to 3 months ago that he was going to step down the next time the UK government was reorganized. We kind of got to know him last year, but he didn't sort of wake up 3 years ago and find himself thrust into being a politician and Britain's defence minister. He actually has been an elected official since 1999. He's actually more of a politician than he is a soldier. We appreciate that he's been a proper soldier, but he's been a politician for longer than he was an army officer. And there are some stories about his personal life, which basically it became clear he wasn't going to get the NATO gig, at least this year, because Stoltenberg's being extended by a year. Maybe he'll come back in a year's time to do that. Maybe he's decided it's time to cash in and make some money, which, whatever we think of that, is a considered a legitimate activity for former top officials in both the US and the UK. I think in the defence sector. Maybe it's time to go and make a par, and it's fairly unlikely that his party will be returned to office, and therefore, even if he wanted to stay defence minister for another 5 years, that probably isn't going to happen. So, from a pragmatic point of view, he's mid-50s. I think for all kinds of reasons, he thought it was his time to go. But this isn't some sort of. There's no scandal. It's not sudden. It was reported in, I think, early July that it would happen. I think people were expecting more like mid-September than late August, but this has all been baked in for quite some time. So it's a human situation. There's no political conflict. There's no great scandal, at least not out in public, and there's no great drama about it. It's he's a man of little drama. And gets on with the job. Former army officer, and been the best defence secretary, best defence minister the UK has had for many years, at least in terms of his response to Ukraine. The UK still has a chronic problem with underfunding defence, and they spend quite a lot of money on it, but not coming up with good weapons programs. Terrible problems with procurement. So. Time for someone else to have a go, and you can't have the same guy carry on too long and forever. But there will be so no great drama was programmed. We here at MriyaReport, I'm sure, are extremely sad to see him go, but it's the way of the world.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna wait for the back office to maybe be available, so I can do a little recycle. Apparently, my sound is not coming through brilliantly, but I'm getting a little bit of rubber banding from speakers as well. So maybe it's about time I did a recycle. But I'll wait until the back office is working up. Before then, we're gonna hop see.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Early afternoon here, actually in the Midwest. I think we've moved on from the subject I was half listening to about power grid stations having a series of explosions in Russia. Is that something I can circle back around to, or are we well past that?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with people circling around to things. That's
Okay.
great. Keeps me on my toes.
All right. Well, there is a fabulous weapon that's been out there for a long time, and it's nothing new. And it was first used in the Iraq War and against the Serbs also. And it basically involves taking a cruise missile. In this case, it was a Tomahawk, but this is not a weapons package that would be difficult to develop. That flies over electrical grid stations like the ones we see in our neighborhoods, surrounded by chain link fence and maybe a roll of barbed wire or something like that. And on cue, spits out of its sides rolls of carbon fiber wire, essentially reels. And these reels dispense over the field of transformers and make all sorts of connections that the gods of electricity never intended to be made, and just explosions ensue, and without a loss of life due to explosions or anything like that, you can short out with one cruise missile you could take out an entire acre or acres of electrical grid just by draping this stuff over the high power wires and the actual equipment that transmits the electricity, and it's a very neat and tidy and expensive thing to try and fix. And it would be classic Ukrainian to pick that out, because you could fly this thing right over one of those sites. It could be surrounded by schools, houses, and you wouldn't damage them other than taking away their power and maybe a transformer, a couple of shreds of transformer parts end up on somebody's roof. And that's been around for a long time. I'm sure the French and the British with their Storm Shadows and Scalps have the capability of putting that kind of a payload in there. So just a little something for all of us to sit back and ponder.
Oh, thanks for
That's
that,
really
Hopkins.
brilliant. Thanks for
Okay, on Robbins.
I think we were both saying the same thing. That's really a brilliant way to it's just saying you can short out the whole mess without endangering a lot of civilians in the area. Whatever, it's brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I would call a smart weapon. I know that probably means something else, but I mean that's an intelligent weapon and doing its job, taking out the substation, but without damaging anything else. Would that go into? Would you call that a smart weapon, Hopsy, or am I just labeling something that maybe isn't?
Well, I'd call it, I'd call it smarter than the average bear. Yeah, it's a smart weapon, and it's a great concept, and it's difficult to defend against. Because we all know cruise missiles can be a little hard to shoot down. I mean, it is possible, but boy, you got to be right there, right place, right time, and it's a cheap alternative. And there are all sorts of different ways of deploying a package like this. Heck, the way they sort of came upon this is a U.S. fighter jet. I think it was in California or something like that. Had a malfunction in a chaff dispenser, and it spit out a bunch of chaff that drifted down onto a power station and shorted a bunch of stuff out. And the guys who made weapons sort of scratched their head and said, "Well, what if we did that on purpose?" And so and we all know the Ukrainians, all their best minds are no longer working on making software for games. They're trying to figure out better ways to kick the Russians out of their country by extracting as much pain as possible. So and since this technology's been around, I mean, literally 25, 30 years, this is low hanging fruit from a technological standpoint.
Oh yeah, well, I hope to see some of those in action. I hope the British or the French have got them in some scalpsy, storm shadowy things, and give them away there. That'd be awesome. All the Ukrainians will just maybe modify something they have themselves, and do it themselves, a bit like they're modifying the Neptune missiles for various other tasks. So I'm definitely sure they're up for it. But I got a little bit of amusing news from Igor Gherkin. Don't know if anybody's come across this yet. It was this morning, so mockers might have done this. So Igor Gherkin strikes back and announces his presidential candidacy. Yeah, Igor Gherkin wants to be the president of Russia. Now, I did call this months ago. Okay, it was I remember talking to Axel about this, saying he's probably thinking he's going to be president, and it was like, no. Well, there we go. Trust the Russians to do something stupid, or trust a Russian to do something stupid. So yeah, he's published his manifesto on his Telegram channel, comparing himself to the current president, who he described as being too kind, too trusting, too athletic, and sporty. Which made me laugh. That last little bit made me laugh. Maybe Gherkin doesn't like being photoshopped on top of a bear. That's not his thing. So maybe that's a sporty ass. I don't know what he means by sporty, because Putin does not look sporty to me. Even when he was on that bear.
Certainly not in the last couple of years.
Exactly. So I found that quite amusing. I haven't read through his whole manifesto. I don't know if I'll bother, but there might be some gems of loveliness in there as well. So yeah, he's maybe he's thinking, you know what, I'm probably going to lose this court case, So I'm going to have to be president, and I'll just pardon myself. I don't know. I'm speculating there, but I found that quite amusing. President Gherkin. Yeah. Anyway, Rich.
Good afternoon. How far art thou?
We art good. We art good. How art thou?
All good. All good. Cheers, shippers. Yeah, just coming up. I've forgotten completely about what Hopsy just said about that weapon. That was brilliant. Completely forgotten all about that. They'd probably be better off, I would have thought, modifying drones to do that. Now they've given they have such a wide array of drones that are quite undetectable. Whether they're designed to be undetectable or not is a different kettle of fish. But yeah, the other thing that they need to start doing, which I'm quite surprised at, is especially when they're hitting these airfields, there's a lot of effort being taken and a lot of success being had in terms of taking out aircraft and burning airframes out, and that's brilliant. But given they've now got these what are seemingly relatively inexpensive, or even more seemingly inexpensive drones, in terms of these impregnated paper ones, hopefully we're going to see packages of shrapnel, bolts and nuts and all manner of unpleasant metallic things making their way in no short order into aircraft air intakes, because as I'm sure Hopsy knows, FOD is can be a bit of a wanker when it comes to an aircraft engine. And as much as it's great to see these things burnt out, mission wins are a great thing, and taking out engines when Russia is already going to have so many of them in the background. They're only going to have so many that they can cannibalize, and they're going to be very, very hard to repair and get parts for, given the situations they're in. And then they'll have to start sending them abroad, and then they have lines which can be hit. I'm just surprised that it hasn't diverged to that as of yet, because that could be a quicker and easier win in my mind to taking these things out, quote unquote, in a mission aspect, in terms of taking down more aircraft. I'm just surprised I haven't seen it yet. I'm not sure what Hopsy thinks of that.
All right, thanks very much. I'm going to do a little recycle now, because you guys are rubber banding for me a little bit, and maybe for you. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
We'll go over to Hopsy in the meantime.
It's interesting that FOD would be mentioned. The Russians, in an acknowledgement that the concrete that they used for making runways and everything is crap and substandard. Sometime in the post, say, MiG-17, MiG-21 era, decided that they needed to build as many of their airplanes with rough field operations in mind. And so if you can find it online, and it's pretty easy to find, there's a mod that was designed into the MiG-29s, where when they taxi, they have louvers of some sort or another that close on their main intakes, and they take in their air from above when they're just taxiing around. And a lot of Russian aircraft have been designed with much more of an accounting for the existence of FOD at airfields. And I've always hypothesized that was just because everything they make is such crap anyway, that they just assume that, within one season after pouring a new concrete ramp, it's going to be cracked and spitting out little pieces of concrete. And if those little pieces of concrete get inhaled by a jet engine, it takes out a compressor blade, and the compressor blade takes out the turbine blades, and now you've just got a very fancy low life blowtorch that might take the whole airframe with it. So yeah, the FOD is a great thing, but the Russians have actually, unlike most Western technologies, have acknowledged that it's a huge problem for them. I just find it's ironic, to say the least.
Yeah, thanks, Hupsy. It's yeah. You wouldn't think it would be all that difficult to just make decent quality runways, but apparently they'd rather re-engineer their fighter jets. It's an interesting it's an interesting priority.
If I could just throw
Yeah.
one more little, the worst runway that I ever landed on was on the island of Grenada, which had been built by the Cubans with help from the Russians. And I've seen roll. It was the most undescribable experience touching down and realizing that there wasn't more than about 50 feet of level runway all the way down the 8,000 feet. It looked like something from motocross. I've seen motocross tracks that had left fewer bumps in them.
Yikes. Shaggy, you're back. Let's see if you sound any better now.
Just joking. Just joking. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Although on my display, it shows that you're still muted. I don't know, but yeah, I do hear you. That's the important.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It looks okay on my end now. Yeah. Hopefully that's got rid of the old Twitter pox. That'd be good. I think after a few hours, it's probably good for the car to recycle every now and again. What is this now? 1 o'clock. 4 hours. So that's not so bad. Well, we're back.
It makes sense, although it's ridiculous that we have to do that. But with the technology we're dealing with, it happens sometimes.
Thank you, Elmo. So I was gonna, unless you got some news to bring us or a different topic, Robin, I was gonna have a little look through, see what else I've got to bring up.
While you're looking, I do have one thing that I spotted, which I'm amazed at the Baltics. They always seem to be on the right side of things, and have really done. Have really stepped up to the plate in an incredible way in all of this. Well, the Lithuanian foreign minister urges the EU to drop the phrase supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. I know that this phrase galls a lot of Ukrainians, and I am really sick of it too, because, and as he says, this is a Foreign Minister Landsbergis, that we need that ridiculous phrase should be replaced by supporting Ukraine to its victory, because this as long as it takes it's unfortunately seems to have become an excuse to just drip weaponry out to Ukraine at a very slow pace, which guarantees that as long as it takes is going to be a long, long time. So good for him. I certainly don't use that phrase anymore, and I hope he can make some traction with our fearless leader over here in the States to stop saying that, because we don't want to support them as long as it takes. We want to support Ukraine so that it wins quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I was just reading on the BBC actually that the Ukrainian government has officially confirmed to the BBC that Ukraine was behind Wednesday's drone attack on the Russian airbase at Pskov. So yeah, that's official now. They
Wow.
There we go.
They must have gotten sign off in the back channels from the United States and a few other places to actually admit it so bold. That is great.
Yeah, that's on the BBC website from 58 minutes ago, so about an hour ago. I'm just catching up on that. Yeah, so when they were talking about testing out their 700-kilometer missile drone, then yeah, that's what they talked about. Ukraine believes that four of these IL-76s were destroyed and 2 others damaged, which is good. Russian officials said 4 planes were damaged. So that's the disconnect between Russia and reality, really. So yeah, brilliant. 4 of them. Well, 6 of them out of action. 4 permanently, and 2 hopefully permanently. Maybe they can use it for some parts and stuff like that. But hopefully it will be not airworthy, and hopefully never will be.
That's close to a quarter of the fleet, correct? I mean, they only had something or 20 something in total, or am I getting that number wrong?
Yeah, I thought they had like was it like 50 or something like that, but only 20 were airworthy. I vaguely remember it to me. I don't know. Maybe Hopsy, you
Something
can.
like that.
Any ideas, Hopsy? It's either Hopsy or Latin on this one, but Latin's not here, so it's Hopsy if he's about. I think it was 20. Yeah, and they use these for transporting. Oh, Hop.
It is in the. I thought it was 30 something. I mean, these numbers are fairly unreliable, but just understand that there isn't a Russian fleet of aircraft out there that is more than say 60% mission capable. So you can just kind of go with that, I think, as a rule of thumb.
Yeah, well, 4 or 6 is still a chunk of them, and very expensive planes. I don't think they make them anymore.
Yeah, and if you apply the multiplier to them, especially since we'll just assume these were operational jets because they were targeted. That if only 6 out of 10 Russian jets work, then you can apply a multiplier to those that do, and so it's like taking out, say, 8 in that case.
And they can carry well anything, can't they? Kind of big cargo-y type planes, so they can carry troops and they can carry. Can they carry a tank? I suppose. Yeah, they're quite big, those things, aren't they? So I suppose they can maybe carry a couple of tanks.
I'm pretty sure they can carry maybe one T-72. T-72s are not huge like U.S. And the Leopards and the Abrams and some of these others. They could definitely carry 2 or 3, probably 2 BMPs or armored personnel carriers. They're super. Yeah, I mean they can carry the missiles. An entire ballistic missile can be slid up inside of those things on a specially designed. Anyway, long story short, super capable, very long range, very rugged. They've been in existence for a long time, and are like any heavy transport aircraft have a tremendous amount of utility. And there isn't a military out there that ever has enough of these. And it doesn't matter if it's the U.S. or NATO. They never have to go looking for business.
Yeah, well, it's very good to read that have reduced the capability of the Russian Air Force in that way. I think are these the ones that were used as well in Hostomel to carry the paratroopers in Hostomel way back, right at the start.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they did and I do think they did an airdrop, but that traditionally they have the parachute, the doors that open with that parachutists can go out of on both sides, and I don't know. They could probably. I have no idea how many troops they can carry, but they could probably carry a company of paratroopers. Which is traditionally the number would be around 120, and that's a lot of highly trained troops to put on the ground in a short period of time. I wish some of our ground guys were around that could speak to that.
Yeah, I've been in RAF Hercules, so I think that's a C-130. This was way back in the day. I was 15 years old with the Air Training Corps, and they attached a harness to a couple of volunteers. I volunteered, attached the harness with a cable, and then opened the back door, and then had me walking towards the edge, and there I was looking at Guernsey and Jersey down below. That was a great experience. That I have to say, Gunny, welcome.
Hoy hoy. I think with this raid on the airfield, a lot of people aren't really looking at it for what it is. Smashed up aircraft are lovely things, but to be honest with you, I think that's just a bit of a fortunate kind of byproduct of what this raid achieved. So, first of all, the people who are the Twitter experts who are saying, well, the Russians have got lots of these and it's not really an impact. They don't know what the Russian orbat is for IL-76s. Wikipedia might say that they've got X number of IL-76, but we don't know the Y figure, which is number of serviceable airframes. we know that they're having colossal maintenance problems with aircraft, and we also know that they've been taking pilots and pipelining them into rotary wing or fast jet to try and fill the losses. So, considering we don't know how many IL-76s are on strength, it's impossible to say whether this is quite a big win. But if they have massive problems and there aren't enough of these to go around, yeah, it's a good result. But you have to think about it in terms of what this was and how it went down. So, first of all, there was a lot of reconnaissance. You don't pull a mission off like this just off the cuff, really. So there would have been overhead reconnaissance provided by NATO, and there may well have been eyes on the ground, close observation. The Russians will be worried about that. Right? So that's the first thing. If you're a Russian now, you have to have it in the back of your head that there may be physical reconnaissance assets in European Russia able to possibly look at targets and do close reconnaissance. That's going to bother you. The second thing is, how did they get there? You've now got to draw an extra big circle across Western Russia and assume that any military facility within that circle is now vulnerable to a UCAV strike. So you're going to have to shuffle your air defense assets, most of which are deployed in theatre in Ukraine, and you're going to have to shift them round because you're not going to want all these facilities suddenly obviously vulnerable. So you've got to move. You've got to shuffle the deck a little bit, and that's going to mean pulling air defense assets from one place and redistributing them round. They will not like that. And when we say air defense assets, we don't just mean Pantsir and SAN-6 and stuff like that. We're talking about airborne early warning assets, because clearly they managed to get a good few 100 kilometers and no one saw them. So you're going to want overhead cover to cover these sort of routes of ingress. And that means you're going to have to start pulling airborne early warning aircraft and fast jets away from theatre to try and mitigate what is obviously a weak point in your air defense. Now, the next thing is, you've got to wonder how they got across Belarus. You're going to chirp off that it came from NATO because that's your job. And you want to talk complete bollocks all the time because you're very embarrassed by this shit show that they had. But ultimately, across Belarus is going to be the most likely route. And they're going to be thinking, well, are the Belarusians just shit? Or was there a degree of conniving involved with Belarusian government or Ministry of Defense? Was this wave deliberately allowed through and the Belarusians sort of, well, we didn't see anything, what can you do kind of thing? Seems unlikely, but you're going to have that in the back of your head. How did they do it? How did they get as far as they did? And how are we going to stop this from happening again? So, there are lots of really useful things that have come out of this. I think the airframes is kind of nice. I think more importantly, it served notice that essentially, probably up to St. Petersburg, and the naval base there, free game. So if I was a Russian, MOD, I would be, Christ almighty, I've got to shift air defense assets round. Christ almighty, why are we so bad at detecting these kind of things, and how are we going to fix stuff like airborne early warning radar, and how are we going to maintain 24-hour airborne early warning coverage and combat air patrols so this doesn't happen again, because I've got a lot of targets that are now clearly on the hit list for the Ukrainians. Who's running around northwestern Russia? Do I have to up my security and push out my security bubble around every high priority land target? Right? And that's a real big thing. That takes a lot of people. Securing an airfield is a fucking drama. You need a big defense platoon. You need UAVs. You need lots of vehicle patrols. And really, you need external patrols to the wire to ensure that you're not being reconnaissanced by a couple of people with binos and maybe a terminal guidance capability for the UAV. I'd be worried about that. Do they have people capable with a bit of kit that these UAVs fly over and then hand off to the guys on the ground who do the final terminal phase attack? So, you know, massive problems for them. I don't think they're going to be able to cope with this. I think for the Ukrainians to kind of pull this off, it's let the cat out of the bag that they've got this capability. So timing was probably very important as well. Whether they do it again or whether they content themselves with the disruption this has caused to, it used to be called PVO, but I think it's Aerospace Defense Command or something in the Russian MOD. Don't know. Or maybe they'll give them a week. Maybe they will be so confident they'll give them a week to shuffle around a bit, and then they'll hit another target. So yeah, you know, a really good, important op. The only question that I have, why not Sevastopol? What is there in Sevastopol that's stopping them from doing this? Why are they not going after the surface warships? Not the submarines, not with UAVs. Unless you hit the sail, you're not going to do a lot of damage. You know, these are tough things. But this kind of strike could play merry hell with surface warships upper works, radars, whip aerials, turrets, missile mountings, all of that kind of thing. And the Ukrainians just seem they don't seem to be able to get it right. And I'd be really interested to know why.
Yeah, very good point. Wonder if the ships and stuff can use their own radars to maybe protect themselves a little bit, as well as the ground-based radar that's there. What do you think? The extra radar on those ships may be active. Do you think?
No, you can't get a good radar picture when you're alongside. It's pretty impossible, to be honest with you. Certainly with the technology they're using, anyway. It would depend on the topography as well. We know that they put a picket out in the middle of Sevastopol Harbour, more to a buoy, but that's probably to counter uncrewed surface vessels. And maybe they've got some optronics on there, stuff like that, for looking sort of skyward. But not with their technology. You would have to put a radar picket out in the mouth of the harbour. But you know, for all the times the Ukrainians seem to put uncrewed combat vehicles over Sevastopol, they're just not getting the hits. I don't know if it's because it's a mega heavy electronic countermeasures environment, but we'd be seeing complaints on television, on Telegram, from locals saying basically, I've got no TV picture, no radio, no nothing. So clearly something is really hindering UAV strikes, sir.
Thanks a lot, Kenny. Hopsy?
Sorry, having mic problems. Hi, Gunny. Great to hear your voice. I think it is the EW environment in Sevastopol that probably has got a pretty good GPS jamming, localized jamming dome over the over the harbor itself, and you know, and that's from a tactical standpoint. From a strategic standpoint, you really nailed it. They were probably looking to draw down their ground. You know, at some point, their master plan was to draw down their ground-based air defenses in different parts of Russia and move that stuff closer to the you know, to bolster their forces against the Ukrainian offensive, and also maybe provide some manpower to you know, to some of these at least air defense units. Now they can't do that. Now they have to either redistribute or at the very least not supply those extra troops and systems to the front where, you know, where it's needed, because the Ukrainians have done a masterful job of inserting doubt into yet another area of their psyche. One has to wonder what the Russian S-400 units that are in Belarus were doing the night those drones came across there. And you know, even if they do have local guidance, which makes, you know, when you hit 4 airframes, that's not random. or 6 airframes. And I would also just layer on top of what you're talking about, the IL-76s they hit. 2 things. The first time I saw a successful, that I'm aware of, drone attack on an airframe was in Belarus when they used to forward deploy AN-50 Russian AWACS for, and they took out 2 of them. They destroyed one, and I think they damaged another. And the Russians only had, for the upgraded model, they had less than 6. And so you're either going to have to pull those back, and 4 airplanes over this massive space, you will not be able to maintain anything remotely like 24-hour coverage that either airborne or over the entire territory. Even if you surged for 12 hours or 8 hours or whatever the mission capability is, you could probably only cover half that territory effectively. That's one thing, and the manpower is another, and seeding the the doubts into the Russian psyche is another added benefit. I mean, they really don't care if something in Crimea gets blown up as much as if an airfield 700 clicks behind the border is well, I guess it wasn't that far from the border, but tactically, if the mission had to go 700 kilometers, that sense of vulnerability is just so magnified that it pays untold benefits as far as the will to fight, the ability to fight. Oh, and those IL-76s that they.
Oh, you went off, Hopsy.
Looks like you're muted, Hopsy.
Oh, sorry, I'm having mic issues. I'll recycle here in a moment, but the IL-76s that were destroyed would have been part of the plan to logistically support a more dispersed Air Force. So they hit them out. They stomped on their foot, kicked them in the knees, and then moved higher as they went as they hit them. So I'm going to recycle and listen because I think I'm starting to have issues.
All right, cheers, Hopsy. Yeah, it's like a couple of flies on your table. You'll splat them, and or you may get one, and then the other ones will fly in the air. Then when they settle down, maybe as Gunny was saying, give it a week or give it a little bit of time, see where they settle down, and then go after them again with your big rolled up newspaper called a beaver or a bunch of beavers. Yeah, have them moving around a lot. Yeah, I like that. So kind of denying them that whole big circle Gunny was talking about. Nothing's safe in that circle. Yeah, I like that idea.
It's smart too. They're being smart, going after the links in the logistics chain. Also, if you can't get what's needed to the individual fighter planes, then it doesn't matter whether they're all right or not. You don't have to destroy each one separately, as long as you've messed up the ability to get them, replacement parts or whatever else they need. Also, I had heard that these Aleutians were the ones that they were using to go to Iran to pick up Shaheeds. So the fewer of them that are around, that also could have a positive impact on the amount of drones that Russia has at its disposal.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing that was reportedly hit, but I haven't had an actual damage report of how badly damaged it was the fuel stations, so the fuel lines and all that kind of stuff in that airport, in that military installation in Pskov, as I say it. So I mean, if that's been completely wiped out, then they're not going to be able to refuel there for a little while. I don't know. Obviously, if it's only a little bit, I don't know how dispersed they are. Whether it's all in one place, those fuel refueling stations, or whether they've kind of got a few of them a bit of a distance away from each other. So that therefore, if one's gone up, then they've still got other places in that airport they can refuel from. So if anybody knows anything about that, maybe wait for Hopsy to get up, or I don't know if Gunny knows. But yeah, that'd be
That
kind of
is
interesting
true.
as well.
That was the original reports did say that they had hit some of the fuel tanks, but I haven't heard anything since then. So it's a good question. I know they were also speculating that generally these planes on the ground are not topped up with fuel. You do that before a flight, apparently. So they had to take off, with no chance to refuel, which means that wherever they disperse them to, will have to have the means to refuel them properly for them to, even if they were going to go back to Scov, which probably wouldn't be such a smart move either. So I wonder what going forward, where they're going to end up siting these planes, because obviously they're not safe where they have them.
Yeah, I mean, just off the top of my head, I don't really know all the airfields in Moscow, in that part of Russia, but Murmansk doesn't seem that far away on the map. And that's kind of where a lot of these things kind of run to when things get a little bit hot. Maybe Hop C. So Hop C, I was kind of wondering, haven't heard anything about or the damage report on the fuel depot part of that airport. That was apparently reported as being hit as well as the aircraft. So I don't know whether the fuel facilities are all in one place and therefore that's completely gone, or whether the fuel equipment in that airport is kind of separated out. So if one bit goes, then another bit is still usable, and therefore planes can come in and out and get refueled. And then Robin and I were just talking about where would they probably go if they're not going to, if those planes can't get refueled, for instance. The nearest kind of base, maybe Murmansk, up near there. They might have tootled off up there with their tail between their legs, get refueled, and then go from there maybe somewhere else. So what do you think?
Well, just based on the videos I saw, like everybody else, those are some pretty dang big fuel fires. And most of the time, I'm trying to remember if I've ever been on a military field that had they call them the fuel farm, or naval base for that matter, that didn't all sort of have that stuff sequestered, usually away from your hard stands and everything else for just this reason, and also to take into account if an accident happens. So that at a military airfield, what you'll have is a fuel farm, the big tanks that everybody's used to seeing. And those are generally fed by a pipeline that brings in the aviation fuel from wherever, probably usually the nearest port or refinery. And, these are, large diameter pipes that can bring in a ton of fuel on the regular, on a regular schedule or constantly or something like that, keep the tanks at a certain level. So once you hit these tanks and cause a tremendous fire, that entire facility is to a large degree compromised, not just because of the fuel you lost. And let's say they had, 4 tanks and you blew one up, you damaged another one because it was so close to the fire that when the flaming fuels spilled out of the tanks, it destroyed the pumps and this, that, and the other. So if you're lucky, maybe you're down to 25% of the capabilities you had before. And also you tend to, and the way the fuel moves from these fuel tanks to the aircraft is with fuel trucks. And everybody's seen those when they've gone to an airport. They're, these huge cylinders that a big one will carry 60,000 pounds of fuel. I have no idea what Russian fuel trucks look like, but these are pretty basic pieces of gear. You probably lost a few of those because those are generally parked close to the fuel farm, or stored there overnight. So let's just say you had a few off, fueling aircraft getting ready to go, or just be, ready, alert fuel trucks or something like that are parked near the airframes. They might have survived unless they were really close to one of the ones that got blown up. So that field is essentially shut down operationally, except for people that come in, bring their own fuel, enough fuel to leave with, and are carting stuff out of there because the base is no longer operational. So I mean, you literally it's cutting the Achilles tendon, so they can't run. So yeah, it's a very effective technique, and just adds layers on top of the other damage that was done. It was probably the most important thing I would say to attack would be the fuel facilities. And if you remember, and Gunny will know this, maybe in the last 45, 60 days, there was a big attack on Sevastopol's fueling facilities. And I remember there being a big fire there. I mean, Gunny, can do you remember this?
I can see Gunny connecting. I don't know if he's there. I think he might be having a few connection issues. Well, we can ask Gunny when he comes back, if he comes back, obviously. We'll go to Zigolman until then.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Hop was saying. If you look, I don't think there were clouds over the first satellite images, so you couldn't really see the whole airbase. So, but in the prior week, you could see all the fuel trucks kind of sitting next to the fuel farm, kind of looking like an overparked parking lot altogether. So if that fuel farm got hit, it would have taken out nearly all the fuel trucks also, because they were co-located with the fuel farm. It was like a parking lot. The one image I saw where there were probably 50 fuel trucks all parked next to each other, looking like they're in long-term parking at the airport. So it'd be interesting. The first images that I saw online from satellite, they really didn't have the ability to assess the whole facility because of clouds. And I wanted to point out that there's other air bases. What they're missing at those other air bases is ground support equipment and crews. To be honest with you, ground crews, right? That's what happens when you have to bug out quickly and go to a base that may not support those aircraft. I don't know whether those aircraft are supported there, but the ground support equipment, there are thousands of pieces of ground support equipment that will need to get moved with each of those aircraft wherever they base. And obviously they didn't have time to pack before they left. So that'll be interesting. They'll be flying in and out of that airbase just to get the ground support equipment out, I suspect.
Oh, thanks a lot, Zigolman. Yeah, that had a lot of colour for that as well. Yeah, very good. That ground equipment. It's a bit like the problem the Ukrainians have got. They've got to set up supply lines. So and logistic lines for that stuff as well. So now the Russians are in that position if they've got to try and set all that up somewhere else because that airfield is not operational. Zigolman.
All their spare parts are in Pesco. I mean, it's the whole deal is there. It's just so difficult to, you might plan for 3 months to do a move like that in non-war time, and you're doing it overnight, so you didn't have time to bring any of this stuff. And they're old aircraft, so I'm sure they're spare parts hungry, those aircraft, just because of how old they are.
It's amazing how often Russians' hubris has gotten them into trouble in this war. I mean, clearly they were confident that the Ukrainians could not reach them. They didn't take any steps to even just in case to make it a little bit safer, which is great. But it's just interesting.
And you could see from some of the images you saw that their spare parts was actually aircraft out parked, because you could see a lot of aircraft that were like missing ailerons and things like that. So their spare parts weren't like sitting necessarily on a shelf in a building. They're out in a parking spot being harvested. You could from the satellite image, you could pick out what aircraft were quote unquote the hangar queens, although they're not in a hangar. They're just sitting out there. So what do you do? How do you get spare parts to an aircraft when you need them? You have to like fly into that airbase and go pick through the, what's available there, like the aircraft that don't fly, right? It's not like you can transport the carcass of an aircraft like that you're using for spare parts.
So this sounds more and more like it was a really brilliant operation.
Absolutely. I mean, they had all those 22 aircraft were there. Like 22 fuselages were sitting out, waiting to be hit. Now, some of them obviously were their spare part. They were the hangar queens because you could see they were missing parts. So it's more than an inconvenience. Just put it that way, and from many perspectives.
I like that British understatement there from you, Gorman, Gorman. Yeah, definitely. It's a tad difficult now for them. Brilliant. Hopsy.
I wouldn't be surprised if sort of based on the fact that between overheads, like Z was talking, you know, and that the Ukrainians were looking at a variety of targets that were in this proverbial 700-mile arc, 700 kilometer arc, and go and pick this one because they're like, have you noticed that they cycle a lot of aircraft onto the ground, leave them there for 36, 48 hours, and oh look at their fuel farm. Their security is horrible. They've got everything parked right next to the tanks, and we think we're looking at these three different airfields, but this is really the one. And the next time we see them surge a bunch of IL-76s or what in here, I think that'll be the green light that we're waiting for in the next 10 days to execute this program, whatever lead time they needed, which they would have gotten from overhead intelligence, signal intelligence, eyes on the ground intelligence, all sorts of stuff like that. And I think Robin's right. It was they're patient, and they once again they were playing a little chess when you had the Russians playing mumbly pegs or something. I don't know. Gunny, if you're able to answer that question about hitting the Sevastopol fuel farms, I'd be fascinated in that.
Oh, I can't see Gunny at the moment. Yeah, but just request. Let's keep an eye out for Gunny, Robin. See if he can, or maybe send Gunny an invite. If you can send Gunny an invite, I can't remember what his handle is. I think it begins with an L, but I can't remember. It's not Gunny anyway.
I'll try to find it here.
All right then, yeah, send him so he can come straight up. Yeah, my question. I had a little question. So this airfield, this Pskov airfield, of all the airfields in kind of European Russia, where would this stand rank as in importance? In my own mind, what do you call it? Murmansk is number one. Just to have a feel, but I have no idea. Where do you guys say? Is it Gorman or Hop or Hop?
I'm not qualified to answer that. Obviously, just by the fact that they had 20 some odd transports on the ground and 50 fuel trucks, fuel Bowsers, which is a big number of trucks. 10 or 15 is a decent sized airfield. I think logistically it must be important enough. I couldn't possibly assign it a ranking. I just don't know.
All right, no worries. Yeah, I just kind of get a vague idea. But as you say, yeah, 20. Maybe it was just maybe it was an airport that just did a lot of heavy lifting planes and stuff like that, rather than the fighters and things like that. For length of the runways and things. I did hear yesterday that they haven't got a lot of perimeter security there, like fences and stuff like that to defend these Russian airfields compared to, for instance, NATO. Whenever I drive past an airbase in the UK, there's fences, and it looks more like like prison fencing. There's two rows of it and barbed wire everywhere. I don't think they got mines in between the fences, but definitely kind of a lot more security. And somebody was saying yesterday that there's a lot of the airfields in Russia are basically just open fields. You can just kind of walk onto them virtually.
Well, Gunny did a really wonderful street level Google Earth post. It showed that there was zero security around the tower. There was literally a dirt path leading to the tower, and then somebody else posted that the security in the minds of the Russians and the former Soviets is that back in the day when movement was so restricted and a lot of these bases are fairly remote, that in of itself provides a certain amount of security. I mean, if somebody you don't recognize back in especially the Soviet days when they restricted internal movement, if somebody you didn't recognize showed up in town, they immediately generated interest. But they don't. I mean, I would be worried about chickens and goats and cows walking onto the runway. That used to be a problem in the Azores. We used to joke that the farmers that lived around the airfield would take their sickest cow and trot it out onto the runway to see if it could get run over by an aircraft. And then they had set up reparations with the U.S. where you not only bought the cow, but you bought multiple generations of the cow's future offspring from the farmer. It was quite the racket. We always joked.
Yeah. I think in the UK, I think that part of the RAF regiment does the security for airfields, if I remember correctly. I'm pulling this back from 30 years ago. I think I got offered that, but I couldn't be a pilot because they realised just as they were about. I thought I was going to be a pilot. They said, "No, you got hay fever. We'll check your medical records. So you can't fly." And I was gutted, and they offered me RAF regiment or airload master. But I was so grumpy, I'd not been able to fly. I just didn't bother. Slightly regret that now, but anywho, right, Robin, have you got anything on your list?
Not at the moment. I think we've covered all of the. I mean, there's some great things happening, but I think we've covered most of them. Let me do a little more noodling.
I've got a Chuck map. I've got a new Chuck map that he came out with. I spotted it 4 minutes after it came out, so that came out about 20 minutes ago now. So this is one of his maps on our favourite little area at the moment, the Kharkiv axis around Robotny and Verbove. Russians have had some helicopter strikes on looks like the kind of central Verbove, stroke north Verbove. A Russian attack was broken up at Verbove as well, be a ground attack, and the Russian forces reported to have retreated to the southern part of the village of Verbove, which is very good. So making a little bit of headway there. Russians are trying to do something, but it doesn't seem to be working very well. Over on the other side of that salient, on the left-hand side, over in Robotny, south of Robotny, well, just north of Robotny, there's been an airstrike, Russian airstrike. But between, well, excuse me, I just had some fizzy pop, which is coming back up on me. So just south of Robotny, near Novo Prokopivka. That's about as good as I'm going to get. Novo Prokopivka. Yep. Fighting continues for the high terrain. There we go, topological stuff on the high terrain between Robotny and Verbove. So yep, that's it from that map. So two areas where the Ukrainians are pushing forward, and the Russians are trying to stop them. But it looks as though they're inching forward there, and well, causing attritional damage to the Russians there, which is kind of part of the plan from what I can see, and just trying to make that salient a little bit wider and wider to go with deeper and deeper. So on the Robotny side, you've got the lines of communication, the T0408, which basically goes from north to south, and then also on the other side, you've got a smaller road, kind of goes kind of east to westish, along. If you look on one of my topographical maps of it, actually, I did put a topographical map of this very map, or the one from yesterday from Chuck. So you can see that going along to Verbove, they've been following a little valley down there. That's the O-08140. Normally in the UK, when it has that many numbers in it, it means it's quite a small road. So I think that road's a little bit smaller than the one on the Robotny side, which has only got 4 numbers. So I'm thinking that's my logic on that anyway. I hope that does match. But there is a ground line of communication south of Verbove. It's how many kilometers is that? About 8 kilometers south. So that'll be under artillery fire, especially from the center of that salient. So that ground line of communication for the Russians is the T0401. There's nothing marked on Chuck's map saying that's been hit or anything, I'm definitely thinking that's going to be in range of probably most things, maybe not mortars, but definitely artillery of most types. If it's only maybe 10 kilometers. So yeah, a little bit of progress there. The bottom end, the southern end of that line of contact, the contact line, seems to be a bit thicker than yesterday. It's more of a kind of a grayed out area, or on Chuck's map, a stripy red line, which normally means it's contested. So yeah, things are moving there. So I'm quite looking. It's Thursday today, isn't it? It is all day. I'm pretty sure. Yes. So Chuck's on again tonight. Brilliant. Tuesdays and Thursdays. I mean, basically, I say that Chuck's coming on every night, but I get it wrong 5 days of the week, unless he does one of his trips, unplanned, unscheduled trips. So yeah, I'm thinking Chuck is later this evening. Right, that's my
Right.
update on that. You
Right.
carry on, Morgan.
He has been on extra sometimes this week, I believe. There's been so much going on, so it's going to be. I think it'll be. This is appointment radio, folks. You don't want to miss Chuck tonight. It's going to be very interesting, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was a. Let me pull up his map. Oh, go on, Prince. Oh, hello, Prince. Good. It's probably just afternoon for you, is it?
No, it's still morning, man. Still morning. But as I was stumbling out of bed a couple of hours ago and turning on the volume on the report, actually, you guys had a crash. I had to get back onto the report. I heard you say maybe they can do something like that in the European daytime so that we can hear, because they do it in the North American evening, and it's a difficult subject. And I'm wondering what you were talking about.
So we were discussing with Wardoggo, talking about what's going to be found in Mariupol with regards to the war crimes that have gone on, and all the people that were, all the bodies we're going to find buried by the Russians if we do find it. It's one of the things I find very difficult to talk about. You seem to have a skill of being able to talk about that kind of stuff, and it's very important. Like the actual genocide and the details of it, and the sexual violence and all and that kind of stuff. But you normally do it kind of in the evenings. Well, it's very late in the evenings in the UK and Europe. It's normally kind of midnight-ish around that time. So I was wondering if at some point if we could somehow do that, so everyone in the world, everyone around the world, kind of gets to hear that being discussed. I'm ashamed to say I'm rubbish at discussing that. It discombobulates me. But you seem to have a skill of doing that. So maybe one day we get you on sometime a bit earlier, so that the Europeans can hear that, and maybe another time people in the Far East, like Australia and Japan and that kind of stuff, can hear that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a possibility. You know, part of the problem right now is that I actually was reading about this a little bit last night, that or early this morning, that part of what they can tell from satellites that has happened in Mariupol is already awful enough, and it's recognized that when they actually get access into Mariupol, things are going to be found, and it's going to be rather horrid. But there are so many horrid things going on all over Ukraine, and the report that I was reading, and the report that we've been talking about on Friday nights very specifically, and we haven't been talking details of genocide. We've been trying to understand what genocide is and what it means. None of us are lawyers, but we have some information that can help us guide our understanding from a more legal viewpoint. We've been reading and sort of going through the New Line Institute for Strategy and Policy, the Russian Federation's Escalating Commission of Genocide in Ukraine, a legal analysis, which came out July 2023. And they did a previous report in May 2022. And, this one is emphasizing new things that have happened and how it has escalated. And I was reading last night specifically about Mariupol, also, and of course, again, the recognition that there isn't access. There's actually a couple of hour live stream that happened earlier this week that's on YouTube that I want to take some time to watch because it's specifically about genocide in Mariupol and legal grounds for investigating it. And and the little bit that I was able to watch so far is talking about the intent and one of the differences between crimes against humanity and genocide is intent. And proving intent can be very difficult, especially in a place like Mariupol when you don't have access to the site. So we're gonna, we are doing every Friday night, and it's turned out to be 2.5 to 3 hours every Friday night for the last 2 Friday nights. We'll do it again tomorrow night. Understanding genocide in Ukraine, doing that with Nancy and Gina Christian, from also here in the United States as a journalist in Philadelphia, and just a wonderful, wonderful person who has, just because of her job, looked into genocide a whole lot. Um, and she's a wonderful advocate for Ukraine, and so having her voice in this conversation is wonderful and important too. I don't think any of the podcasts have made it up onto Spotify yet, but I believe they are being worked on. So we'll have a couple of podcasts up, and so those podcasts will be available for people to listen to. And we don't get into big, huge details about what is happening, or at least we haven't so far. We have a little bit, but not into like gory details. Um, but because it's important to understand, what the Genocide Convention says and what it actually means, and we can look at it a little bit more objectively that way. But we still always, it's one thing we do say when we start talking about this, and maybe I'll just say it because it's important for everybody to know that sometimes it's okay to take a break for a day or two, or to turn off the Maria Report. I hate telling people that they might need to do that, but sometimes for your own mental health, you need to do that. Take a break and step away a little bit. And we encourage people that if they're having a hard time with the things they're hearing and seeing from Ukraine, that contacting a professional for some help isn't a bad idea necessarily either, and that there are mental health hotlines in the United States and other countries that you can call also if you find yourself going down into a dark place because of things you hear ab- about that are happening in Ukraine. Um, so just as a little reminder to people that some of the things we end up talking about can be hard, and if you need help, there are resources in every country pretty much to be able to get that help. And you got to make sure you take care of yourself so you can be there for Ukraine. So that's, I heard you say that and I thought, I wonder if that's what they're talking about. And so since I had a moment while my eggs cool down, I thought I would come up and ask.
Thanks, Prince. Thanks for coming up to explain that as well. Yeah, that would be good on the podcast, so people can on Spotify, so people can look at those. I remember I did that as well. So a few months ago, maybe last year, I think it was last year now actually. There was two specific episodes I remember. There was a couple of ladies from Mariupol who were on as guests and describing what happened to them. That took me 3 attempts. I couldn't listen to the whole thing in one go. I had to whole interview in one go. Took me 3 attempts to get through that. It was just too much for me. And the same with there was the chaplain who was the chaplain, I think, of on Snake Island, who was captured and then taken into Russian captivity and tortured a lot. That also took me 3 attempts to get through. But I didn't. I mean, I stepped away for a bit to protect my own mental health, but I didn't give up. I did get through it all, and I'm glad I did as well, even though it was mentally painful. I needed that knowledge and not to look away. So sometimes different people can take different levels of different things. For me, that's a particular subject which causes me a lot of issues, but I need to not grow a pair. I just need to manage my own ability to absorb that very important knowledge. Prince.
Yeah, and it is, and that is, that's one thing that we want to stress. It is important to take care of your mental health, because if you're struggling with that, you're not going to be able to help Ukraine, and so you need to figure out what the balance is of what you're able to deal with, and some people are better able to deal with it than others, um, and that's just the way it is, and so but there are like four parts that we're talking about really clearly. In the first Friday, which we did, we really talked about what the genocide convention is and what it means, and we sort of went through a fact sheet from the UN to try to understand genocide. And then last week we went through incitement to commit genocide, and I believe this week we're looking at evidence of intent to commit genocide. That's probably going to be a little rough, but we will do it and we will get through it. But there are more legal definitions to that. What does the evidence of intent mean? And that's an important thing. And then there's another part that every country who is part of the Genocide Convention has a duty to prevent genocide, and we'll be talking about that down the road here too. So it's it's important stuff. It's important stuff, and it's one thing that I say all the time, especially when it comes to the harder topics that nobody wants to talk about, which I understand. They're hard topics, but we have to, as a what I believe personally, as a group that is advocating for Ukraine and is supporting Ukraine and wants to be there for Ukraine, we have to look at absolutely everything. We cannot hide any part of what is happening in Ukraine and this genocide and the assaults on the people, and in all of the very, very difficult things to talk about. We have to talk about those also, because we need people to know exactly what is happening in Ukraine, not just from a military standpoint, but from a human standpoint. So we can't hide any part of what is happening in Ukraine at all. We need to talk about every single bit of it, so that we know what is actually happening, so that we can advocate for Ukraine in a real way.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Prince. Yeah, I agree with every single word of that. We got a couple of hands. Marcus, then August.
Marcus? Okay. Sometimes people say mockers, and it sounds like my name. I just wanted to say that we have a unique position right now where we see a genocide ongoing, right? So we can react accordingly and advocate for the victims. So I think that's a really healthy way to cope with what is a very sad thing, and that being constructive about it, I think, would be my suggestion for anyone that is feeling the weight of it, because then you can I think you can cope with it in a very healthy way, and we should all do our best to advocate right now and make sure everything gets tracked. Also, anything on Twitter, back it up. I wouldn't trust that any data in the Twitter servers is going to last forever. So, and same thing with any other digital media that's hosted online. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, very good advice. Yeah, it's not
Just
always
real,
forever. Oh, go on, Prince.
yeah, just real quick, Shaggy. Through this, I've been made aware of different resources, and I have been made aware of a database of war crimes. And I know there are more than one database. There is more than one database of war crimes that are being maintained. I believe, by the government of Ukraine by itself, which of course I don't have access to, but there's more of an open source one also, that people can access, and it's a difficult thing to watch. It's got an above 18 verify kind of warning on it, and so there are people who are tracking this very, very closely and keeping records very, very good. And and talking about the SBU stuff on Saturday nights, we also see that through the prosecutor general's office in Ukraine, they're actually bringing cases of war crimes that have happened. They are actually bringing cases against some soldiers of some Russian soldiers, even though they do not know where they are. They have now, they have said, announced that there is the suspicion, and they are looking to arrest specific people. And we just talked about one of those last week. So, Ukraine, there's a lot being done to make sure that this is tracked and that this is monitored, and that it is being addressed as best it can, even now during the war.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Prince. August.
Yeah, I would encourage anyone to, when these are posted, to go back and listen to the first two episodes. They're not overly graphic. It's more about the legalities, and sometimes it's very frustrating to see all the technical points that has to go through before something is considered a genocide. I mean, when Russia's committed at least 70,000 war crimes, you almost feel like there should be some formula for X number of war crimes equal a genocide. But there'll be plenty of them. But what I hope, Prince, that you might include with this is a subject matter expert, psychologist, mental health professional to do, sort of a show on how to help people cope, how to help us cope with our own trauma around this, which is nothing compared to what the Ukrainians are going to, and how we can help Ukrainians and volunteers that are doing it, that are on the ground in Ukraine, how we can best support them. I know there's been people talking about it in different episodes here and there, but not one, specific place with a whole episode dedicated to it that you can add to this series, because I think this series will be very valuable now and going forward as a place to go back to understand all the ins and outs of what genocide is, and also a place, to help us cope with it the best and support Ukrainians in their journey to cope with it.
Yeah, it's going to be when it's completed, it's going to be a very important series and a very important resource for people to be able to go through in their own time, in their own manner. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. What do you think, Prince?
Yeah, I'll talk to Nancy and Gina about that. But what I'm also going to say is, specifically for people in Ukraine, there is a mental health hotline, and there's an app for that, actually, I believe, where Ukrainians can get mental health care rather easily through a app and a phone number, to help direct them in that way. And we can maybe find somebody to talk about it in general terms, but there's so many different resources in so many different countries. We can talk about getting a hold of a sexual abuse hotline if you're having trouble with something. We could talk about getting a hold of a suicide hotline, of a mental health hotline. We can talk about all of those different things, and I'll talk to them about maybe we can have a mental health session too. But we've got some stuff to cover, and then there are court hearings coming up in September too that we may end up needing to go through also. So it's sort of evolving week by week to see where it goes. But I will make a note of that, and actually I have made a note of it, and I will mention it to Gina and Nancy very specifically, and we may be able to find somebody. I'm hoping we may also get because that's one of the things that we talked about last week in the incitement to commit genocide is the religious aspect in this, and so we may actually have a very religious oriented discussion one week too, even though we did get down that road a little bit, because some of the incitement that Russia is using is very, very specific when it comes to what people would think of as religious incitement. Saying that Ukrainians are Satan and need to be de-Satanized, and a whole host of other things. Wishing the plagues from the Old Testament upon Ukraine, which actually we sort of think is a little funny, because if you think about things that are happening in Russia, those 10 plagues seem to be descending upon them, especially with the locust is one of them. Anyway, but those are things that are probably future down the road. And I see Dr. Nick has her hand up, and she probably will have some amazing input on this.
Unfortunately, I can see Dr. Nick is connecting. I can see two Dr. Nicks connecting now.
She looks.
Oh,
Dr.
there
Nick,
you are.
did you come up?
Are you there, Dr. Nick? I can see one Dr. Nick as a speaker with their hand up. Oh no,
Now
both
she's
gone
gone
now.
down. Speaker problem, I guess. We'll try again.
All right, brilliant. Have you got anything to add to that, Robin? Maybe.
I would only say that I definitely advise anyone who can take it, basically to do your best to try to stay up and listen to these to the sessions on when is it, Sunday nights, Prince?
It is Friday nights in
Friday
the
night.
US, which would be
That's right.
Saturday morning in Europe.
Okay, Friday nights. It's I unfortunately I keep on falling asleep in the middle, and I'm very sad about that. But it's definitely worth listening to. And when the Spotify comes out, I'm going to catch the parts that I slept through. Definitely worth. It's high quality and worth listening to.
All right, thanks a lot. Oh, Dr. Nick, I can see you. I can see you just up now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, 5 by 5.
Sorry about that. But just a couple things I'd say. I agree with Prince about, or Marcus and Prince, particularly about advocating and doing constructive things, but also, the importance of tracking all these things. And yes, like Yale is doing something, and I think Harvard is too. Uh, Early on, I had started to keep um, like print and video evidence of when like some of the high ranking officials would like call for genocide, and then it just got too much, and I was working too much. If only I had a regular professor's job and could just teach 2 classes, then I would have the time to do those kinds of things and keep up with it like other professors. But alas, that is not the case. But I still add to it sometimes from here and there, but it is in no way complete. But I at least have some kind of repository that I could point to when people say, oh, well, where's the proof? But so I guess in that way it's useful. And if anybody ever wants to, have something to look at, but it is useful because you're right that they can scrub the Internet of Things, and believe it or not, and um, strong arm Google, believe it or not, to scrub things or to have things pushed way down in, say, searches and things like that. Like I remember, for example, there were interviews after uh, the theater bombing, or not theater bombing, the theater hostage crisis, whatever thing that had occurred. That's Chechens had taken some, citizens, Russian citizens, hostage, and then Putin had ordered the storming of this thing, and then ended up killing over 100 people, including children. And those people who were in that theater had actually tried to sue the Russian state, because they said that actually that the Chechens weren't trying to kill them or do anything, and actually they were alive, when the gas had started to come in, and if they had wanted to either pull their vests or start shooting them, if they had really intended on harming them, they could have done it because they were alive for a minute or two beyond, um, before they died. And so, they, from their perspective, it was the Russian state that killed those people. And so there were multiple like interviews with these people. There were multiple documents and all kinds of stuff like that that you could readily find online, and it's near impossible in particular to find these interviews anymore. And it's pretty well known that the Russian state harasses, tries to sue um, these people, from pulling those kinds of things down off the internet, trying to pull them either from the people who did the interviews or what have you, including Google. Uh, so it's important to track these things and, yes, put them down somewhere for posterity. Anyway, I'd love to hear what Alex has to say.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember those. You were talking about Nordost show, right? Theater show. Yeah,
Yes.
they guessed everybody, and it's kind of
right.
It was signature of Russian special operations. If terrorists take hostages, they kill both terrorists and hostages.
Right, exactly.
And that's
And
kind
the
of
thing is about that, I just want to say real quickly, the amount that you need to use uh, to kill a person is like smaller than like a penny or something like this.
yeah.
Right. And so they like well overdid the amount they needed for that place. They knew or should have known that people would die. And they carelessly just went ahead and did this anyway. And it resulted in the deaths of over 100 people, including what was it, like 4, 5, 6 terrorists, quote unquote. Yeah, but anyway, go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
And then later they did it again, like in Beslan. So
yes, in Beslan.
in
Yes,
Beslan,
they
were
fired.
So
yeah,
terrorists took hostages of kids, school kids. They gassed everybody. They killed the.
No, they didn't gas them. No, Alex, what they did was the school was taken hostage. So there were parents inside because it was like the first day of school. There were parents inside dropping off their kids. There were teachers, obviously, right, and they had brought them into the gymnasium and I think into a room like right next door because there were too many people. And so the terrorists, had these demands to let certain people go, and Putin literally rolled tanks on this building. And you can see there's still some image somewhere on YouTube of this. They fired tanks literally point blank at the building, like rolled right up on the building. And if you can imagine, shot multiple tanks at this building and flamethrowers and all this stuff. And there were singed bodies of children stacked outside this school building.
Yeah, it's
It was
horrified.
unbelievable.
And oftentimes when you hear that, yeah, you can hear all kind of crap about Russia and how people support or whatever. Remember, anybody who said anything against was dead. It's like Al Capone is killing his enemies. Putin is killing anybody who says anything against him. This is
right. And like people were saying about like the plane with Prigozhin and how those 3 people died, like the 2 pilots and the stewardess. It's like, yeah, I get that, and that's horrible, but this is like modus operandi, and that's like, I hate to say it, but that's like small change compared to the amount of people Putin is used to killing as quote unquote collateral damage that are, allegedly his own people. 600 people plus in those apartment bombings, the 100 plus in the theater thing, the hundreds, like 300, whatever it was, number of kids and, plus adults and everything like that were killed in Beslan, and all the other people that have been killed individually, through poison and whatever else, and God only knows the number of people we don't know about. So, I mean, this is who we're dealing with here.
And the problem is, like if you want to find a position, you won't. They are all dead. And on the other hand, you would see radicalization. Like the other day, I wanted to actually talk about it, but so there is a guy who spent like 3 years or something in Russian prison. He was in opposition and he was a pacifist. Like he was convinced pacifist. Now he's in Ukraine fighting against Russians in Siberian battalion. A guy who was kind of pacifist since a child, he just took arms, and because you cannot just say protest, or rigged elections, killing opposition, all kind of stuff. This is Al Capone regime, it's worse than Al Capone. And like, how you want to deal with that? Now Tucker Carlson was to go and take an interview from that guy. And I mean, you should be a real scumbag, to try to, I don't know how to call it. Like, he wants to take interview from Vladimir Putin. I mean, anyway, but yeah. So when you hear that, all Russians are kind of supporting Putin, that's bullshit. You just, anybody who said the word against is dead, or fighting, took arms and fighting. I mean, it's not an easy decision, especially if you're a pacifist, right? Yeah, it's.
Are you talking about the kid who just the 19-year-old who was from Siberia who ended up in prison on treason charges?
No,
and then they're like,
that must be something else. I think he's in his 20s, maybe 28 or something. He already served like 3 years in prison for something else, for being in opposition. And he was pacifist. And now I
don't know what I'm thinking about this.
I will find the name, I'll let you know. But it's interesting that, so we know there is Russian Legion in Ukraine, there is RDK in Ukraine. Now there is also Siberian Legion, or Siberian Battalion.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah,
So
yeah,
there are
yeah.
all kinds
Oh,
of,
what's that guy's name?
resistance, but they are all now going to Ukraine. And they want to fight Russia. They want to fight from within. So I'm not surprised at all that partisans have support within Russia. Because a lot of people, like, you cannot just talk. You cannot go and protest peacefully. The only way to fight the regime is take arms. And that's what they're doing right now. So we'll see, but yeah, that's what they're doing. I'm not
that's what I said months ago.
surprised at all that they are getting support, and attacking from drones, from within. And this article says, there are so many people who want to join us. They don't have time, to check. You need to check. You need to. There's a lot of stuff you need to do. But again, you won't find peaceful protests. All protests now are kind of channeled through taking arms. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers, Alex. Yeah, as I said months ago, there's not really much point for Russians standing there with a banner or even a note of paper with nothing on it, because we're just going to get bunged in prison and shoved in the gulag. We need to start sabotaging the regime in Russia. So that's kind of the only way Russians can really help change their situation, is by helping to change this current state their country's in. So that means changing the regime and sabotaging it. That's just my view. Let's go to James. He's had his hand up for ages.
Oh, no time at all. It's very interesting. So yeah, this is very much along the same lines. This idea that Russia is a serial genocidal, empire, and that this is their model, and it's worked for them because the West has enabled them. So with that in mind, I just want to report on a very bad piece of journalism and just point a few things out about it. This is from the New Yorker, The Case for Negotiating with Russia by Keith Gesson. And I'm going to call it The Chronicles of Samuel Charap. I don't know if anybody knows that name, Charap, but he's a Russia analyst with the Rand Corporation. So he's not too far from the doors of power, and he has been involved in kind of early work, and he recognized early on some of the troubles, and he wrote a book with a co-author called Everyone Loses, about what was going on around this war before it started. And in it, he said that really that one of the biggest problems was that the West and Russia, or no, I'm sorry, I said the West, Europe, America, and Russia, they offered this choice, a forced choice. And that was what really got Ukraine in trouble, is that there was no attempt to negotiate. And later on in it, they go on about in the war that he's still later trying to get them to negotiate. And so this is just so wrong for both the author, who does not offer any of the perspective that we have, and I will say more the experts have about the history of Russia. It is foolish, I think, to expect that negotiations would have rendered anything useful at any point. So very suspect about this Russia analyst about that, and very, very resentful that the author did not say anything about, oh yeah, by the way, they do this all the time. The closest he comes to that is he says, well, Russia, to be sure, is the aggressor, but that's it. It's like, wait a minute, there's more on the table here than just a couple acres of land. Should Russia win, this will just go on and on and on and on. There's no end in sight that you can see when Russia wins. And so it is just a tremendously bad article, and he's not saying anything pro-Russia, but that's not the problem here. His apology for Russia is in not giving the rap sheet on who Russia is and what they've done, which, leaving that out of the context in an argument like this is just, it's rancid. So anyway, and his concluding kind of argument is, oh, this could get much, much worse. And it's like, it probably will for both Ukraine and Russia. And then it will get worse and worse for Russia and better for Ukraine if we keep supplying them. This is the time to accelerate the war. So that's it.
Yeah, the octane, if I can use this analogy, the octane in the fuel that's going to stop this war needs to be upped, so it can so the offensive can go faster, and Ukraine has the ability to prosecute, to kick the Russians out quicker. So yeah, more octane, pedal to the metal. Dr. Nick.
First of all, I saw that, and so did just about every area expert on the globe, and we all had the same reaction you did, James. We are very familiar with Keith Gesson. He has a sister who's also at the New Yorker. And she is also somewhat of a vatnik, but not as bad as he is. So as far as why he didn't do much of a challenging for Mr. Sharap or Charap or however you say his damn name, that's why it's Russian imperialist is gonna Russia imperialist. That's basically was my reply to about that whole issue with him. But as far as Sharap, or however you say his name, he is basically another one of these Mearsheimer, um, apologists as well, who really sees the world through great power politics, and imagines that Russia is this great power and that they can't fail, and that basically that's pretty much it. And so, he basically blames NATO for quote unquote expanding without critical realization to the realities of how, for example, Poland and the other Baltic states were like, hey, you better let us in, or, we're going to form our own, alliance, defense alliance, and maybe we'll go nuclear. How about that? Ignoring these types of realities, considering he's a realist, he's not particularly real. So, he comes from that, I guess, cut of the political quote unquote academic world. The rest of us have pretty much shunned. It's abominable, and ultimately, I would argue that he is being pro-Russian, because ultimately, if you aren't coming out specifically and saying Russia bad, and Russia is doing a genocide, and Russia needs to go home now, you are ultimately on the side of a genocidal maniac. So there really is nothing else that one could say about that. And so, just rest assured, like I said, that the majority of us in whether it's political science, history, whatever, we shun the both of them. So just be aware of that. But unfortunately, the problem is like we've talked about on the space multiple times, is that the average person who might look to someplace like the New Yorker and look to say Mr. Sharap, oh, he has a PhD in political science, oh, he was the director of the Carnegie Moscow Center. Oh gosh, he should know a thing or two. Well, really, the only thing he should know a thing or two about is that he was a Russophile at the Carnegie, Center in Moscow. So that's the problem. You can have people that know things, but then you have people that know things, and it can be hard sometimes to discern the difference between those two things. And that's the problem. And how do we get through to those people? That's the $1 million question. And I guess that's one reason why we're here, to try to make people aware that you know that these things require deeper knowledge, to not just see things through things like quote unquote great power politics, to not just see things through the lens of Moscow, to not just see things through the lens of quote unquote international relations. Because when you look at that 30,000 foot level, you aren't able to see the people on the ground. And from the 30,000 foot level, you may perceive Ukraine as quote unquote the historical neighborhood of Russia. And so that's why it's important to be on the ground, to, look through the lens of those people and not just, you know, um, international relations. That's my main argument that I try to tell people. You have to look through the people who have been victimized by Russia and really understand that they are a colonial empire. So anyway, I digress.
No,
I'll leave
thanks
it.
a lot for that. Thanks a lot for that, Dr. Nick. It's very important. I mean, some people have more ability to be able to put themselves in another person's shoes or look at things from a different angle, maybe laterally think and see things from a ground level, from a medium level, from a 30,000 feet level, and come at things from a different angle. Especially, I think it's got a lot to do with the ability to empathize. Um, and it's very important. Some people get stuck in their silos. Maybe academics get stuck in a 30,000 foot view and can't make it down to earth because that's where they kind of work. But it's really important, and when you can do that, you get a really broad understanding of what happens. I mean, I can't do it in everything, but I like to think as I look at things from different angles. Obviously, kind of you always get more knowledge from everywhere else, but it's a bit of a skill. Do you think, Dr. Nick?
It is, and see, and I hate to say this, but one of the things that I tell my students in the first week, when we talk about the difference between the different disciplines in political science, you know, my field specifically is comparative politics. And so everybody's like, well, what the hell is that? Nobody's heard of comparative politics. Like, what the hell is that? And so I explained, okay, so international relations is the, the relations between nations, basically. So you've got political actors, state actors, and they're interfacing with one another. So you think about things like war, diplomacy, maybe things like, environmental stuff. Maybe they're trying to work out an environmental deal or, things like that, right? Trade deals, whatever. And the thing about that is that you have far fewer variables. You're dealing with fewer actors, there's fewer variables. But the thing is that, when you're comparative politics is the politics within nations. Okay. And it can include sometimes regions. And so you're dealing with all the way down to the level of the individual. All right. And so because of that, you have many more variables. And so it's far more complex. And comparative politics is actually the largest subfield of political science. All right. And so because of that, it takes so much more to really get a grasp of comparative politics because you are dealing with individuals, so you have to think about psychology. You're dealing with groups, so you have to deal with sociology. You are dealing with state actors too, so you have to think about things like game theory and different things like that. You're dealing with wars and stuff, so you are dealing with some of that international relations stuff too, but you can't think of it in a silo like international relations people like to do, because you understand that these actions impact people on the ground. They impact, specific groups of people, whether they're minorities or whatever, right? And so you have to think of it from a 360, degree view, as well as a multidimensional view. You can't just think of it in a silo. So comparative politics really is much more complex. And so when we, for example, do our studies, oftentimes we have to do it to reflect that. So for example, and this is going to bore the hell out of most people unless you understand statistics and mathematics, like our models tend to be like hierarchical linear models, and nowadays we're running Bayesian models too, to account for the complexity of what's actually transpiring, in our models, and to try and account for these things, at the individual level, at the institutional level and at the state level and all of this kind of stuff, that it's so complex. And, you have to account for error and all that stuff. And with international relations, they don't have to do that because they have much fewer actors. They're mostly dealing in things like game theory and stuff like that. So that's the thing, we do have to think about it that complex. So that's just the thing that I would say about that. Yes, and yes, it does require empathy too, because if you are having to think about the individual, you there's no way to not have some kind of empathy when you're constantly being barraged with things like genocide, rape, um, you know, um, various types of killings, and all of this kind of thing, different types of absolute deprivation and things like that. So it becomes, if you don't have any kind of empathy, you can't do this kind of work. But I will leave it at that.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Nick. I mean, I'll give a slightly kind of maybe a bit of a weird example, but topical. So the UK Defence Secretary outgoing had military experience. He kind of came up through the ranks, and then he left the military and went into politics. But our current, our incoming Defence Secretary has never been in the military. He's just parachuted in to the Defence Secretary's role. So the previous one's going to have the ability to be able to empathise and know what the troop on the ground needs and wants, and maybe at a squadron level and all the way up. And then when he was in his defence role, he kind of knows what the people below him need, and can empathise and maybe come to better decisions. Whereas the one we got now hasn't been through that, hasn't got that experience. It's going to find it very difficult to empathise with those people because he's never been one, and therefore may not make as good decisions as the previous one. Is that a decent example? I think it is by your emoticons there. So that's the kind of way
Yeah.
I'd look at it.
I mean, yeah, that could be fair to say. I mean, we'll have to see what actually happens. Sometimes people surprise you. But time will tell, as the saying goes.
Yeah, exactly. I want to welcome Ghost up into the co-host chair. Thanks very much, Robin, for a wonderful 3 hours with you. I think you're probably still listening, I guess. But welcome, Ghost. How are you this evening?
Oh, very fine this evening, Sherry. Sure, Sherry. There are a lot of things happening tonight again. We will try to hold you updated on this. At the moment, in Bryansk, again, there are flying drones. And there is in Feodosia, we had that yesterday night, there is also something going on again. So we keep an eye on that, and we will inform you about that. Shaggy, go ahead.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, that Feodosia place was that place where they had that electrical thing going on, those electrical explosions.
Oh yeah,
so
now I
really...
remember again. Yes, there was that electric explosion. Not all had directly thought that it was electric. They were discussing about the flash they were seeing, but those flashes were definitely from electric. So I think they hit the electric grid or something yesterday evening.
Yeah, we had Genesis Man. I think it was Genesis Man. I'm pretty sure it was. Who came up and explained that. Yeah, in those electrical substations and whatever, they have this cooling oil, a special type of cooling oil, which basically goes blue when it gets blown up, and you don't want to be anywhere near it. But I could say, Urbind, Horvid, welcome. I haven't seen you today.
Thank
Hope
you.
you're well.
Good afternoon. I was just listening to what you said about some pro-Russian in the U.S. media. I have a question about it because I understand that, okay, some people in in U.S. give a big shit in Ukrainians, but why don't we turn it the other way around and look at what is Russian doing towards USA? they have done a lot of hostile action against USA. One of that is the arrest of Ivan Gershkovich. He is an American journalist for the Wall Street Journal. And we also had a case with Brittany Griner, and we have Paul Whelan, and then we have all these threats from the Russian media to nuke USA, take Alaska, and all that. Don't they see that Russia is a threatening? They're threatening. They are not a friend. They are an enemy of USA. Don't they see that? And is that not part of the debate? This is a question for me. Is that shuffle under the carpet, or what is it? Don't they see it?
Let's go to Dr. Nick for the answer.
I can tell you, I have literally done interviews where I've done multiple interviews on Brittany Griner. I have done interviews where I have brought up the nuclear thing and all of that. And Americans, not all, because there are plenty of Americans on here, at different times of the day. There are plenty of Americans that I know do care. Unfortunately, there is a percentage of Americans who think that all of that stuff is BS. And they think that Russia is this great country, that Biden is a weak leader, that they'd rather have Putin as their president, and that he is, bringing to Russia, that, he represents this leader who is trying to combat the decadence of the West, and that he's the head of this great Christian nation. All of these different variations on that theme. And in political science, we measure these kinds of things. And, the way that I could say that this can be explained is a couple of ways. One, there is a percentage of the US population, just like there is in any country, who tend towards, as individuals, tend towards authoritarianism. And that they themselves individually also lean towards preference of authoritarian leaders. And you can measure this, make little charts with it mathematically and all this kind of stuff, and make models, and demonstrate it, from a causal perspective. And so, unfortunately, that is the case. And there's lots of ways that we can account for this and measure this. And that's the only explanation that I have for that. It tends to be the same people that parrot those talking points say that. And it's on both the right and the left, because there is right authoritarianism and there's left authoritarianism. Okay. And that's important to point out. Marxist Leninists, Maoist Leninists, whatever, as well as people on the far right, whether it's in Germany, AfD, in this country, the 3%ers, whatever, any country you can think of that has these types of elements. They are the people on both the right and left that tend towards authoritarianism. And so I would argue that a percentage of those people are going to fall for that trap.
There's if we go back in time, Snowden, isn't he accused for spying on USA?
And he's a traitor.
Yeah, and he is protected by Russia.
Yeah.
And he was that is always almost it's back to the Trump period, isn't it? Or earlier.
All right, you blinked out for a second. Could you repeat that?
When was Snowden arrested? Or arrested? When was he accused for spying? And
No,
when he did?
Obama. That was under Obama.
Okay. Snowden.
Yes, Snowden was under Obama.
Obama. Okay. When Trump was president, did he try to get him into USA?
He made a few comments about it on Twitter, as I recall, and definitely about what's his face? Why is Julian Assange that he should be free and whatnot? So there's that aspect as well, and of course, I definitely don't agree with Julian Assange.
Okay, so Matt, but I can't understand that people, politicians in USA, turn their back to their own citizens when they obvious they haven't done any wrong. They are just hostages in Russia, and they just turn their back on them and say that.
Well, the hostage situation, I know that they definitely are not. They have been working diligently trying to get them released. Unfortunately, knowing the way Russia works, they have their heels dug in deep for political reasons. And unfortunately, until Putin makes a decision for whatever reason, there isn't much we can do without sacrificing our own morals for that. And, at least in the case of this quote unquote spy, that family, I know for sure, seems to understand that. And was not upset about Brittany Griner going ahead of him. As far as the Wall Street Journal person, he is Russian, apparently, not a Russian citizen per se, but he is Russian, and I wonder if that's one reason why they took him. And they're going to hold for whatever reason, and they're not going to let go until they say that they want to. They probably have something that they want to trade him for, or the other guy. So whatever their reasons are, they will let us know when they want to let us know. And unfortunately, that's the way that they work.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nick.
No problem.
Yeah, I think there was that basketball player was swapped for arms dealer or something. Was that?
Yes, for an infamous arms dealer who immediately went to right back to work to trying to get more arms for Russia, which is exactly why they wanted him, on the black market or whatever for Russia. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Zigom.
Yeah, a lot of the reason the U.S. population in general doesn't hate Russia or not take the sides they are is there really isn't a lot of coverage of like what Russia says. When Russia threatens to nuke, when one of their political journalists comes on and says, hey, let's nuke New York or let's nuke London, that never makes the news here. So if you're not like following the war closely, you don't really realize what important people in Russia are saying. when Medvedev makes his statements. If you're not following him on Twitter, you're not seeing what he says on the news here. So unless you're engaged, you never hear this. And that's a lot of what is, it keeps a lot of people kind of on the sidelines. I want to say they're not aligned with Russia, but it keeps them from being pro-Ukraine because they don't hear that. That stuff never makes the news. You'll never see anything about that. You know, once Brittany Griner was on, you never hear about any of these things. Like, you know, now when she was in the news, it was in the news. You know, you might get a 10-minute clip or a 5-minute clip daily on the status of the war in Ukraine, like, you know, but you don't hear any of this other stuff on the news. So people haven't formed an opinion for most people because they never hear it to form an opinion. That's kind of a flaw in the way we're approaching this, in my mind, is that we really aren't, our media in general really isn't educating our electorate in all the other things that Russia's doing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I get that impression. Again, the mainstream media gets bashed, but sometimes it deserves it. So it'll report what Russia said, yeah, but it'll just give you a soundbite of what they said, but they won't put you in any context like, well, they've said stuff before, which has been a load of rubbish, so but you probably won't want to believe this. They won't add that bit in there.
Well, they don't even
They'll just
report what they
report
said. You won't ever hear what's said on Russian media about, like, that we should be buying. What Medvedev says, I literally have never heard on the mainstream media, like, you know, the nightly news. Hey, Medvedev threatened to, you know, nuke New York today. That never makes the news. So you don't have. It's kind of an opinion by, you know, by not understanding what's being said by these important people in Russia.
Okay, Dr. Nick.
I can tell you why. Two things. This speaking because my husband's a journalist and has been for 30, how old is he now? Like 35 years. Okay. You know, I mean, award-winning journalist, I can tell you, and boss man, he runs the news station now, and has for many years. He's been in news management for many years. The reason why is because the people that and what I was talking about before, pardon me if I slaughter your name, Oyvind, was the people who are vehemently against it and do not support. I'm not talking about the people who have no opinion, right? The problem is that the people who are vehemently against have lots to say. All right, either to newsrooms about their coverage. There's that, and then additionally, when that stuff is on, nobody's interested. So either nobody's interested and it's not being watched, okay, or they get a lot of hate mail about it, saying that the things that they're saying is fake news, that they're lying, that they are, you know, all of the conspiracy stuff that you can imagine. Okay. And so unfortunately, news, just like anything else, is a business. All right. That's why public media, which isn't a business that, you know, we support with our public dollars, is actually in a lot of ways better. Right. But I digress. So, you know, and my husband would actually agree with that. You know, the problem is that, okay, that we have a very loud minority, and that those people that do support either don't say anything or aren't watching. Okay. And unfortunately, they have to feed their families, and they're going to put on the things that people are interested in that do watch. Okay. And so that's just the unfortunate reality of the situation. Okay. And so the ones that do follow it, that do watch, they will get their little bit, trickled in of the news here and there. And that's it. And sometimes it's right and sometimes it's wrong, because as we all know, sometimes the people that they have reporting these things, either in print or on TV, aren't exactly knowledgeable. So that's the situation. So I don't know if that sheds light on it.
So that helps the comment.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I
This
was
is great.
just trying to kind of give you the American perspective of why we're not as outraged as Europe would be, for instance. Folks in Europe are obviously paying a lot more attention. So there's a lot of people in the middle that really don't know, just because it's not something that's put in front of them every day. And I'm not denying the reasons that it's financial and it's hate mail, it's all the other things, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They're not consumers of it because it's not served to them, and that's what. So there's a lot of people that are ill-informed just because unless you're trying to follow it, you're not going to be able to follow it. Like I said, when a guy like Medvedev threatens to nuke somebody, you'd think that would make the news, but it doesn't. Just the truth.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I think it'd have an effect in the States if the headline was "Former Russian President Threatens to Nuke United States or any one of its allies." That certainly gets some backs up, but they don't. I think when I was saying that, I was kind of meaning from the UK perspective. I don't really have much of a US one from what you guys see over there, but in the UK, for instance, the BBC will report what Russia said, and not giving the context that is required, in my point of view. And it seems as though when you said in the US, it's just not reported. Full stop. There's no what even Russia said. They just apparently didn't say anything.
Well, I think that it is sometimes, right? But the problem is that people aren't always watching either the stations that do report some of these things, or they're not just watching at all, because you have to have some kind of a base interest in world news, to be watching for that segment, whether it's cable news. Local news definitely is not going to go into that unless it's some big thing, like some like big huge, like, I don't know, like the start of the war, or the start of the full scale invasion. And they won't continue to cover it unless it has a local element, right? Like some Ukrainian church is doing a big fundraiser, or if a local veteran went over to join the International Legion and they died or something like this, and their body's being brought home and they're going to be buried, right? Local news, their job is hyper local, and they cover international stuff only if it's really big or it has a local connection. So unless they are watching like the national channels, right, the 24-hour news channels, and they happen to be watching when they are watching specifically the stuff about Ukraine, and that's being covered, and that moment when they are talking about that, then they're going to miss it. So I would argue that it's not necessarily that they aren't ever saying it, because sometimes they do, and I know that they do, but it's not consistent, and they don't talk about it enough, right? I would argue not enough.
I contend that most people consume their news. They eat dinner 5 o'clock. The local news comes on till 6:30. Between 6:30 and 7, the national news comes on the 3 major stations, and you will never, in that 30 minutes, which is what the typical American sees that's not watching cable news, in that 30 minutes, it's never mentioned, right? And there's a large percentage of the population that's their news. And you're right, it's local dominates, but there's a half-hour segment of national news on every major network, Well, it's 6:30 on the East Coast, and you won't see anything like that when they're
Right,
the
right.
light.
No, I agree with you. But then you got to think about it too. It's 30 minutes. And what are they
Yeah,
going to squeeze in there? You know, and I
yeah,
wish to God that they would say more about Ukraine.
yeah. Well, I'm just trying to explain, why to folks in Europe why there isn't such outrage about what Russia says, and a lot of it just is because it's not reported enough. And you're right, it's not reported enough, and you kind of have to be lucky to catch it at the right time to see when the former ruler of Russia says they should be nuking. Could you imagine a former president saying, "Hey, we to go nuke," and it not making the news, like in Europe or wherever? That's just the truth.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think, and I hate to toot our own horn here, but that's one reason why I think that we're here, and I hope that we all aren't just listening and then not saying anything. I hope that we're listening and, we talk to people we know about this stuff, or, whether, even if it's on social media, if somebody says something that's disinformation, that we challenge them on it, or if they say something in person, that we, politely challenge them on it, whatever, to just provide that additional information, because because of that reality, especially here in the United States. Of course, other places too. We should all be doing this no matter where we live. Um, but it's vitally important to be a sounding board of correct and sound information, and to remind people that Russia is not our friend. All right. They're just not, they haven't been. And that's just the way it is. And, give them the whole litany of reasons why that is the case. Whether it be they constantly threaten to nuke us, they have, constantly been engaging in various disinformation campaigns, for decades in this country, back to the Soviet Union, all the way through. Whether it's trying to recruit people to spy, whether it's trying to kill people, or that are you know what's the word I'm looking for, clarions of democracy, or whatever, that they are the people that are spreading democracy, like Anna Politskaya and different people like that in their own country, trying to kill their own citizens in other countries. I mean, this is just who they are. That they killed their own people, 600 people in the apartment bombs, they killed, shot tanks on children. You can find those pictures on the internet somehow still. Gas their own people in a movie theater. All of this kind of stuff. Remind people who Russia is. This is who they've always been. 2 genocides in Chechnya, invading Georgia, Transnistria in 1992. This is just who they are. And to imagine that somehow it's different now in Ukraine, why would it be different? It's not. This is who Putin always has been. This is who Russia always has been, and it's just not any different. And we need to be that voice, whether we're in the United States, whether we're in Europe, whether we're in Africa, whether we're in South America, Antarctica, the North Pole. I don't care where we're at. Asia, Australia, New Zealand, wherever we're at. That's just what we have to say. But anyway, I digress.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Nick. Yeah. Very, very good points there. Well, I agree with them all. Right. I can see Axel's up on the speaker panel now. Axel and I are going to be swapping. So very nice to be here. A nice, what was it? Was it today? 7.5 hours of loveliness. I am hungry now, so I'm going to demolish some foodstuffs of some kind. I might just bomb to the chippy. Be quick. Yeah. So catch you all later. Enjoy the rest of the evening with Axel and Ghost and everyone on the panel. Catch you later. Bye bye.
7 stairs to heaven, Shaggy. Now you just have to sing back. It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Sorry, I pressed the wrong
Thank
button
you,
there.
Shaggy.
I pressed the sad button there. I meant to the smiley one. I'll drop now. Enjoy your evening, Axel.
Much appreciated, and thank you very much for staying on this evening. And to everybody else, a good evening. Welcome from Tallinn, Estonia, where NATO sits pretty, and we look across the border where the airfield of Pleskov, or Pskov, as the Russians today call it, still lies down and smolders.
Also, there is an airport targeted in Bryansk, Axel, at this moment.
As we said earlier today, dear Lord, our daily Bryansk give us today. So, who is next? I heard Dr. Nick before. I haven't heard Barney. Barney will give it a chance, and then we'll go to Dr. Nick after. Barney, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, really appreciate what you're saying earlier, Dr. Nick, about the view of American versus the view of an European. Being from UK, I mean, yeah, we've had a bit of a change of ministers today, but that won't change anything that Ukraine gets from the UK. So, Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Thank you. I mean, what I find interesting is what I'm seeing in the United States and my Twitter feed on the sort of either lack of support or the support for Ukraine, and whether I don't speak to many Americans often. The one thing that I want to know is who the fuck is Vivek and where the hell has he come from? And is there an American here that can actually answer that question and whether he is actually really a contender or just a dickhead?
He's a bloody tosser, Barney. I could answer that for you. It's easy. The chap has been making money by means of liquidating literally a company and cashing out at a point in time where the investors took the risk. He is a wily, smiley person who tries to capitalize on the fact that he's contrarian to the rest of it. And he puts up as money, he puts up a bit of money here and there. And that's that. And other than that,
but
he may believe that he can be a presidential contender, but he isn't. And no, he doesn't have the numbers, he doesn't have the polling, he doesn't have the appeal, he doesn't win the independence. He's just in there for the media coverage. So that happens, you know, it's like somebody in you go to a marginal constituency and you find someone who really, really believes that he should be voted in, and you all know that he's a bloody tosser. What do? Not vote for him.
Yeah, well, I mean,
some are saying he's trying to vie for Trump's VP or some crap like that. You know, whatever it is, I agree
Nobody
with.
is.
I know what you're saying. he is a tosser, and I absolutely love that word. And it's absolutely exactly correct. I'd also add he's a gobshite. I love all these words. They are just so brilliant.
Oh, you're learning English.
I know. Yes. And let me tell you, he's a total idiot. Doesn't know what he's talking about. His quote unquote foreign policy, and I use that term lightly. It's entirely too generous. Prescriptions on Ukraine, only betray his utter ignorance on anything. I doubt he could find Ukraine on a map before he decided he was going to run for president. Then maybe somebody told him, maybe you should know where it is. And that I'm not even sure of. So, he's just a fool. And there's literally no way that's going to happen. So, yeah, there you go.
I think, Barney, we managed to address that, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, it's like I haven't actually had the chance to speak to any of my American friends on this. So this was like literally the first time I've wanted to or been able to talk to Americans and what they think compared to what we see on foreign media, which also go back to Dr. Nick on what she sees of how the Europeans see what's going on. And there's we think that we don't actually listen to what the Russians are saying. 99% of the UK people, we're just like, yeah, whatever, we don't care. We just trust our government to do the right thing. And until today, we had Ben, and we trust that Secretary of Defence going forward is going to continue leading the charge and giving the weapons that then you guys give because we've given them. That makes sense.
That's fair. It does make sense, Barney. And by the way, let me just address one thing. I would like to go to our friend Bill Goldman quickly as well, so that you hear it from both sides of the aisle in the US. And Bill and I have been discussing many times exactly this topic, that we need to focus on those who actually make decisions right. But Bill, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm kind of like hope he hangs around, just because his problem is he's competing for the same voter that Trump and DeSantis is, and he's not. They're all presenting themselves as isolationists, which will attract them to a certain percentage of Americans, but it's not going to be any more. He's not bringing more voters into his camp. He's just skimming off voters from the other two, and to me, the more isolationists that are in the mix this early, the better, because they'll just cancel each other's vote. They're not bringing more people into that position. They're just sharing the same voters. They're going after the same voters. So he has no chance because he's going after the Trump voter, and the Trump voter is not going to abandon Trump to go to him. So that doesn't help us with Trump, but it says that he's got no shot because he's not any different.
Yeah, he has, as American friends would call it, he has absolutely no lane to the White House. There's zero possibility for him to actually garner that kind of, create that momentum, garner this kind of support, or ever appeal to independence. And therefore, he is just literally in there for the ride and for whatever kind of media role he wants to have. I presume at some point in time, this guy wants to go into a media seat wherever to try out whether he's sufficiently telegenic, which I doubt that he actually is. But there you go. Alrighty, if you allow me, chaps and ladies and gentlemen, I'll go to Luca and then to James. Luca, buongiorno in your case, because you're still you're during the day there over there in La La Land, right?
Yeah, more like the Bayland, but sure, yeah. Buongiorno, Axel. Long time not coming up. I've been a little bit busy, but I've been listening. The reason I come up, I was something a little bit hilarious, where I watched some videos and apparently some cardboard drones, and then you were talking about Pskov air base, and I say, how refreshing that, like, the mighty Russian air defense, the S-400, the one that Erdogan decided to buy and as such got kicked out of the F-35 program, gets now defeated on a daily, shall we say hourly basis, by ingenious cardboard drones Ukrainians build. It's just like, it just makes my day. I'm just so happy today. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it is the whole panoply and the variety of the drones the Ukrainians are bringing to bear, from both highly refined pieces of engineering, then the cooperation with Bayraktar, where parts of Bakhtar, were parts of the Bayraktar, for example, and the engine components obviously come from Ukraine anyway. Then all the way down to a variety of the consumables, what people mistakenly call a kamikaze drone, which is a terrible term, by the way, because there's no such thing. Kamikaze has a completely different meaning, but it doesn't matter. So drones which are a one-way ticket to target the other parts. The interesting thing really is that they have, out of necessity, but also with a view to expanding their attack range, embraced drone warfare. And now they're pursuing it. And Alexander Kamishin and his crew are definitely pushing this very, very hard, and you can see it. And since he has taken office, we can see a significant, wide-ranging, deep, and well-funded, by the way, because the Ukrainians very specifically and very, very directly focus on their developments on those things which bring them what American friends over there call the best, what's it, bang for the buck? But there you go. All righty. And with that, James.
Yes, just on Vivek Ramaswamy. He is, I think, like you said, he's probably applying for some kind of job in the media. But I also wondered if he isn't also interested in just kind of following the same kind of career that Trump had. And I mean, if he can find a grift.
Becoming insolvent and bankrupt as a real estate developer? I doubt it.
Well, no, the grifting part, which think about it. The millions that rolls in with every indictment and everything like that, maybe it's a short-term strategy, but there's money in them Lar Hills.
Well, you're not going to convince me that this doesn't exist everywhere in politics, because I have to tell you, I learned once when I read books about the early career of Theodore Roosevelt, about the history which led to his specific job en route to becoming police commissioner in New York, the city of Tammany Hall, the highly infested, very, 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 very cagey and insidiously corrupt setup over there. But there you go. It seems to be a human thing. We have a lot of
He
these.
didn't work at Tammany Hall.
No, he did not. He was the guy who, after Tammany Hall had established control, brought, by means of working in the police, a bit of order into it. That's what it was trying to allude at. Theodore Roosevelt was definitely not in any shape or form inclined to that. On the contrary, you're quite right. That's what I was alluding to.
Okay, just making
But
sure.
he worked in the arena which Tammany Hall had contaminated and set.
Yes, he cleaned up the whole New York Police Commission and brought those people under control and the whole thing. Okay, just making sure we're on the same page. Continue.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I like the letters which he wrote at that point in time, and then the notes which he had made later, referring back to how he had to actually go through the whole building and look at people's desks, which I found quite interesting. But there you go. Then again, the wonderful golden letter openers and the likes. But there you go. All righty. So corruption everywhere. Who else is joining us? We have in about 17 minutes Nuno Felix joining us from an undisclosed location. And we'll be talking a little bit about the events of the past week from his 30,000 feet perspective. And I think that will be quite enchanting, and I hope it brings some clarity to things. But there you go. Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick.
Gosh, I was talking into a muted mic. I'm so sorry. Gosh, now I forgot about the other thing I was going to say. Would you mind hearing one of my favorite Theodore Roosevelt things?
Always. I like the guy who was in with the Rough Riders.
Yes. He's absolutely one of my favorite presidents. Actually, my son's middle name is Theodore after him. I tried to be extra bougie and name him, his first name and then Theodore Roosevelt and our last name. And my husband was like, absolutely not. That's too much. But anyway, so when the strike was happening with the coal miners and all that, and he was trying to, brokerage something between the owners of the coal mines and the workers and all that kind of stuff. Some senator whose name escapes me right at this moment, went up to him into his office where he was, brokering this deal, and was like, this isn't your job. You're not supposed to do this kind of thing, and was like trying to read him the riot act.
Dr. Nick, I think we lost you when you said riot act.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. And now you're gone again.
Oh, God. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay.
Carry on.
I'm so
Just
sorry.
Carry on.
I think there was like a dead spot, like right where I was, and I was at a stoplight. So I was kind of like rolling forward. Anyway, so he slams his hand right on the desk next to the guy, and he says, was the Constitution made for the people, or the people for the Constitution? Like of course, I'm not going to yell it the way he allegedly did, but apparently he was yelling it so loud and his face so red, and he got spittle all over this guy's face. And apparently he sort of backs down.
I think we lost you again after down.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. There's a couple of dead spots, I think, on this road. But anyway, so yes, that's my favorite thing, because I think it's very poignant, like one of my favorite quotes of his. I think it's like very poignant, like that moment. And I think about that like a lot. So anyway, that's one of my favorite things. And the other one.
Thank you very much.
Did
you, Dr. Nick? Did you get your son, other than this wonderful first-class middle name, did you also get him then a decent Bull Moose T-shirt when he grew up?
Well, yes, actually, he does have a Theodore Roosevelt shirt, but we used to go to, when we lived in New York, we used to go to Sagamore Hill, which is Oyster Bay, Long Island, where he lives. But also we used to go to the Theodore Roosevelt inauguration site, which is in Buffalo. We used to go to those places a lot. And I have a picture of him. The guard got to know us at the graveyard site. And there's a picture of my son and us next to his gravestone, which is really cool. But anyway, yeah, he's one of my favorites. So yeah, and he became a Theodore Roosevelt like junior. What was it, like ranger or something like this? Like I've got the little pin somewhere. But it's kind of funny. So yeah, we were all in.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I can see that Alex is joining us. Is this another Theodore Roosevelt story we're hearing,
Alex? Thank you, Axel. No, it's not a Theodore Roosevelt story. It's actually a George Soros and Vivek story. There was a report today that came across that, well, first of all, George Soros is obviously he's a famous shipping magnate. And there was a story that came across about Vivek apparently was educated on a George Soros Foundation scholarship. And George Soros is like the bane of the right wing. He supports liberal democratic causes. And George Soros is also at the center of many right-wing conspiracy theories about who's controlling the government in the US. And apparently this was on Vivek's Wikipedia page when it was discovered by the media, since he's drawing so much attention and now is getting, scrutinized. But he keeps removing that information from his Wikipedia page, and people are putting it right back in. So I thought that was a humorous story, but he's got some explaining to do about this George Soros foundation scholarship that he was educated on. I just thought I would share that. Thank you.
Evidently, Mr. Vivek has managed to annoy quite a number of people, both in the capital markets as well as in the legal community, the auditors and the likes. And we will observe his malfunctioning campaign from the outside, shall we say, with a bit of glee and distant head shaking. I don't know. Luca, please. Did we have in Italy any politician who was equally unfunny? Equally unhelpful? Many, right?
Oh, go before I say it, go ahead. Tell me which one is the top in your list.
I think that in terms of stupidity, the original crew of the Cinque Stelle was already bad, but only to be beaten by the clown? What was his name? Jesus. Who was the clown for?
Lega
Yes,
guy?
thank you.
Salvini. Salvini, yes.
The utter clown, exactly.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
when he speaks with his voice, his specific intonation, then the fact that he can't pronounce things well, that he always goes for very aggressive statements at the same time, whilst he's a bit toothless, is he not?
So I think it's like okay, so I think that's where like Meloni really gained lots of points. First, of course, by the fact that we were concerned that she was going to be weak in her support of Ukraine, and she wasn't. But she must be really smart and had good advisors, because the way that effectively she segregated the Salvini. I was just talking about this with my son. He living in Italy, he gets much more of a good feeling about it, and well, he still had like 12 or 15%, 12 I think, percent of the vote. So she needed support to make the government, and she was able to put him at the transport ministry. And apparently, it's kind of like one of these ministries that he cannot complain too much about it, because it's important. It's like infrastructure, but it's also kind of boring, right? So he cannot go around and like spew his like racist.
Isn't this also? But isn't this also the ministry where he has to deal with a lot of mafia? Sorry, a lot of collective bargaining infrastructure in the south, including a bridge to Sicily.
Okay, well, exactly. So the only thing that he was able to do, my son said, was that he started again to talk about the bridge, right? But compared to like basically like his chatter has been reduced by like 95%, and I think it was a very smart move by Meloni. So yes, Salvini the clown. I want to actually go.
She put him in charge of a bridge. Let's put it this way, right?
Yeah, exactly. Something. Well, a bridge that will never happen, right? We know that the bridge is just kind of like I don't know. It's just nobody's ever gonna build it. Anyways, like so. Yeah. So Salvini. Yep. We got it. And actually, Giulio, my son told me that just people don't even take him seriously anymore, because he was kind of dangerous, like effectively a Putin asset, and like Putin had developed many of them across Europe. Like you could see him taking power and trying to do like an Orban move in Italy. That's obviously the direction things were going, and that's where actually I raised my hand, because I forgot the previous speaker mentioning about Soros and funding Vivek. Yeah, I noticed that. It's pretty funny. To me, it just shows that like Soros like actually spread lots of money to lots of different causes, right? And that's what's most said about it, right? It's the same thing about Bill Gates, like trying to develop vaccine and all of that, and then being attacked as trying to control our lives, and you're kind of thinking like already these days. Lots of these multi-billionaires, they're like, screw it, I keep my money for myself. And then the few that are trying to actually like, push it out there with some.
But Luca, it is fair to say that the longer Mr. Soros stays on this planet, the further he is swung to the hard left. He has done this in various movements, and that's fine. It is his political bias, and his it has always been. I mean, I've had him on a podium once, and we've had discussions with his crew a couple of times in the decades, and his youngest son, now in charge, is also pretty hard on the left. But it is what it is. I don't mind. We have those and we have those. I mean,
I don't doubt it, right? But that's also why I mentioned about Bill Gates. He just gets attacked just as much, right? For his, how is it called? Sorry, like it's escaping. How do you say when you donate money? Charity or something like that, right? Like,
yeah, and they do both. That's the point. They do both.
Philanthropy.
Philanthropy. The thing is,
Exactly.
both of them do good works, and that's fine. They finance good work,
right?
But they also go after their own political ambitions, and other people who have money can go after theirs. So it's completely fine.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say was for the previous speakers that you of course you guys know, but like just to remember, right? Who Soros also sponsored at the beginning was Viktor Orban. Let's not forget that. Like Orban actually like used quite a lot of like Soros funds to go in power, and they were probably even friends at the beginning.
For a long time, exactly.
So you know, I don't know. It's it is what it is, like you're saying, and you know, just need to remember what you know what history is. So yeah, I'm done making my comment. Thank you, guys.
That was very helpful, and thank you, Luca, for that. Dr. Nick, you wanted to add something?
I guess sort of along those lines, but not directly speaking to Soros or Bill Gates. It reminded me of something another speaker was asking about earlier, and I forget who it was that was asking me a question about the difference between US and Europe and their thinking on things. Just real quickly, I think that one of the problems, just sort of very broadly, is that in the US, we are entirely too blessed by geography. And we really take for granted the idea that, you know, Russia is way over there, and most of our enemies, we have a huge gaping, you know, ocean on either side between us and them. Whereas with Europe, they have very recent memories. Sure, we had Pearl Harbor, but really, there aren't real instances where the mainland has had to deal with a sustained war, sustained bombing campaigns, sustained you know, ground campaigns, or anything like that. Whereas Europe has, you know, multiple times in the last century, and so for them, this idea, especially from Russia as well, that this idea is very fresh in their minds, and especially for Eastern Europe. And I think for Eastern Europe, more so than anybody else, except maybe perhaps the UK, has really understood this concept. Strangely, I would think that the whole of the European continent would really, you know, get this completely, especially France, etc. But, you know, the Eastern European part of Europe really seems to have taken the lead in concert with the UK on this issue, and I think that that's one reason why. And I would say just real quickly that there was a SCOTUS justice, his name was Joseph Story. He wrote this 3-volume book that today is still considered, you know, the seminal writing on, if you ever wanted to know the intent of the founding fathers of the Constitution, it's called Commentaries on the Constitution. It's a 3-volume book. And at the very end, he says something about, it's really beautiful, and I'll post it up later, and I don't want to ruin his words by even attempting to quote it, but I will say this, that he warns that, you know, the Constitution is perfect and it's brilliant, and that, you know, that it can be amended and blah, 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 and all this sort of stuff, and that, you know, it can withstand, you know, war from without, but that it could still fall within an hour from the people who are supposed to protect it, and that's the people, right? The people of the United States. And that would happen if they become lazy, you know, and also if they were to, you know, just allow themselves to elect people who would flatter them in order to betray them, you know, and the importance of being vigilant, you know, with our rights and with our liberties and with our security. And, you know, I would argue that anybody, whether you're on the right or left in this country, that you should read it. It's really beautiful. And there are parts where you'll cry. And if you don't have any sort of sense of patriotism or anything like that. And at that part, I almost cry every single time, and I will repost it for people. But it's true. You know, that I think that that's one of the differences between us and the Europeans. And I see that Nuno is here, and I will leave everybody with that and welcome Nuno.
Thank you.
And Nuno, you know what the funny thing is about Mr. Story? That he was elevated to the Supreme Court without any training in jurisprudence at the tender age of 32. Gosh, if only you and I were young again. Nuno, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us from an undisclosed location. Our audience is giddy with excitement, as I take it, given the fact that so many things have happened since last we spoke. Are you talking to a muted mic, Nuno?
I think I'm talking to a muted mic. I was saying, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
555.
Yes,
Alrighty.
good to be back. I was saying that last week I couldn't make it because of travel plans. And I have, let's start somewhere. I've shared to the nest of the space, everyone, some maps we're going to look at for this discussion. Where do you want to start, Axel?
I typically like to start right bang in the middle of the battlefield because there's so much which has happened since you last came. But unless you want to talk about Ukrainian attacks on Russian soil first, so I'll leave it to you.
No, first of all, I'll talk about what no one's talking. Let's start up north. Everyone here that has followed this show, for those who haven't, I have a particular interest in the north part of the theater. And we've seen in about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that, all the hoping by Russians that their massive attack, apparently, in Kupiansk was going to be disruptive, that they would be able to seize the city, that they would then force forces towards the Oskil River, towards the left bank of the Oskil River. Towards the right bank of the Oskil River. And if you look at the map there, that's not from Andre Perpetua's maps, you'll see that we're basically where we started. So that means that the attack by Russia in the north basically failed. I'm shocked. We've spoke quite a bit about it, I'd say 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm so shocked that it failed. How could it fail?
Do we need to light a candle?
I don't think we need to light a candle. Apparently, some of the positions they have achieved were taken back. And funny enough, they had to move 2 VDV regiments, 2 airborne regiments from this region to the south. Now, about those VDV regiments, first, they're not your VDV of the early days of the war. That is all gone, or most of it at least. They are still, due to a number of factors, a cohesive fighting unit, but they're not the elite fighting unit that the Russians paint them to be. Of course, they have significant. They have guys with significant experience, but it's the Russian army. Having taking stock of the talent they have is not their a strong point, fortunately. So those units were moved towards the south, and interestingly enough, one additional brigade in this region, not exactly in Kupiansk, it's a bit further down south towards Crimea, an additional reserve brigade of Ukrainian armed forces has joined the fray, the 88th Brigade. Which leads me to believe, as we've discussed here, that the Ukrainians may be more interested in the north than they appear to be. We've seen actually very interesting ideas that they should focus only on the south and all that. And we've seen Ukrainians say time and again, from political leadership to military commanders, from Zelensky to Sersky and everyone in between, to saying we don't have the luxury of defending only a part of our country or seizing back only a part of our country. So we keep the fight in the east, in the northeast, alive and ongoing. This is interesting because I am a firm believer, and I've said it here, I may be wrong, again, I may be wrong, but that Ukraine has some potential to explore here up north. Now, Axel, a few weeks ago, we've discussed this, and Axel pointed out that there is significant combat power by Ukraine in the north. There are border guard units, there are air assault battalions and brigade, there's the 95th Air Assault Brigade, there's the 41st Mechanized, there's significant combat units up north. This is an interesting proposition because a bit down south of this, we have always the axis of Svatov and Starobilsk, which I say is one of the decisive axes of the war. I'm not really sure. I think it's interesting from my perspective, and I've said this for months now. It's one of the interesting things to do in this war is to cut this axis. The moment you do this, it's gone. Northern Lugansk is gone. The Russians would have to decide to defend Lugansk city itself in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. There's significant hurdles to this, of course. One cannot ignore the fortifications they managed to build, but there's also significant combat power, and as we've spoken here for many weeks, there's this interesting development, which is the fact that, again, when we look at Russians committing reserves, what we saw with these VDV units moved from Crimea to the south is not really a reserve being moved. What we see is a unit that was in the line of contact in a given area of operations being shifted to another area of operations. This is not a reserve. A reserve is a unit you have in the back, you have in, let's say, Rostov-on-Don, or you have in Belgorod, in the border regions in Russia, and you move that brigade to the line of contact to plug a gap, to plug an enemy breakthrough. That would constitute, and that unit is fresh, is reconstituted, it's rearmed. That would be an operational reserve. What they did points to several things. First of all, points that there are no real operational reserves, because when you have to shift a unit that has been fighting in an area of operations to be the reserve of another area of operation, and you lose some of them in the way, by the way, to enemy artillery, to enemy fires, there's no real reserve. You're just covering the head and covering the feet, covering the feet and covering the head, as we say in Portugal. So it doesn't stretch. That's an important point we need to be aware when discussing this matter, is there are no significant reasons. And people will say, and I know there's a lot of commentators that will say, yes, but they're raising X, Y, Z units in Central Military District and whatever. They are indeed raising a few units in the Central Military District, in the Southern Military District, but they're short on hardware. They're short on small arms, which is something people don't discuss, but they're short in small arms. And the problem is, if there were ample operational reserves, you don't need to move a unit from one place of the line of contact to another place of the line of contact. You leave the line of contact as it is, because that unit, if it's in the forward edge of enemy troops, or if it's in the line of contact in a given AO, it's a unit they need there. It's needed there. It's there for a reason, right? It's not there because Russians put them there for whatever reason, but it's there for a reason. And it's important to acknowledge that this gives us a sign. And the sign is they are committing reserves. They are committing units. They're trying to plug some of the gaps, but they're not. They don't have massive operational reserves, as some people tend to believe and tend to point out. Let's put it this way. And this is a sign of exactly what we've discussed for a lot of weeks into this, which is there's not enough Russian troops to man all of this. And yes, they're trying to mobilize 400,000 by the end of the year. Eventually, they may be able to mobilize, numbers point out to 250, something like that, eventually. But it doesn't really alter the battlefield dramatically, because men are not armies, right? When you mobilize men, you're not creating armies by itself. It's not an army being created. It's just units being created that need to train, need to prepare, need to be supplied, need to have the proper logistics, need to have the hardware, need to have the kit. All of that needs to happen in order to be able to deploy these forces. So, okay, even if they deploy a part of those, 100,000, let's say, they're still thousands and hundreds of thousands short. So the current situation tells us that in this particular area, they've moved a few forces from here to the south, and the fact that Ukraine immediately in the following days injected in this area of operations, and when I mean area of operation, I don't mean exactly Kupiansk, I mean the whole area down south towards Bakhmut. They've injected a new brigade that was held in reserve in this region. So there's interesting combat power. This is something I've spoken with Axel. He knows, and all of you. There's people here who've listened to this spaces multiple times. You know, by now that I'm a big proponent that something will give up here in the north.
Off to Staropilsk. Now the question is, when you look at the structure of the force structure, to the extent that we know of it, I tend to believe that we don't know the allocation of the units. I tend to believe that we cannot easily discern as to which tank brigades and battalions are actually where, because some of them have not even appeared anywhere publicly and have been well hidden. But that's just my current view and assumption. But going to Svatove and beyond Starobilsk, that requires very, very mobile forces. That requires all of what they were missing last time. How would you do it?
How would I do it? Well, that's a good point. How would I do it? So there's an important point about Starobilsk and Svatov. I'll pull it up here. Let me just check something here because I need to look at the map. Okay. There's an interesting thing about Svatov and Starobilsk. There's a significant defensive line east of Svatov. Okay, and now the interesting part of this is the city itself doesn't have a defensive line. Doesn't have the trenches and the deep buried defenses that places have, but there's a defensive line east of the city that commands the ground line of communication towards Starobilsk. But after that line, there's not really any significant defensive works. It goes into a mobile war. Now, is this region well defended? It's well defended. But you don't exactly need to enter Svatov. That's one. And again, that's something that we should have learned by now, that to seize a place, you don't need exactly to enter the place. Something the Russians apparently haven't got the memo, but well,
they didn't follow. They didn't follow the Africa campaign, did they?
No, they didn't. They get the memo, but well, better for us. But either way, you need to break through that line in order to get to the ground line of communication, which is the road running from Svatov to Starobilsk. Now, interesting enough, there's nothing, there's no big defensive works in this region after that one. How would I do it? Probably I would do it coming from the north, and not in trying to get behind that particular line. That's how I would do it. You don't really need to. You don't really need to get you don't really need to assault Svatova. The idea that when Russians built this line, the idea is you have to force the enemy to seize the city of Svatove, and then after that you'll still have to breach the line. Let's not give them what they want, right? I think it's the best idea is not to give the enemy what he what he wants and how he designed his structure, his defensive works around this idea. I'll put it on a map so people can understand this, because I'm talking here in the ether, and it's easier if everyone sees what we are talking about, because sometimes we suffer from this, Axel, which is we know these places by heart.
Déformation professionnelle.
We know these places by heart, and sometimes I forget I'm out here talking about Svatov and the line and whatnot, but a lot of folks won't be what the hell, what is this guy talking about? So let's put it on a tweet, because we can discuss this by heart by now. I probably know the geography of Ukraine better than I know the geography of Portugal by now, unfortunately, but it is what it is. But let's put it here, the Svatova-Starobilsk axis, with the help of Andrew's maps. And here we go. While I'm putting this, alrighty, let me just share this.
And whilst you do this, people, when you have, in addition to the maps, which you can see now on the screen in a second from Nuno, if you have Google Earth or Google Earth Pro at hand in any shape or form, I can only highly recommend to find a way to look at the topographical side. And what Nuno just explained is the northern, surroundings of Svatove, both how they are set up, how the ridges and forests are set up, and what is to the east of that northern route from Svatove to the north to Nizhny Duvanka. And then you can see why there is open territory further to the east, and what you could do in order to outflank the 4th Tank Army, or whatever is left of it between Svatove and Nisky.
Yeah, that's okay. It's already on. Let me just refresh this and share it with everyone. Here it is. Okay, it should be in the nest. Here we are. It's in the nest. So as we were looking at this, let me get here. And Svatova, as you can see here, we have a river running from Svatova to Sistunovika. And we have this road. It basically, Svatova commands the roads coming from the north and the roads heading towards the east, towards Starobilsk, which is here in the east, as you can see. And Starobilsk commands the rail line coming from Belgorod. Now, you need to get across this. If you get across this, the idea of crossing this would have to be either from the south, which would be easier, coming directly from the south towards trying to breach the line somewhere else in Svatova, because you don't have to go through the city, which complicates matters, as we've seen immensely. And coming from the north, we have this river here, which is more complex to cross. It's a natural obstacle. But if you cross this on the south, and if you make a move on Korzove and Rudivka, the moment you see Korzove, Svatov is cut off, and you can move into Starobilsk. Starobilsk, there's no big defenses east of this region, and that's the big thing. The Russians are banking that you'll have to go through the city, and then you'll have to assault the breaches, and that's massively difficult. And it's time consuming, and it's man and material consuming, and that's what probably they would wish for. Now, I don't think this would be an interesting proposition, I think there's opportunity here to do this a few different ways. And of course, there's been a significant presence by Ukrainian irregular movements and special forces in exactly this axis. The Institute of Study of War details that in its reports. As you can see, if you have access to that, go look at. There's always action here by irregulars and special operations forces, and that's an important part of this operation. This axis here then commands not only the ground lines of communication coming from Russia, from the north, but it also commands the access to Svierodonetsk from Svatove to the south, and commands the access to Lugansk city itself. So this is an important region.
Maybe a highlight for the audience. How tenable is the position in Severodonetsk for the Russian army if and when they lose logistics access to the north?
It isn't. It isn't. That's simple. It isn't, because Severodonetsk sits and Lysychansk, the dual cities, sit out here just south of Crimea. Now, if you lose Svatove, the access north towards Crimea is free, and there's a little end to this. The Ukrainian army west of Lysychansk, it's not far off from the line, the fortification line. Okay, so which means that there's the only way to supply Svierodonetsk would be coming from Russia directly through back roads, no railways, no major lines of communication, no major ground lines of communication. So this becomes a tremendous issue for the Russian army. That's why they invested so much early on in this operation to seize both Svierodonetsk and Lysychansk. They know this is a key hub for them. And the moment you lose Starobilsk and the moment you lose Svatove, the only way to supply these forces, it's not from the north, it's coming from the east, and it's far more complex, far difficult for the Russian army.
And they would actually be, for example, be forced out, because if you look at the ridges all the way further to the east, circling around what is maybe, if you look at the map of Luhansk, right north of Luhansk, where Shastya is, you have this still this national park, the woods and the likes. So crossing through this is very difficult, even for the Ukrainian army when they come about. But there's only the road, the P22 at Krasnotarivka, where they could actually supply from the east into Luhansk at a point in time, if and when a Ukrainian army were to approach from the northeast. So if Starobilsk falls back or is liberated, Bilovotsk is indefensible for the Russians, and therefore the whole north were to be liberated.
The whole north, they would be forced to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have major defensive positions until you reach the northern outskirts of Luhansk city, basically, which is basically, as you say, the natural park, the waterways. This is some of the regions they can defend easily. The rest is terrain that, okay, you can always fight a war, but it would be massively difficult to dig in and defend.
I think the Germans,
not to mention that the front would be cut off. The line of contact itself would be cut off.
Yes.
That's the
we
thing.
We would have called it front realignment, I think, in a slightly elevating term.
A gesture of goodwill.
Yes.
The whole front would be, because the moment you lose that N21 road from Starobilsk to Lugansk, it's done for. It's done.
So, but that's
The
why you highlighted this many months ago. I remember this. We spoke about this early in the year. This is a follow-up from discussions which we had with various generals and the likes, and everybody looks at the north, and I think everybody understands it the same way. But for Ukraine to make that step at some point in time when they have sufficient mobility and sufficient capacity with their rocket artillery, with their precision gun ammunition, to take a stance and take the war to the other side and find a way to circumnavigate Svatova, as you just highlighted, at that point in time, the north is one of the areas which you can which you can liberate and force the occupiers to retreat from more easily than many other parts of the battlefield. And by that means, make a significant change to the public perception everywhere in the world about this war.
Yes, yes. But we'll get to the perception about the war. Because I have some thoughts on that, as I had last week and the week before that and the week after that. I always have some thoughts on that. It's something that troubles me. Let's put it this way. But well, this is for Kupiansk, and if we move a bit south, this is a map from another place, not Andrew's map. We'll see that Bakhmut. Sorry, we'll move to Bakhmut, which is Andrew's map. Now, Bakhmut is Bakhmut. We've talked extensively about Bakhmut, but one thing I just wanted to point out about Bakhmut. While everyone is focused on the south, Ukrainians are slowly, grindingly taking control of the heights around Bakhmut and approaching Krasnahora, which I've said a few times before is a key hub and a key terrain in terms of the topography of the terrain. Is some key terrain. And when we look at this, and here's the funny part, Krasnahora is much more in play that many might think. And again, Bakhmut, I've seen again they should have defended Bakhmut trope, which by now should be dead and buried, but apparently it's not yet, at least. But it should be, because if many things, the defense of Bakhmut also celebrated the demise of Wagner as a side event, but here we are. But the Ukrainians are making progress towards Krasnahora. Now, Krasnahora is important because Krasnahora controls the supply lines into Bakhmut, and it controls the access to Soledar. And grindingly, they're approaching it. Now, if they manage to seize Krasnahora, there's a significant problem. There's already a significant problem for Russian forces in Bakhmut, okay? But because they're under fire control, they cannot move through the city or out of the city. Their supply routes are tenuous at best, and mostly under fire control by Ukraine. And there may be a moment here when Russia will have to decide if they keep people in Bakhmut, which I think they will, at the very end, to be frank, because this objective is political. And it's a very important objective for politically for the Russian Federation, because militarily the relevance of Bakhmut at this point hasn't been relevant for many months. And that's why also the reason the Ukrainians are not fighting into the city. They keep in the outskirts of the city and try to cut it off, basically, because they don't see the need to risk an all urban assault on Bakhmut, on the remains of Bakhmut, not Bakhmut, the remains of Bakhmut, because there's no point, right? Military, it's worth nothing. It's a political victory if Russian forces here collapse at a given point. And I would just like the point here. It's here because Krasnahora will be in play sooner, probably sooner than later, as this thing progresses further. This is the other aspect I would like to talk about. Go ahead.
What do
Axel.
we know about this? Yeah, what do we know about the strength of the troops there on the Russian side? We hear all the time that they have been depleted, and we hear that they've thrown in a few thousand Mobiks more into the whole region, all the way down from Soledar, Popasna, the likes, Bakhmut to Donetsk. But what do people have to expect from this area?
Well, I know there's Patriot elements from the PMC. There's the 58th Special Purpose Battalion. And there's the 105th Motor Rifle Regiment, which is a DPR unit. The same with the territorial 43rd Motor Rifle Regiment by the Russians. And for the south, you have apparently the 4th Motorized Rifle Brigade. Now, the state of these forces is not, for sure, not brilliant. But frankly, it's a bit of a pitfall because all the information has been focused on getting information in the south, and we haven't paid we haven't paid great attention to this. Honestly, I'm not really sure. They have some capacity for sure in the city, but the problem is not exactly the city. I don't expect Ukrainians to try to storm the city. It makes no sense. But they're going to storm the north of the city towards Krasnahora, and they're storming the south of the city to seize the ground lines of communication and cut off the roads to Bakhmut.
So at some point, in time,
This is
the
always
Russians can only withdraw, right?
yes. You either fight through the city and stage an offense on the contact line, or you just withdraw, because this is all under fire control of Ukrainian forces, right? That's the point here. You don't exactly need to assault the rubble of Bakhmut because, again, it has very little relevance in military terms, but it's a significant political target, and it would be important and be interesting to see that happening. Now, let's go to the south, right?
Yep.
Let's go to the south. I know the south is a big thing because it's the big thing. Now, if we head back south, we'll see some interesting things here. First of all, let's look at the obvious place, which is it's actually the only place I put there, but there are two other aspects of the battlefield I'd like to talk about. One is Verbove and the Robotin axis. Now, I'm going to put some cold water on this. Strangely, the Ukrainians have breached the first part, the first lines, the dragon seeds and all that. But we can't call it a breakthrough yet, because one thing is you have units breaching the line and conducting operations to breach the line and push the enemy out of these defensive positions. And there's OSINT elements that say that the fighting is on the outskirts of Verbove, to the south of Verbove, and to the northeast of Verbove. But significant defenses remain, and it's not a breakthrough yet because You cannot yet move through it maneuver elements to exploit the depth of the enemy, right? So this first part has been breached, but we still don't have a breakthrough. But if you look at this map in particular, you'll see one interesting aspect. Ukrainians right now are trying to open this gap around Robotany, towards Kopani, towards Verbove, Novoprokopivka, and Novofedorivka. This gap needs to become larger, right? It needs to move, it needs to breach the lines south to, then you can exploit. Now, this is the tricky business here. Because, yes, we could exploit down south. Sure, it's possible to exploit down south. I don't really think this is something I'll say that is a bit countercurrent. I don't really think that the objective for now is Tokmak. I think the objective for now, because the distance is not from the front to Tokmak is not as big as it might sound, right? We're talking 20 kilometers, more give or take. The thing is, Tokmak is heavily defended, but you don't really need to seize Tokmak. Again, you need to interdict Tokmak. And then there's the rub. If you interdict Tokmak, if you break the line, if you achieve an operational breakthrough, and if you storm this line, there are 4 far more juicier objectives south, where there's little resistance, where you can maneuver coming from other directions, then exactly try to storm Tokmak. You need to control Tokmak by fire, which to a measure of extent is, let's say, it's 2/3 done. You need your tube artillery to be able to control Tokmak. And then, if you control those lines of communication towards Tokmak, the city will eventually become untenable. But there's the space for breakthrough is, in my humble opinion, in other directions, south, where you have little resistance. There's so much unoccupied space. And the moment you really have an operational breakthrough here, you'll see that the Russians will have a far more difficult situation than they let on. This whole thing, there's ample troops. There's significant Russian troops in the line of contact. There's not significant Russian troops up after the line of contact. Okay, so this is
couple of
an
questions,
important
Nuno.
thing. Yeah.
A couple of questions. What do you say to the people, some of the observers from the outside, armchair generals and all, as well as some very, very well-educated people in our field, and some people who've been close enough to Ukrainian armed forces, have said that the way the Russians have set up their trench systems in and around, meaning both from Verbove onwards to the east, as well as from Verbove towards Tokmak in that arc, double-lined and everything else, may lend itself for the Ukrainians to sweep up those trenches if and when they've managed to pierce into them. What do you say to that? Is that something sensible, or?
Yes, but I think that the first thing you want to do here is you want to create the conditions to move significant maneuver elements through it. Okay, I think that's the big thing, right? You want really to create the conditions where you can move the armored brigades through it to exploit the depth. That's what you need. You don't really need to assault Tokmak, as you said. There's no need for that. You can actually move east. The interesting part is if you move east, the pressure becomes untenable because you're operating on the back of the Russian defense lines, and their own minefields become a death trap, right? And there's still significant pressure further west, further east in Staromlinivka by the Ukrainians. So you could probably move east and try to create another breach, and you could move south if you have sufficient forces in reserve, which apparently there's still some gas in the tank. And if you move some of this basically to the south, there's ample field for maneuver, right? And to threaten Tokmak, and it becomes untenable at a certain point. The moment all your artillery is in reach of Tokmak safely, and that means that you move the front like 7-10 kilometers. It's not really that much. It becomes significantly more difficult for the Russians.
Which then begs the question, which we discussed yesterday in the evening a little bit with Chuck as well as a few others later, is that cutting south and southeast from what is essentially the area surrounding Verbova might lend itself to exactly what you described, to bypass Tokmak, but still hit the P37, that route, that road which goes down from Tokmak south eastward bound.
To
You are
Berdyansk.
to Berdyansk, exactly.
In Berdyansk, and I'll point out something, Berdyansk is probably one of the best defended places in this region. And because for the Russians, the port in Berdyansk is absolutely critical for their effort, their logistics effort. Now that now that the Kerch Bridge is somewhat interdicted, and that the crossings from Crimea are not in a good position. So this is about cutting off logistics. It's a large operation like we did in Kherson, like the Ukrainians did in Kherson, right? It's about the logistics. And there's the moment you breach through and you break through, there's space to exploit. And the moment that also occurs, Russian command will have to make some decisions here, right? Because their positions are basically defensible in the last line of defense in this region, which protects Melitopol, right? Has Tokmak on one of its axes, and then protects Melitopol. Either they fall to this region, they fall back to this region, and they fall back into Berdyansk, which is significantly defended, or they have a major problem in their hand, right? It's not an easy proposition, right? It's not something that when we get there, we'll have to see what happens. But honestly, pay attention to the fight around Verbova, because Verbova is where Ukraine is trying to create a breach. And the line has been breached. This is important to say. One thing is a breach, another thing is a breakthrough, right? So this is an important dimension I would like people to be aware of, because we see all the doom and gloom. Now we see it's doing fantastically. Not one, not the other. It's doing well, but it remains important to create a breakthrough here where you can then throw on your forces and exploit. I think if I had to guess, they will not go directly to Tokmak. That's my humble prediction around this. Is they're not going to Tokmak. In the south, beyond this, there's something I'd like to point out. Don't forget Kers. Don't forget the Dnipro. Don't forget Olevsky and that region, because Ukrainians are again in Kosachi Laheri, because Ukrainians are again active in this region. And this is another one of the, I'd say it's another operation that may come here that is absolutely critical, because the moment you have, there's a fine equilibrium where this thing breaks. Either be it in Verbove, even Staromlinivka eventually, or the fact that an operation occurs somewhere else in this area of operations, and then Russian command has very few options to address it. That's why the systematic degrading of artillery, of counter battery, the systematic degrading of radar, the systematic degrading of air defense, and of Russian reserves has been the right way to fight this. Okay, that's why it, as General Jack Keane said in a tremendous piece he wrote, let the Ukrainians fight their war on their terms, and the only thing we should do is forward the hardware necessary for them to win. Let's not second guess. They have, when they want our opinion, we'll give it. But they have a plan. They're clear about the plan they have. So let's let them fight the plan and enable the necessary resources to fight this. And by that, I mean 3 particular resources would be significant here: is the M26 cluster munition rockets, the ATACMS, and the Taurus cruise missile. That would make a whole difference here, because the M26 rocket, it's 644 submunitions. It's the US has it in 1,000. I don't know exactly how many still have the submunitions on, but it would make tremendous impact, not only for the infantry and for the dense vegetation areas, but it would also make a tremendous difference for counter battery. You can basically level a grid square with that. Spot on. I don't know. I'm actually, I must be very boring because there's no question from anyone.
No. I think that people are following your map. At least that's the feedback I'm getting, and they are listening, say aptly. So carry on.
There's apparently, if there's no questions, let's carry on. I'd say about.
Must have explained it properly then.
I must have explained it properly. One hopes. One hopes. Another thing I would like to point out is the deep strikes into Russia. Now, this is fun. So, Ukraine apparently has mastered the land attack missile business with the Neptune. It has significant numbers of UAV, as we've seen. It's been day in attacking Russia with significant numbers of UAV. 2 nights ago, they hit Pskov, and they hit also Tula and Bryansk more than once, and also Moscow, but mostly Pskov. Now, Psov is 600 and something kilometers from the front line. No, not from the front line, from the border, from the northern border of Ukraine. It's halfway to Murmansk, which is kind of funny because Russia moved most of their strategic bomber force to the airfields around Murmansk. They're not that far, apparently. And the interesting piece of this in Psov, not only it hits the home base of the 76th VDV, but it also hits 4 IL-76 transport aircraft. At least 2 of them totally gone, and the other 2 not flying anytime soon, if recoverable. But according to the battle damage assessment that we've seen, and the important part of this, the critical part of this, is a very, very, very deep strike into the heart of the Russian military complex, which unnerves the Russian military for sure, to the point that the Russian media hasn't put a lid on it the best you can. But the military should be a bit terrified. They don't have hardened shelters for their planes, which is extraordinary, because apparently they expected to fight NATO in those terms. That'd be well done. And these deep strikes are military deep strikes. The Psov hit is solid military strike. The strike that hit the Tu-22s, Tu-23, sorry, it was a solid military strike. All of these are excellent military strikes, absolutely great military strikes. And an important thing is they have the assets to hit Russia in its home territory, its home bases, and now that complicates also the use of Russian bombers for their bombing missions against Ukraine. Now, this is going to be interesting come the winter, because I look forward to seeing the Russian infrastructure in light grid be able to withstand strategic bombing, because this is what it is. Ukraine is doing a strategic bombing campaign against Russia. And that's where we are 18 months into a 3-day special military operation.
The interesting part there, of course, Nuno, is that Ukraine, having sharpened its profile and attained capabilities, also built out their own capabilities, certainly supported in some shape or form by its allies and coalition partners, but having built out its own capabilities, now can threaten the Russians on their own terms. They can tie down resources, they can disable certain functions of the bomber fleet. They can challenge and therefore deter Russia to an extent. Not enough in order to beat them, but it is becoming uncomfortable for the Russian Air Force and the Russian bomber force. It is becoming significantly uncomfortable for their logistics hubs and their main private contractors as well, supplying on the logistics routes. One would hope that they continue to build out that capability with the UAVs and with a missile capacity. We're seeing today rumors about a submarine, a submersible vessel, which may come into place. Whether that is true or whether that is propaganda, who knows? But there is substantial investment in that regard. How do you see this as a change in the battlefield? I mean, this is a tremendous technological advance. We discussed a few times about that. Essentially, this is somewhat a reminiscence, a new format of the Spanish Civil War, isn't it?
testing new technology, testing new
It's
procedures, and
I think it's more reminiscent of the Second World War. Yes. Testing new procedures, testing new things, adapting a lot fast. Ukraine's have adapted. First of all, Ukraine has a history of a significant defense industrial base. Okay, this is not something that comes out of thin air. They have significant resources and a significant industrial base and a basis of knowledge about this. So this is for them in a war of national survival. This is absolutely this is critical. It's critically important. This is one. Now, that said, there's also adaptation. There's also innovation at play, and they've decided to, if the weapons we provide them, we do not allow them to strike deep into Russia, they put their minds and their capacity to do it, and now they're coming online with the capacity to hit, deter, and more than deter, to hit Russia deeply. They can hit, at this point, they can hit Moscow if they want, right? And they can saturate with drones air defense. They chose not to do it yet, but they can. It's possible. They have the assets to do it. So it has shifted significantly because and I see the point of Ukraine. What is Russia going to do next that they haven't done yet? With the exception of using nuclear weapons, what are they going to do next? No? That's the point. What's next that they haven't yet done in Ukraine? They bombed, pillaged, raped, killed, maimed, destroyed, looted, tried to freeze to death, tried to shut the lights out. What are they going to do? Short of using nuclear weapons on Ukraine, what options does the Kremlin have that they haven't done yet? None. That's the thing that sometimes people in the West dismiss about Ukraine is, at this point, if you're Ukrainian, if you're looking at this, and if you have established, the Russians have established that this is a war of national survival. They have done all this. If you can bomb the Russians in Moscow, if you can bomb the Kremlin, you will bomb the Kremlin. Okay, you can't use the weapons your partners supply. Yeah, you develop some. What is Moscow gonna do? Use nuclear weapons? Because that's all it retains. That's what Russia retains. And sometimes I see a lot of people, because Russia still can do this. No, they can't. If Russia could mobilize 300,000 guys and throw 3 army corps into Ukraine, they've done it by now. If in 18 months you can't do that, it means you can't do it. It means you're scraping the barrel. That's what it means. And the issue here is exactly that. The Ukrainians are looking at this and say, okay, we now have the assets to bomb Russia, to hit military targets we want to hit in Russia, to conduct a strategic bombing campaign, because this is what it is. It's done with drones and missiles, but it's a strategic bombing campaign. And we're going to bomb Russia. What are they going to do? Invade? Right?
that's the interesting point. President Zelensky in recent days has reiterated why Ukraine is so carefully avoiding, say, intrusions into Russian space, because it has the issue that certain nations outside of the coalition, but those whose support may be needed, are very, very keen on having the formal position of territorial integrity being preserved.
it sounded a bit like a dig into China, I have to say. But evidently, it is also the issue for certain nations, even in the coalition in the West, that Ukraine must not intrude too far, too deep, too harsh into Russian territory. But on the other hand, as somebody said earlier today, now that they are having missile capacity going all the way, like 700 kilometers, maybe more soon, with proper warheads, fuses, and navigational systems, at some point in time, Ukraine may well be independent, maybe not in the overall frequency of what it can muster, but with a number of missile systems and with a couple of them produced, it may well be independent of what is being withheld currently by the West.
And if Ukraine
Sorry, Nuno, you were breaking up. Could you repeat?
I was
please?
saying if Ukraine has developed an asset, a system, not an asset. Sometimes I speak, I forget. System, a system like the Neptune. Why on earth would the attacks be an escalation? Right?
Yeah. Well, the term escalation has been overused, hasn't it?
Yes. We are, as General Hodges pointed out, in rhetoric of escalation, and the fact is that first Kherson they control about half of it at best. Crimea, well, has been better. It's getting too hot. It's climate change. And Lugansk and Donetsk, they're not in full control of the borders of the region. So, and they haven't nuked or in the world, or as Dmitry Medvedev said, put us all out of our misery. So, why are we deterred to supply a 300-kilometer missile? Why have we been deterred with the F-16? Is it a massive escalation? If you can bomb solve and the Russians haven't nuked you, I'd say it's a safe bet they won't, right? Think about it. The Ukrainians are conducting a strategic bombing campaign on Russian soil. The last guys who did this was the Third Reich.
Yes, that was an escalation.
That was an
But
escalation.
well, but this is not Kesselring's Air Force. So as a consequence, we are seeing the Ukrainians are not carpet bombing. The Ukrainians are not doing things which are against the rules of mostly the laws of armed conflict. They're actually targeting military targets only.
They're adhering to. They're adhering. I have to praise the Ukrainian command for their absolute adherence to the laws of armed conflict. Okay, let's say that General Budanov does what General Budanov does, and well, that may be a little shady, but it is what it is. It's the world of intelligence. That's a whole different ball game, and paramilitary operations is a different ball game. And I go now. The thing is, if you're in terms of Russia, they're using their force. They're using their weapons to strike at military targets only. And make no mistake. And I'll say something. I will not elaborate about this, but make no mistake. Those targets they hit in Moscow, in those towers, were military targets. But I'll not elaborate on this. Okay. That's what they've done. It's strictly military targets. And I see we have some questions. Finally,
Yeah,
somebody raised their hand. Yay!
everybody came up.
Yay! Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, Noel. Hi, all the great rest of you guys. We are still like trying to argue this, you know. Here you're preaching to the choir, of course, but we're still in this as if there was something to argue anyway. I think the tankies on our side and the Russians anyway, they are way above arguments in their drive, and it's so clear to see that really I'm starting to get worried or angry that really all those voices in the West that still support Russia, they should be criminally prosecuted, and if that's not going fast enough, there should be other ways, because we are really just living in this illusion that we are like this will go away. But if they do this like for decades, centuries, they're just gonna start. I don't know. And then still people in the West still believe the bullshit, and it's for me it gets more and more difficult to even argue with these people, because if it's like arguing for obvious truths like 1 + 1 is 2, and they will say no, you just got the wrong angle. Maybe some
No,
Jew-
Vladimir Putin says it's actually 2.5.
and you know there will be 3 people in the room that believe it. It's just beyond words.
You Germans, I gather you're German, Chris. You Germans have I have a German friend who has an absolute magnificent term for that. It's the convolution. It's a convergence between salon communists and the AFD. It's extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, really unbelievable, and that's not only in Germany. Yeah, really, every country has
all over
this
Europe,
special kind of people.
all over Europe,
Yeah,
in the U.S., all over Europe, in the U.S. If you look at some of the candidates from the Republican Party, hell, I don't think Skabayev or
unbelievable.
Solovyov would do better. We have these people. And actually Germany in the last few weeks has done good work in cutting into the guys supporting Russia with sanction evasion. There's been some serious arrests and prosecutions made. So Germany is playing ball. It's the German government and German federal prosecutors have been playing ball. But I'll praise Germany for its sometimes painstakingly slow, but it's changed because it's nothing. One of the fantastic changes that happened in this war. I usually joke about this with some German friends. I lived to see Annalena Baerbock become a Russia hawk. And this is a tremendous time we live in. And to see the German Greens say, no, we need to deliver weapons, we need to deliver the Taurus, and we should bomb Russia, but we can't. And that's something I live to see. It's the shift in German politics is nothing short of one of the biggest stories in this war. And the praise for Germany for that, because they have been, after a painstakingly slow start, they've been solid and they've been the European backbone of this. Same with Italy, actually. Giorgia Meloni has been a very, very important ally for Ukraine, and is cooking up some interesting stuff with Germany, nonetheless, about this. I see Chris has a follow-up question. Please go ahead, Chris.
Just to add on to this, you know, we Germans were really special, and especially the East Germans, which I'm a part of. So really, we have often argued here that all the countries that had actually lived through this Russian occupation once, they have learned their lessons, and most of them really did. If you don't look at Hungary or something, or maybe just Orban. But actually, the East Germans are now the ones, also very popular AfD here in the Eastern part. They are the ones now arguing for Russia, for Putin, as if they had not seen it all and felt it all. And especially the old people. It's not like the young ones. They maybe just talk what the old ones say. But it's the old ones that actually have lived this system and everything. Maybe it's just a softer version of Russia now.
Vladimir Putin was an intelligence officer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he was in this.
interesting.
He was in the city where they were actually hosting and guiding the Rote Armee Fraktion, the Red Army faction, which killed as one of the last actions successfully on their end, unfortunately, which killed Alfred Herrhausen. But with that, Nuno, shall we,
Rus,
Chris?
I think it's
Let's
Rus.
go to Rus, and then we have SD, and we'll carry on. And thank you, Chris,
Rus,
by the
please
way.
go.
Rus, please.
Thank you, Chris. Bye.
It's how hard can it be? It's Ukraine launching a strategic bomber campaign on Russia. It's no escalation. Russia has already done this for more than a year. Russia escalated the conflict to strategic bombing. Ukraine is merely responding eventually.
Yeah, exactly. What has I keep saying this on the escalation issue. I keep saying this. Short of using nuclear weapons, what has Russia not done in Ukraine? Because if you think about it this way, short of using nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, but mostly nuclear weapons, because that's what they have, short of using nuclear weapons or destroying the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, okay? But short of this, what has the Russian military and the Russian forces in Ukraine not done? They've done it all. So look at it from the perspective of the Ukrainians. We don't really care. You want to nuke us? Nuke us. We'll see where that leads. Because you've done everything else. You've
Hey,
committed.
there are theaters that are not open. It's not an unlimited war on
Russia.
shipping, for example. So there are possibilities for Ukraine to actually escalate the conflict, but they haven't done it yet. It's the Russians
No,
that have escalated.
they could hit Moscow directly. They could hit Moscow directly. That would escalate the issue. But I mean, there's just so much they can do, right? I see.
And they're
we have
hitting military targets, as you said. This is the key thing.
And
Whenever they're hitting something, they're hitting military targets.
and they're hitting military targets. And make no mistake, the targets hit in those towers in Moscow were military targets. That's all I'm going to say about that. Doesn't matter what they were, but they're definitely ranked as military targets. SD, please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I really have to go back to what you originally were saying in the non-questions. I think you guys performed in absolute just detail upon detail. Everything aligns of what everybody's saying. We're in the right. What we're doing is just black and white. And from all I got to say is you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I'll step back. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, SD. Thank you so much for that. And Axel, let's go to a cheerful team, Mr. Prigozhin and Mr. Utikin. Such a cheerful turn.
And their wonderful counterintelligence chief who also perished.
The security chief and the security
Yes.
chief who also perished. Well, so there goes the idea. It was a staged coup, and the 5D chess. The idea that, as we said here at the time, it's clearly intra-elite competition. if this doesn't says it, I don't know what is. It's no big 5D chess move by Ukraine, by Vladimir Putin. It's basically, it's no staged coup to then go have Wagner threaten Poland and strike Ukraine from the north. I see that, well, it is, if something, I once said to a very senior diplomat on the onset of the war, he left about it because he's a very good one. He's a very good guy. To a very senior Portuguese diplomat in the EU, I usually say, well, ambassador, if it looks like a fork, has teeth, use it to eat, it's probably a fork. By this, I mean, if you look at this, if you look at the relations dynamics that were evident between the MOD, between Wagner, and the intervention by Putin on behalf of the MOD that triggered the putsch into Moscow, it was clear, in my mind at least, and a few others, that this was inter-elite competition that had spilled over and had taken the Kremlin by surprise. It made it clear that there's significant instability in the elites in Russia. Now, this is an important matter, and I think people sometimes try to overcomplicate things that are actually plain simple to see. If you're dealing with mobsters, this was a power grab by mobsters. The guy trying to keep his legacy and his work and his business alive, his family alive, if we are talking in OC terms. So that's what this was. Now they killed him, and Utikin and the chief of counterintelligence and security, and there you go. Now, what happens to Wagner's operation, especially in Africa, remains to be seen. I suppose that the GRU will have some idea for it. We'll need to see how that lands. But I would say that Wagner may have, Wagner is gone, right? What remains of Wagner and its legacy is Concord, the company now based in the UAE, and little else. There's operations that may be in the hands of Wagner, but we'll see how that lands. But I just wanted to point out that, as we've seen and as we discussed here, it was in fact elite competition, which, make no mistake, is not gone. It will ensue. We're in for instability in Russia is a given fact. How deep, how far does it go, remains to be seen. And it's umbilically connected to the outcome in the battlefield and the outcome in this war.
And the elite around Putin is very much invested in the economic outcome of either the war or what could be derived from it. At the same time, they are still more or less in with him and his crew, his inner circle, for many good reasons, and therefore, evidently, he was able to, shall we say, have the buttons pushed, because as we could see, negotiating with Putin and trying to come to an outcome doesn't really lead to anything else but death, right?
Yes, but I mean, I would be surprised if this wasn't the end of this story. Or at least the end of Prigozhin in Utica, because it was clear that the moment that happened, something would have to give. Either the Kremlin would have to give, or Utikin in Prigozhin would have to give. And so Wagner gave. And the generals aligned with Wagner got the same treatment. And honestly, we'll see where Wagner lands. Where Wagner's operations land. Okay, that's what is important in the next stage, is where Wagner's worldwide operations land. Not exactly in Ukraine. They're not going to be fighting in Ukraine in any given form, even with the same brutal efficiency that they had. But for a number of other reasons, sorry, and for the arc of instability developing in Africa, it's important to see where Wagner in fact lands. I see we have Beefeater. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Roger that. Loud and clear.
So, good evening, Nuno. Good to hear you again. Thank you for taking the time to come back on the space. Good evening, Axel. Question slightly not on the Prigozhin subject. I have a two-part question. First one is,
I think I just lost you. Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
You can.
Please repeat the question, please.
Thank you. So it's a two-part question. The first part is, I'm interested in hearing your thoughts around Ben Wallace's resignation today, and what you think that the impact that might have. The second part of the question is, if you had a shopping list of 3 things that we, the electorate in the UK, could be pushing Grant Shapps for, what do you think we should be shouting out loud about? Thank you.
Thank you, Beefeater. First of all, Ben Wallace was a good friend of this cause, and I think that merits our sympathy and our respects for all he did. He unlocked some key items in this fight, and that's important. Grant, I think I believe Miss Graham Shapps that is the next Secretary of Defense. I don't think there will be a significant difference in UK policy towards Ukraine, because that policy has been firmly and clearly stated by Prime Minister Sunak. However, the networks, the personal connections, the networks, the knowledge accumulated by Ben Wallace of this matter, and also as a fruit of his past, former military past, is something that is not exactly easily replaceable. But that said, fundamentally, there may be some hindrances to the policy with a new secretary, but fundamentally, I don't think the British support for Ukraine would make a significant will have a significant difference going forward. Depends very much on the personality of the person. Also, I'm not very familiar with Graham Shapps. I see that a lot of British military Twitter is not very happy about it, but I don't have a personal opinion on the man. But we saw how firm the government is behind Ukraine. So in that sense, no big surprises probably loom there. On the items you mentioned, Beefeater, for the electorate, I'd say that from the UK, obviously what Ukraine needs from everyone else, 155 shells, right? That's something that is one of the critical components of the Ukrainian effort, artillery shells for 155, rockets. But in terms of priorities, I'd say shells. And also the necessary moves to have MBDA ramp up production of Storm Shadow or Scalp missile. And that would merit a very deep conversation with France on probably a major, in Italy, on a major program to ramp up Scalp production for to resupply stocks as we keep the flows of Scalps going. And the other thing I'd say that the British public should be pushing is for the government to pressure Washington into giving ATACMS and M26 rockets. I think that's another thing, is to have the British government as a part of the coalition to bring forward, to manifest the M26 and the ATACMS. I think that's the most critical part. We all need to do our part in that. We here at MriyaReport have done our part in that by pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing this agenda. As I joked 2 weeks ago, if Dan Rice, who's a special counselor to Zaluzny, is pushing for the Death Star, I'll be pushing the Death Star. So M26 rockets and ATACMS is something that will really make a difference. And the British government has ways to lobby Washington on this too. So it would be an important part to have the electorate in Britain push this agenda too. Chris, I think it's you.
Thank you, Nuno. Always great to hear you. Two things, Nuno. I was going to say, you mentioned that the attacks on Moscow are definitely military targets, right? But is it not interesting? But that the Russians, they could like scream and shout about it and say, "Oh, Ukrainians are killing civilians and all the rest of it," but no, nothing. Just like nothing, right? Okay.
They
I just
know
like
that we know.
Let's not divulge our how it put. I'd say the approach from I get what you're saying, Chris. Is they hit a few buildings and the Russians could be screaming out loud they're killing civilians and hitting civilian buildings and whatnot, but they haven't done any of that. That should inform everyone what I'd say. Let's say, for argument's sake, that the Ukrainians might have hit facilities of Russia's special services. It's
Yeah,
it's good to have a nice office in a nice place, man.
yeah. No, I've no doubt that they are, as you say, military targets, right? I've no doubt. But I just find it interesting that they don't react. Okay, so that's one point. The other point is a different point. Apparently, there are 2,000 Ukrainian commandos, I'll call them, Nuno, for a minute, right? And they've got a load of amphibious armor, unspecified, and a load of boats and all the rest of it, right? So that has to be some sort of threat, if you like, for the southern front, the Black Sea front, to the Russians.
I see where you're going with this, Chris. It's a provocative question, but I'll say that it's how could I put it? It's interesting. It's a provocative question. It's surely in the minds of quite a few people, but not exactly. Let's say I won't answer that question. Okay, Chris.
Oh, okay, good enough for me. Thank you.
Let's say.
All right.
Let's move on.
By the way, on the other matter, I would say they know that we know that they know that we know. We all know.
You sounded like a Portuguese politician that once said that in a party congress. Exactly as he said it.
We
had,
watching them, they watching us, we watching them.
yeah, they know that they know. We know what they know. We know that they know. We know what we hit. So yeah, that's why they're not making a fuss about it.
Exactly. All right. I have on my list here Boyar, then Dryfire, then Ivan. So let's
Please
go to
go ahead.
Boyar
I'm
first.
lost. Please go ahead. I'm lost.
No problem. Boyar, please.
Thank you, Nuno. It's great to have you back again and interesting to listen to you as always. What do you think about the argument that by sending Taurus missiles from Germany before ATACMS, we are softening the Russian or getting the Russians used to the ideas that they're not alone with the ability to project power by killing people from a very long distance? So, I always think it's a mistake to treat when they're screaming, this is a red line, this is a red line, that we should not internalize that. But at the same time, we all know that there is a red line, but that red line is not in Ukraine. But by calming down the Russians and our own politicians, would it be a good idea to get the Germans to send the Taurus first, and after a while then send the ATACMS? Thank you.
Funnily enough, I think the Taurus will be going before the ATACMS. I think the German military will be supplying the Taurus. I think it's a matter of time. But honestly, it's just it's not. I mean, if you're supplying, if you have supplied the scalps in its two versions, if you supply the scalp, the Taurus is basically the same thing with a little bit
more punch,
with a different fuse that brings more punch. And about range, well, that might not be so different from the scalps in the ATACMS, because we know how the French are coy about that stuff. So it's an argument that for me has basically no big doesn't process, because range isn't an issue. This is politics, pure and simple. We've deterred ourselves, and there's people with other agendas in several places, especially the Department of Defense, that don't want to supposedly compromise availability of an asset in case the Chinese do XYZ, or the DPRK does XYZ, or Iran does XYZ. So, which is frankly nonsense. But here we are. They've sold
Alright.
it to their higher ups. Here we are. We need to keep pushing for it.
Yes, they did. So, Dryfly, then Ivan, then Nick. Dryfly.
Hello, got a question for you, Nino. Everyone kind of assumes that the Ukrainians are looking for kind of like the weakest places on this front to put the most of their effort and then try to get behind Russians. I'm going to ask a contrarian question. Do you think that in fact they're actually not doing that as much as they're looking for where the Russians are more vulnerable to being killed, like in Bakhmut, and going after it there. And I ask that because I keep looking at the push down through Robotny, and while they're going off to
It's the hardest place, isn't it?
yeah, they're going. I mean, I'm thinking like, in my garden, I go where the tomatoes are, where I got the most tomatoes, not the least tomatoes. You know what I mean? And it looks to me like they're absolutely picking spots on the line where there are a lot of Russians that they're not necessarily the strongest positions, but where there are the most of them, or where they could draw the most of them. Am I crazy? And I'll listen.
No, no. I've said here that they have been systematically pushing to have Russia commit reserves. A lot of this is to draw out the reserves. Now, this is a strategy of attrition that has problems, right? One of the problems is you need to make sure that you don't culminate before the enemy. That's a big thing. But with that said, I think a lot of this is designed around making the Russians commit reserves to where they think they can hold it, and then try to breach it. Because Robotany is one of the toughest spots to breach around the line. Not the toughest spot, one of the spots where you have a lot of Russian manpower. So that's why I say there's this. We need to watch this careful, because this may not be exactly what the Ukrainians may not be thinking. Ukrainian command may not be thinking exactly how we would be thinking. Okay, we don't know exactly what's their plan, but they know what they're doing. That's definitely sure. They have been very systematic at it. As I said, a lot of shaping operations going on, shaping activities of the battlefield going on. Deep fires with strikes on logistics, command and control, ammo dumps, fuel dumps, airports, strategic bombing of Russia, attacks on Russian special services, a lot of special operations going on, a lot of irregular activity going on, and then big set pieces of conventional push going on that have the systematic objective of drawing reserves and of treating enemy artillery, because Russia is an artillery army, right? If you look at the statistics for the last month and a half, something like that, you'll see more than a month, 2 months, last 2 months, you'll see that there's two items that keep uh, being highlighted in destruction is special vehicles, which is radars, counter battery radars, air defense, and all that. It's artillery and manpower. And this is a steady flow of 20 artillery pieces, 20 something, 30 artillery pieces lost every day. And that tells us this is a very systematic effort by Ukraine, right? I hope that please Tryfly, follow on question.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And the other thing I was thinking is that everyone keeps, the war should end fast and get the war over with, and that's what we all want. I mean, ultimately, the killing has got in, but I'm not so sure that the Ukrainian high command is really in that big of a hurry, because at the end of the day, the only way this war ends is when the Russians really want it to end, and it'll only end when they have a ton of pain, when they really have a lot of pain, and when they can no longer fight it. In other words, at the end of the day, they look around and say, we've got no more means to project our power. And at that point, then they'll start making deals that are real deals, not pretend deals. In other words, like, get the hell out, that kind of a thing. And I think the Ukrainian government and the high command realize this, and so they're just inflicting a world of hurt on them every chance they got. And I'd like to hear your comments on that too. Do you think I'm crazy, or am I? I mean,
there's a famous famous American bank robber, right? That once was asked, "Why do you rob banks?" Right? And he said because that's where the money is.
Yeah, well, it's Willie
Why
Horton. I
are
think that's who it is. Yeah,
yeah,
I have him in one of my
I couldn't
quotes. Yeah.
remember the guy's name. I couldn't remember the guy's name. But that's to say
John
that,
Dillinger.
or John, yeah, one famous American bank robber that was asked why you rob
I think it
banks,
was
and he
Willie.
said,
I think it was Willie Horton who actually said that.
and he said, well, because that's where the money is. And I think that the approach by the Ukraine is the same. Why do you do this way? Because that's the way to kill Russians. That's the way to kill Russians. General Budanov said that about Bakhmut. Why did you defend Bakhmut? Because that's where we can kill them the most, with the least effort. Yes, I agree with you. The objective of the Russia, they're retreating. There's going to be a stage here, one hopes, where this goes into a movement war of seizing ground. But I still think we're not there. And I think that the idea of the Ukrainian command is basically we're going to treat the Russians the best we can, where we can. That's my view on this track one.
By the way, the guy's name is Willie
It's
Sutton.
Sutton.
I looked it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked it up. I knew. I
But
keep getting Horton.
Sutton,
Yep.
yeah, Dillinger said when in court, he said, I went there, that's where the money is. And Sutton seemingly said the same thing. Maybe it has to do with the fact that both of them robbed banks and they knew where it came from, the money.
But it applies. And actually, the guy who told me this was a good friend and a retired Army colonel, a U.S. Army colonel. And he said it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You rob banks because that's where the money is. That's what they're doing. They're doing this because it's the way to kill Russians. And you need to kill the enemy to win. There's something. It's something that I don't think it gets said straightly and soundly enough times. Is you win by killing the enemy. We talk about the vectors and destroying this and that, whatnot. Yeah, that's all true. But at the end of the day, you need to kill the enemy. You kill more of the enemy until the enemy gives up or goes home or is defeated.
Thank you.
Think the next. Thank you, Dreyfly. I think the next is Nick. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or Oyvind. I'm not really sure.
It's Ireland, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Oyvind.
Good evening. I just heard a podcast from the Telegraph, and a journalist, Dominic Nichols, he is a former UK military man. He said that Ukraine, or he suggested that Russia is really running low on air defense. He came with a number. He estimated they might have only 150 ground-to-air launch system left. What do you think about that?
Yes, he's probably correct. And I'll say something else. They're also running out of small arms.
Wow. Yeah. Is this the weakest point they have?
I don't know if it's the weakest point, but
the weakest point is us.
The weakest point is us, probably. Yeah, it's a good point. That's an excellent point. We have deterred ourselves. But honestly, the Russians are having problems with artillery. They're having problems with tanks. But their biggest problem, from what I know, is small arms.
Wow.
And I know a lot of people won't believe this. And a lot of people will say, nah, this guy's crazy. How can it be small arms? I mean, it's Russia, Kalashnikov and all that. Yeah, but they have a small arms problem.
And Ukrainian snipers, do they have the Israel-made gun?
I believe so. There's a lot of things to say about Israel on this. There's a lot of history all going to be written about what the Israelis did in this conflict. There's some serious support out here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I think now it's Nick and then Kevin. Please go ahead, Nick.
Just reacting to the earlier discussion about Taurus and whether that will be before Atacams, but the only information I've seen, and I haven't been following it too closely, about Taurus was that it could take a year because it would need to be adapted to the Ukrainian launch platform.
Because of the range and all that. Taurus has one issue. That's the pylons Taurus uses for the fighters are different than the original pylons that the Scalp.
Yeah, my point was only that if the US decided, if the US took the political decision tomorrow to send ATACMS, they'd be in theatre in what, 6 weeks? And
No,
yeah,
no, man, no. They could be a week. If they decided tomorrow by Friday, they could be launching it.
right. I mean, okay. Oh, that's still within. What I'm saying is, not very much time at all. No training required. Presumably, they have to learn.
No training required. The TACMS is a ballistic missile that is fired from the HIMARS in the M270s.
Yeah.
So, there may be an issue with the number of HIMARS and M270 that have the software upgrade for ATACMS. Okay, I don't have numbers of that because they need to have a particular software upgrade to use the ATACMS missile, right?
Yeah, but that's not going to take a year. My point was only having seen that Taurus might take a year. When somebody said, "Will Taurus arrive first?" and that will gently push the Americans to do it. Maybe the decision to send Taurus might push the Americans to do it. But I sure as hell hope we don't have to wait for the Taurus to be delivered before the Americans pull their finger out. That was my only comment.
The Americans could push the ATACMS real fast. But even if you don't have even supposing there's no HIMARS or no M270s in Ukraine, which there are, that have the software available, they could just ship the missile, ship 2 or 3 batteries of it, or 1 battery of it, and that would make a difference, right? It's not something that would need big integration, because the problem with the Taurus is the pylons that are different from the Scalp, because both Storm Shadow and Scalp use the same pylons. And then there's an issue with target measurement too, that the Germans will probably have to provide themselves. That's one of the things with Taurus, is the probably the Luftwaffe would have to provide some particular stuff that the missile needs. Okay, let's put it this way. And that's something that needs. I get why the Germans are doing what they're doing with the Taurus, because it has some particularities. It's a particular weapon, and the Ukraine is going to use the Taurus to blow up the Kerch Bridge straight out, right? So German missile blows up Kerch Bridge, it's that thing. Kevin, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Nuno. Like to take you back to the start of your analysis, if you wouldn't mind, when we started talking about the maps. I'd love to see a replay of the Kharkiv, Kherson initiatives that were so successful, this year or last year, if you will. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't doubt that, the Russians are already starting to move all their reinforcements down into Zaporizhia and taking them out of that theater. So maybe Savto and Staropolsk will open up and have a repeat of last year, first succeed on that axis and then go back to Zaporizhia and finish off. But the way you finished that, when you started talking about a breakthrough at Verbov, you really didn't talk Verbove. You didn't really talk about what happens after that. Where do they go? You said it wouldn't be Tokmak. You said it might be more in the direction, perhaps, of Bryansk or Melitopol. Where do you go after you have, if you were able to achieve, first of all, a breakthrough at Verbove? Where would you go next?
That's a good point. I would honestly, I would shift east to threaten, basically to compromise the defenses of the Russian military along the line. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
Kevin?
you would start to attack their trench line defenses, because it seems like they do have quite a bit
from the rear.
Yes,
rear.
Yes.
That's what I would do, because it's more important than seizing ground. If I unlock the defense along the front, this whole thing starts to crack, right? It's more important to do that when I can control Tokmak by fire. The ins and outs of Tokmak I can control by fire once I have my tube artillery within range. because yes, I can, of course, HIMARS in M270s can, in Grads can hit Tokmak, but the thing is, it's completely different to have it in tube artillery range, right? The number of tubes and the number of fire missions dramatically increases, right?
Yeah.
And it's fair to
So-
say, Nuno, that when you bypass Tokmak, as we indicated earlier in our discussion, towards the east and go down south to the P-37, that you essentially you'd be topographically in a better position. You'd be on the heights. You'd have both the height advantage, and you'd be just about 15 to 20 clicks out from Tokmak.
Exactly.
Tokmak would be untenable.
Yeah, exactly. And I would threaten, one of my first objectives would be to move east, to threaten the lines, and to force the lines to retreat from the contact line, because that also opens up Ukrainian combat power towards the south, right?
So you would,
I don't know if
so you'd enable more breakthroughs
if-
perhaps along the line, but you wouldn't be.
Yes.
You wouldn't be breaking through and then heading for the Sea of Azov right away.
No. I wouldn't be heading to the Sea of Azov anytime soon, Kevin. I'd be basically pushing this whole front south.
I see.
That's my view, okay? I may be wrong, but my view would be I would move east to Polohi and then try to seize the heights and move this whole thing south.
Very good.
Because the moment I break it from the rear, it's untenable, right?
Right. I was just wondering where you go, and it sounds like you would basically start dismantling their defense. So perfect. Thank you.
Exactly. And that frees up Ukrainian combat power, right?
Yes.
Because it's on the line. So in that sense, if you free up that combat power that's accumulated along the line of contact, then your maneuver elements, the moment you do that those maneuver elements become much larger, right?
Yeah. Very good.
And you can consolidate easier. And Tokmak you can control by fire with your tube artillery once it's in range. Of course, that doesn't mean huge gains along the line in terms of territory, but it fundamentally shifts the battlefield once and for all, and it becomes the moment you consolidate an operation like this and you free up the rest of the contact line to link up with the forces that have stormed the rear, this whole thing becomes much easier.
Perfect. Thank you. That explains it perfectly. Thanks, Nuno.
Thank you,
And
Kevin.
thank you,
Bye.
Kevin.
And
Shall
I
we go
think
to Meta, Nuno? One last question.
One last question for today.
Okay, it's not really a question. I just want to thank you very much for a very informative and interesting report once again. I just wanted to pop up and say that Peskov, as of a couple of minutes, is receiving arrivals again. So it's third time now, right?
Right.
So
Thank you, Meta. Everyone, thank you so much. It's been great to be back. And I'll be back next week if next week probably is okay. So I know I'll be back next week and we'll discuss further things that may be of interest to the war.
Obrigado. Thank you so much.
Auf Wiedersehen. And
Auf
everyone,
Wiedersehen.
good night, everyone. Bye.
Everybody give a big hand to Nuno Felix. It was a spiffing segment yet again, and he will recede now to an undisclosed location. Alrighty. And with that, I am absolutely certain that in 1 minute from now, my colleague Alan will be joining me here for the next half an hour until Michael arrives. And I have to say thank you also to Mr. M. That was spiffing. Thank you very much for your kind support and being here with me for the whole evening. That was also actually quite enchanting, I have to say. And thank you for the good help also in the background. That was massively appreciated. And I can see that the well-coiffed Alan, the brewer, Der Brauer, the beer brewing man from Maine, is joining us.
So I will step down and wish you all a good evening and enjoy the evening with Alan and Axel.
Dankjewel.
there will be some things happening tonight, so don't go to sleep.
Our daily, or in this case, our nightly Bryansk give us today. Alan, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. And things are happening. Apparently, we'll see very soon what is happening in Pskov. Very difficult word for me to say there, but I think I've got it out.
I can give you the good old Hanseatic German name if you want, or the subsequent Tsarist Russian name if you want. German would have been Pleskau. The Russian at that point in time would have been Pleskov. And the Pskov is just, it's just damn silly.
It is damn silly. So I'll think of it now as Pleskow.
See? Doesn't that roll off nicely off the tongue of the brewmeister, Mr. Brauer? Alrighty. What else is happening in Allen Land?
Oh, wow. What else is happening in Allen Land? I see where the top Russian missile scientist has died after a fight against being poisoned. Poor guy. I don't know.
What is it with these tea drinking Russians?
Stay away from the samovar. That's my advice.
Yeah, pity, pity, pity.
Well, Nuno, as usual, was really edifying. I couldn't listen to everything, unfortunately, as much as I wanted to. But really interesting to hear Nuno talk about what could possibly happen up around Svatove. I find that is an area of the battlefield too few people pay attention to.
That's exactly the point. We haven't had a discussion about Starobilsk, Svatove, Troitske, and the whole area towards Lugansk for quite some time, albeit actually that we had it before, and we did this earlier in the year and then a few times thereafter with him, but much, much, much more rarely and limited. Because people obviously focused on the southern and southeastern axis. We had Bakhmut being taking significant attention away, Crimea, the bridge, the likes, and of course it is a long line of contact, which is why Ukraine has so much opportunity.
Exactly, which of course is one of the points that that Nuno and Chuck make every single week, at least once, and it's worth listening. And that the other thing that Chuck reminds me of every single week is follow the roads, look at the roads, and look at the terrain. Get out your topo map, and that's what I do now. What I really want is a much larger screen so I can blow that topo map up and look at it in granular detail. But you know, I just can't do that. So I'll get out a magnifying glass.
By the way, I do have a magnifying glass here on the table. I'm not joking. I have to because, Alan, at a certain time in your life, that's what you need.
Me too, Axel. I'm also at that age. We sometimes need another thing to look at something much better.
I know I need that. A magnifying glass comes in handy every single day. For all kinds of reasons. Topo maps being the best. The maps.
Yeah,
absolutely love maps. I've always loved maps. But in any event, if you want to learn world history, you can do it easily by looking at maps. I honestly believe that it will stir your curiosity. It will make you a traveler because you'll want to visit places that you've found on a map. Maybe it's a map of the ancient Roman Empire. Maybe it's a map of how the Allied forces moved across Europe. Maybe it's a map of Portuguese exploration. I threw that in for Nuno, even though I know he's gone.
What I like about the discussions with Nuno is, man, we can walk through, and to an extent we have this also with Chuck, albeit that Chuck likes to take the breaks in between and then, you know, invite questions. But Nuno likes to walk through the whole setup, the whole program, with a couple of back and forth and comments in a very concise and compact fashion. So we have our plan, we go through it, we discuss it. There's a couple of things, and he is extremely focused and reduces it. So not everybody has to agree with everything he says, and he doesn't mind that, and he can easily take discussion and dissent. But he is extremely focused on certain points he likes to make, having analyzed them and thought about them deeply, and I respect that a great deal.
So, Axel, I've also read about this new long-range missile that Ukrainians have developed themselves with a range of 700 kilometers. It has been successfully tested. So, in other words, that puts Pskov within range of this new missile. Do we know really? I know Chuck went through how you would insert special forces to attack the airbase at Pskov, but that's not the only way to do it.
Not to support the attack. What Chuck said is, I think this, we have to clear this up, because I thought that this misunderstanding had crept into the discussion later. What Chuck said is that they've used a variety, different types of drones for different purposes, some of which needed on-site or close proximity attention and guidance. They used drones for lasing targets. They used drones for reconnaissance beforehand. They used additional drones which definitely were consumables and exploded. And they used drones, or a drone type, at least one, to drop ordnance. That already makes it 4 different varieties, some of which you are better off, in his view, and based on his experience, by having a team inserted and close by. So if you take this into consideration, that makes sense. Now, on the other hand, we have no evidence whatsoever that a long-range missile or medium-range missile, because Threatman is medium range, but it doesn't matter. A medium-range missile has been used in order to target Pskov. Not at all. If that had been the case, there would have been a completely different explosion. It would have been significantly bigger, and it would probably also not have been able to target from such a distance without further navigational adjustment. That's the key thing. And navigational adjustment means you would have to have control over it in the last phase, in the entrance phase. And you can't do this as easily with encrypted communications throughout decentralized systems of the enemy. You would have to use certain systems which arrange into it. Technically, yes, you could say, you could use, so to say, communication systems available to the west of it, because to the west of it is the free, so to say, outside of Mordor, there is freedom, there's communication capacity. But would that have been possible? I doubt it, and therefore I doubt that they've used something where they can change targeting in the very last terminal phase, which also means they must have had a drone which could do that, as opposed to a missile, because the missile would have. You can't target those Ilyushins within, say, the parking grounds, so to say, in between the revetments there, with a missile in that format, unless you have a completely different missile system, which they don't.
And have we heard any more about collateral damage, by which I mean the 50 fuel tankers that were parked out in the open at Pskov?
Yeah, we only heard that the fire burned quite long and well into the next day, and that essentially all of the tank storage which they hit on that one side has been destroyed as a consequence, because they could not find a way to get rid of the fire in time. Fire brigade evidently was not prepared to address a fire of that size. So that's interesting.
Well, it means that this airbase is almost out of commission as a refueling and maintenance location for the Russian Air Force, I would say. And I guess it was practically every Aleutian military transport that Russia has in service was there. They don't have that many, fewer than 30, I believe. Actually, and I know it's difficult. These inventories are speculative at best, but there were 22 there out of an entire fleet of less than
And they
30.
hit 4 of them.
Well, that's
But
pretty. That's pretty good.
We do not know whether all 4 of them have been disabled. But it's a good start. Absolutely, I completely agree with you.
It's a good start. And so the other thing I caught Nuno saying, appreciated, is that what Ukraine is doing right now, literally tonight, literally today, and we'll be doing again tomorrow, is actively changing the narrative of this war. How many so-called analysts, I use that word lightly, how many can continue to deliver this message about Ukraine either in a stalemate or losing? They are going to have egg on their face, and plenty of it, in a couple of weeks' time. And it's important to change that narrative, Axel.
Yeah, the thing is that, sorry, I just caught a pretzel. I apologize. That evidently happened after a few hours of not eating at all, thanks to Nuno and everybody else. But sorry, I think the narratives which we have encountered throughout this war, to the extent that these were narratives which were not based in fact and which were brought out to the detriment of Ukraine, we have been able to dispel most of them, dissect, analyze, review, dispel them. And we should do that pretty much every day, because if we don't do it, nobody else will. Fortunately, there is a larger group of people by now worldwide who all attend to this. But the narratives, which are currently the most poisonous, are all developed on the basis of Russia clamoring that Ukraine is not making sufficient amount of progress, and insinuating this to certain parties in the West. And certain very gullible parties in the West are constantly self-deterring. So in order to precipitate a self-fulfilling prophecy of not delivering ammunition, not delivering weapon systems, not delivering sufficient capability to Ukraine in time. And that is what needs to stop.
And I think we can contribute to stopping that. As a matter of fact, we should get some of these stalemate narrative folks here on the space and ask them some serious questions and see how in the world they can back it up. Talking to you, Axel, or talking to Nuno, or to Chuck, to Doman, who I'm glad to see back, they wouldn't last a hot minute.
Yeah, we had the discussion earlier with Nuno as well. And we alluded to this, that Ben Hodges, Jacqueline, Petraeus, Parry, the likes, Nick Ryan, all of them have been, and Philip Breedlove, have been pounding their desks and have been beating the drum and have been explaining what we could learn from the preparations which we undertook in the Cold War. We could learn from the logistics which we've operated in the past in order to move things quickly. We could learn from our mistakes. We could learn from where we did well, how we operated in the surge. There's so many things which are actually at hand, available, and still within living memory, respectively, available from people who are not too far away from current operations, and who well understand, evidently, what Ukraine is doing and what the Ukrainian armed forces are doing. General McRyan was in Ukraine. He met with President Zelensky. He met with the general staff. Ben Hodges does understand quite well what's going on, as does David Petraeus. And I think we
We should advocate that these messages are heard and hopefully adhere to.
And they wouldn't last a hot minute with Shaggy in the house either. And Shaggy is in the house. Shaggy, go ahead.
Just unlocking the phone. Hi, Alan. How are you this evening?
Looking forward to a little time here with Axel and then with Chuck starting at 7 p.m. So that's in an hour and 45 minutes.
Sorry, Shaggy came up and I thought he would come up and first say, how.
Maybe I should sing Legs by ZZ Tops or just play that as my background music or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, no, it's just about the narrative. I'm actually noticing in the headlines that I read on my various aggregators around the place that the narrative does seem to have changed a little bit, or starting to change now a little bit from just the headlines anyway. From the it's going too slow, blah blah blah, stalemate thing to advances being made and a bit more talk on success. The word success is definitely got into the narrative a lot more, literally over the past 2 or 3 days, and I think that's a good sign. Well, partly because it more reflects reality, and well, the narrative's changing, I think, but that's just a tentative observation. What do you reckon?
Well, I think it's changing too. And unfortunately, it's hurricane season here in the United States, and weather reports have actually pushed Ukraine off the front pages of newspapers, and therefore off the front page of the digital editions as well. But my God, the U.S. Print media, televised media, radio media cannot ignore what Ukraine is carrying out in Pskov third night in a row.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's not bad when Ukraine is not on the front page, especially if it would be negative news in the front page and false narratives. I'd rather it wasn't actually talked about than negative stuff. And then because by the time it does come back into the news cycle, then well, the advances will look even better than bigger and stuff like that compared to when it was last talked about on front pages. So yeah, it's not all bad. I mean, obviously we'd like the positive news spread all the time, but if that can't happen, then I think, well, okay, rather than negative, I'd rather have a little bit of quiet time. Everyone gets on with their other stuff, and then back to Ukraine and positive stuff. What do you think about that?
True, absolutely, Shaggy. And talking of positive stuff, can we talk about the continuity of government on the one hand and what the view is? Maybe you know this. I know that Nick obviously is only watching Spanish television whilst he sits in Mallorca and floats the boat on sangria. But Shaggy, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what the English and the Welsh and the Scottish and the Northern Irish media has said today in Great Britain as to Mr. Shapps and Ben Wallace having resigned.
Well, overall, they're not that impressed with Grant Shapps, but yeah, it's a kind of
Is he not a grand Chaps?
he's I call him Grant Schnaps. Not that I think he has a drinking problem or anything, but just I just find that quite funny. He's going to be one of these where it's a bit like
he was in charge of a ministry which ends on net zero. That's not a promise, is it?
No, exactly. I mean, he does promise a lot of things, and he tries, I suppose, but he's just a bit out of his depth. I really hope he kind of just listens to his advisors. He's not that bad at that actually, because he hasn't got really many skills of his own that I can tell, apart from communication and looking pretty, or trying to look pretty. But yeah, it depends how he goes at it. If he tries to make a name for himself by putting his foot down, he's not going to do very well because he doesn't know what he's doing. But if he listens to his advisors, like his deputies and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, things will continue. It makes me feel like a Maloney moment it's like, oh no, this could be a disaster, but it might turn out okay. I mean, obviously, completely different context, but a little bit like that. I mean, you get it's quite a little bit polarized here. If you're a Labour person, you're going to hate him. If you're a Conservative, you're going to stand by him and all this kind of stuff. I'm kind of in the middle. I've got a few views from all different angles, so I don't really know where I stand. To tell you the truth, but yeah, it's a hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But maybe not that, the worst. Maybe not that bad. He may just fuck up a few things, but he's going to get carried along. He's a popularist. He's a little bit like Boris Johnson.
Does he have any? What kind of say? Can you talk a little bit about what he has been doing since he's been representing Watford, and has he been doing anything which lends good credence to the fact that he could run something like the MOD?
Yeah, it's Welwyn Garden City, not Watford, but you got the W right. It's I used to live in Welwyn Garden City, so he was my MP at one stage. He likes a photo op. He does like a photo op. He likes going around and to jamborees and fairs and doing the positive.
Oh, sorry. By the way, you're right. He was at Watford Grammar School for Boys. I apologise.
No worries. Yeah, I think he was in Watford Grammar School with one of our co-hosts or something like that. Mentioned earlier on. I think it was James. I'm not quite. I can't remember 100%. But yeah, he was a nobody there. Nobody knew who he was apparently. But yeah, he likes a photo op. He likes all the positive stuff. He can get his hands dirty a little bit. There were some factories and some businesses moving out, and he was on the case there a bit. He's very good at contacts. He's got contacts in lots of different. He's got his fingers in lots of different pies. Sometimes he's obviously got his fingers burned in pies he shouldn't have been in. But he's a communicator.
So he is in politics, is what you're saying.
Exactly, he's a politician, rather than the previous defence minister, who was more of a doer politician. This one's more of a
who had served in the army.
Yes, exactly. That's the biggest difference. This people. I mean, Ben Wallace kind of knew what it was like from the bottom all the way to the top, all the way to the very top. Whereas Grant Shapps hasn't been. Snaps. I keep on calling him that. Grant Shapps hasn't been in the army. I don't think he's been on the. Oh, he's probably been on an army base or an Air Force base, but yeah, he hasn't got that experience. So that's why I really hope he's going to lean on his advisors. But Nick's got his hand up there, so he's going to have a little view on this. I'd like to hear that actually, if that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Go ahead, Nick.
An interesting chap. Grant Shapps. He's first cousin of Mick Jones.
Oh, Nick, lay off the sangria. Interesting chaps. Come on.
Oh, I wasn't even trying to make a joke there. His first cousin is Mick Jones of The Clash, which is kind of, and his brother was actually in Jones's follow-up band, Big Audio Dynamite. So there's some show business in the family. He is Jewish, which is interesting. It's difficult to overstate how unimportant religion is to politics in the UK. Michael Howard was the Conservative leader for several years, and almost nobody knew that he was Jewish. But he went to a pretty good school where he had fairly mediocre academic results. So he does not have an undergraduate degree.
So Humphrey would say he hasn't attended one. He has not attended one of the two universities, right?
Indeed, he hasn't attended any of the universities. He was a bit of a get-rich-quick merchant. He worked under various pseudonyms. It's believed he attended Conservative Party conferences under at least one of them. But he's an equal opportunity impersonator because he used 2 male and 1 female pseudonym in business world, and he gets mocked for this regularly whenever he does anything. Whenever he appears, the opposition figures and opposition supporters will mock him for this. He's basically what we would call a spiv. It's difficult quite to sort of But he's, yeah, a bit of a dodgy geezer. He will have a lot of contacts, as Shaggy said, because in the past 365 days, and it only sneaks in by a week, but nonetheless, in the past 365 days, Grant Shapps has had 5 different ministries. And the really funny thing about this is that, so he's become unbecome minister of something 4 times, including today when he got promoted to defense, or promoved. I think it's probably about the same. He was energy security minister. But the really funny thing is none of those moves were his fault. So until the 6th of September last year, you may remember Boris Johnson was prime minister, and then I think he resigned as part of the general resignation that brought down Boris Johnson. Then he was somewhat out of favour until when Liz Truss's government was starting to collapse. The Home Secretary, meaning Interior Minister, Suella Braverman, had to resign because she had been using her personal email for sensitive documents. And Grant Shapps was brought back into the cabinet as Home Secretary, which is considered one of the great offices of state. He only lasted 6 days because Liz Truss was left office and was replaced by Rishi Sunak. And Rishi didn't want, he brought Suella Braverman back as Home Secretary. So having resigned due to a security leak, she was back in office 6 days later. Grant Shapps
she was much more secure then, right, Nick?
Grant Shapps, indeed. Grant Shapps got to be Business Secretary, Secretary for Business. Then he was moved to Secretary of State for Energy Security in a cabinet reshuffle in February of this year, and he's just become Secretary of State for Defense. So apart from anything else, he probably knows all the best places to get lunch in Whitehall, and he will have a lot of contacts. Now, he is a spiv, but I think he's a spiv with a heart of gold, and I can't help liking the guy. He comes across as immensely likable. I don't know if that's all an act, but he just comes across as someone you would absolutely be able to go and have a beer with. And many politicians, even the ones who sort of look like they might be the kind of person you want to have a beer with, are not. And I can genuinely imagine having a couple of beers with this guy. When he's asked to speak off the cuff, he tends to speak like a normal human being and not a robot and not someone who's got 3 minders behind him scripting everything. I'm not sure if that's necessarily an advantage as Defense Secretary, but it's the difficulty that the UK has is that they can, unless you make someone a life peer, a member of the House of Lords at very high speed, which almost never happens. The problem the UK has is that they can only appoint as a minister someone who is an MP for the current government, and that massively reduces the talent pool. If Lloyd Austin were to resign tomorrow, there are 20 or 30 or 40 people who are not elected officials at the moment who could become Secretary of Defense and who are eminently qualified to do it. Grant Shapps clearly is not qualified to be a Minister of Defense in a major Western country, other than the fact that that's the way the system works in the UK. And they were immensely lucky to have someone of the military experience and, I would say, political astuteness of Ben Wallace, because let's not forget, Ben Wallace has been an elected official for twice as long as he was in the army. He first got elected to the Scottish Parliament in 1999. So that was a bit of luck, but it is quite normal in the UK.
Nick, let me interrupt you there. Let me interrupt you there, because you're missing something. This is what Bearded and Gunny and David have been trying to tell you. Going into the army, going through the army, and taking up a leadership position changes the way you think and work.
Oh, I absolutely. That was just a little.
It's not about a matter of time. It's the matter of instilling this discipline, dedication, and the service component into your mind.
No, I know all that. Actually,
everything you do afterwards. That's why
I wasn't trying to. But it is interesting that Ben Wallace had been. I mean, in fact, one of the reasons he's retiring is, frankly, he's put in his time. He's done his hard yards, both in the army and in politics. So yes, Grant Chap has no military experience whatsoever, and he would be considered. The expression people use sometimes is a safe pair of hands. I think he's the safest available pair of hands. He's not going to be great. He's not going to be terrible. And provided that his the junior ministers in that department keep Ben Wallace going, I suspect chaps will be phoning Wallace quite a bit, and I think Wallace will probably make himself available. So he's extremely presentable. He actually went to Kyiv 4 or 5 days, a week ago, in his capacity as Secretary of State for Energy Security, but I rather suspect that he knew what was coming. And so, yeah, so he, at the time, he issued a video of him touring various Ukrainian energy facilities, but I wouldn't be surprised if he also met some defense people as well. So it's not that we'd all like Ben Wallace to have stayed. There are maybe 1 or 2 people with better military experience, but within the realities of the current state of the UK government, which has a year to go before they are very likely to be thrown out on their ear, it's a familiar figure. He will be familiar within the UK government. He will be relatively well known in Brussels. He has a lot of contacts. So it's a mixed bag, but I think it could have been worse. There were 1 or 2 other names that were in the ring that I would have been less happy with.
Do you remember Robert Webb? Sorry, hold on, Alan. Sorry, 1 second. Nick, do you remember Robert Webb?
We did. He's still alive. He does. Grant Shapps does look a bit like him, doesn't he?
No, not only that, I sent you a photo just now. Have a little look, see. He even has the same kind of mouth and facial grimacing expression when he talks.
Well, then I'm looking forward.
He even has the same intonation.
I'm looking forward to Grant Shapps announcing some oligarch sanctions so that he can say we have seized a massive yacht.
Nick, can you help me with some British slang? Spiv. I can't make head nor tail of it.
So originally, the term spiv was coined, I think, during the Second World War, and I don't know what the etymology is. And it referred to, there was a lot of rationing, and it referred to somebody who could get you what you needed, even though it was rationed. And the archetype of this comes from a couple of TV shows, and they'd be well dressed, Cockney geezer, wearing a hat, wearing a very big coat, because when they opened the coat, it was full of goodies. But they could also get you ration coupons and eggs and all kinds of stuff. And I don't know exactly where it came from. Since then, it's come to mean, and it's less common than it was, but it's come to mean a sort of habitually slightly dodgy businessman, but not in the full-on criminal sense. Because after all, if you're subject to rationing and you really want some eggs or some tea or something like that, the spiv is kind of your friend. So on the one hand, we look down on him because we're all meant to be here in solidarity, you know, as good citizens putting up with the rationing. And on the other hand, you know, your wife really wants a pair of nylons or something. So it's a particular kind of dodgy businessman, but he isn't ripping you off. He's just not quite in the fully legitimate business world.
He is selling stolen goods.
The goods weren't necessarily stolen. There was sometimes
They fell off a truck.
No. That's a variety.
Come
but
on, the ration cards were. See, either the ration cards are faked or falsified. That is wrong, or they're stolen. Otherwise, how else would he get them?
It's certainly the individual concerned is not hanged, but he, for example, he might have been bribing officials to get access to stock. So
Oh, that is any better.
Again, morally, you know, it's clearly somewhat immoral, but there is a little bit of love-hate there. There is a little bit of love-hate there. That's the, but it's a fairly derogatory term, but it's not suggesting that anything especially criminal is going on compared to other kinds of thief and fraud and whatever. Anyway, it's a term that I think most British people, even considerably younger than me, will recognise and will understand what it means when you say he's a spiv.
And now I do too. Thank you for
well
that.
dressed, Alan. A spiv typically comes in decent clothing. He's not a dirty one.
If you put spiv into Google Images, you will get some good ideas.
Which I will do when I'm not a co-host. I only have 2 thumbs, Nick. But they are both opposable. So Shaggy and then Tracy, please.
Thanks. I was going to ask if they were opposable, but you answered that for me. Oh, sorry, I was chuckling away there. I like the Merriam-Webster definition. So it says, "Spiv, a man who lives by his wits without regular employment," and that's his political career, basically summed up. That's perfect.
I think that's a little bit unfair. I don't think he has ever resigned, and I may have resigned with the Boris Johnson thing, but I don't think he's ever had to resign due to any scandal, and I don't think he's ever been fired.
He resigned from the committee he formed on blockchain because there was a scandal about an assignment and an allocation of future tokens, and for what could have been anywhere between 700,000 quid or more. So let's put it this way: I think Shaggy is not completely wrong there.
Well, that would be typical spiv behaviour, you see.
Yeah, I mean, I get the well dressed bit, and he's a bit of a political fixer, or rather, I think I described him earlier on as what does describe him as a filler. You know, in a box you get that bubble wrap. He's like political bubble wrap.
All right, come on, guys. All right, so cut it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and if he continues to do the work, and he just does all the spitting around, I'm fine with it.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything. Yeah, I think it could. I don't think it would go terribly wrong, but it could be a lot better than we think. He's going to toe the government line, the cabinet line. He's going to kind of do what he's told. He's not going to push for a hell of a lot of in defence. But if the government still wants to support Ukraine, which it does, then he'll go along and he'll have the contract to make it happen.
I think if this had been peacetime, he would have been a very, very unpopular choice in terms of the reforms and the improvements that the British Armed Forces need. He is not the kind of politician. The only politician probably who can do that in the current government, this UK government setup, would be Michael Gove, who could actually come into a department and say, right, we're actually going to do something. So from that point of view,
money. Actually, finally funding the British Armed Forces.
Gove makes things happen. Sometimes for good. He's done some very good stuff. When he was the best Justice Minister the UK has had in 50 years. Sometimes less good, depending on how ideological he gets. But Michael Gove makes stuff happen. And Grant Shapps kind of minds the shop a little bit. So the difficulty that the UK has now is that neither the Defence Minister nor the Prime Minister, in their own way, which Johnson was, express any great enthusiasm for Ukraine. Sunak doesn't really care about foreign affairs or Ukraine. It's just one of the things on his radar. So it's the lack of enthusiasm that we compared to 12 months ago that I think is possibly a problem. But on the other hand, the UK, like most of the allies, is now sufficiently committed to the cause that to some extent it's running on autopilot. So had the current Sunak and Shapps been there on the 24th of February 2022, then things might have been a lot different. So if you're going to have the sort of the Boris and Ben followed by the Sunak and Shapps deal, it's better that it happened in this order. Let's put it that
So
way.
we got
So I
Boris
think
and Ben and Sunak and Shapps. Okay, Nick, we now have a significant Anglophile. Actually, we have a North Sea majority here. We have the Dutch, Frisians. We have Lunchtime, Chris, Shaggy, Tracy, and you. So we are in charge, quite literally. Alan, stick to Maine. Can we get a vote from all of you? Chris, Nady, Malamud, listen carefully. You need to run to the phone now, quick. I want a very brief, on a scale from 1 to 10 or 0 to 10, 10 being the best, 0 being shite, gobshite. What is your view on Mr. Shapps, his appointment, and the likelihood of him doing a good job?
about 6 to 7.
6 to 7. Tracy, what do you think?
1.
1. Shaggy, what do you think?
I agree with Nick. 6 or 7.
Lunchtime.
I think he's for decorative use only. But
No,
if he
on the
does
scale,
nothing,
we'll come
yeah,
to you on the scale.
if he does what he's told, then say 6. Yeah.
Okay, Chris, bloody Navy. They always have to run across the deck until they. Chris. Jesus Christ, Windley. We have howling.
Chris.
I don't know what's going on with him. Okay,
He-
fine. Alan,
He only
find him
answers
later.
to the bosun's whistle.
Yeah, no, exactly. He needs a bosun whistle. We need to have a bosun whistle for him. Now, finally. Okay, see, you're late again. So, Chris, did you hear the question?
No.
Okay, simple. On a scale from 0 to 10, meaning from very decent down to gobshite. All right? 10 being very decent, of course. What do you think is the likelihood of Grant Shapps performing well in his new role?
8.
Okay, all right. There you go. So we have a lot of 6 to 7-ish, 6-ish amongst Shaggy and Lunchtime. We have a 1 from Tracy, and we'll come
And
to
I
why
give
she
it a
says so.
5.
Yes, of course, please. What do you say, Ghost? Mr. M?
I give it a 5.
So there is a lot of hope and optimism here. Now, Tracy, tell us why we should not be optimistic.
Well, I have to say I've resisted commenting on this all day because I'm absolutely furious over it. As far as I'm concerned, Grant Shapps is useless. He couldn't organise a bleep in a brewery. And the only saving grace, I feel, is that, in my opinion, he's such a yes man that really a new defence secretary is Rishi Sunak, because he's just going to do whatever Rishi Sunak tells him to do. And in my opinion, and it is just my opinion, that's why he's been put there, because I don't think Rishi Sunak was very happy when he found out that Ben Wallace just gave away all those javelins and in-laws, was it one or the other, without telling Boris Johnson. And so, sorry guys, I did have to come and comment because the topic kept coming up.
No, it's fine, Tracy. Let me put a follow-up question then to you. You are aware of James Heapy, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's the Minister of State, for our American listeners, over there in the colonies. Hello. Minister of State for the Armed Forces of the United Kingdom. Mr. Heapy is the one who does the work at the MOD. He is still there. Does that bode well for whoever is the figurehead? What do you think, Tracy?
That's definitely
because Mr. Sunak doesn't do the work, does he?
No, but he makes the final decisions, does he not?
I'm completely with you, and Mr. Sunak has shown quite an intense capacity for reducing budget positions and has done so to the armed forces prior to this war. So yes, he is, of course, quite an offensive person in that regard, from my point of view, as nearly every single prime minister since John Major, who is also useless in that regard, absolutely listless, and, shall we say, an abomination to the United Kingdom in that regard. But that's just me. Tracy, do you think that Mr. Heapy can run this show properly? Because Ben Wallace already had Sunak as his boss, so he couldn't do anything much other than what Sunak would sign off, according to you, right?
I think if he's left to do his job, then absolutely, yes, I would be confident in that. And I really wish that Tom Tugendhat would have been Defence Secretary, because I think he's about the only other guy that I think would have done a fantastic job.
If only he had worn different socks on that day on television, right?
Absolutely.
That's a long story.
Axel, you have not given your vote between 0 and 10 yet.
I think I am very much with Chris that James Heapy will do all the work. Sunak is forced to agree, and therefore Grant Shapps will look significantly better than the work he does. So he will not stand in the way of what Heapy does in order to fall in line with what the coalition wants to do, and the MOD has already planned for. I think most of the things which will happen the next 9 to 12 months are already baked in the cake by what Ben Wallace did, and therefore he will look like an 8, perform like a 5, and be still whoever he is. And I do not know him very well. I only know all the things which we've read over the many years about him and seen his face, which looks like Robert Webb, definitely, especially when he's trying to explain what he has studied and what he did not do or did do about blockchain. But there you go. Having said this, can we go, Alan, if you allow me, before we go to Michael MriyaReport, I would really like to hear from Lunchtime what he thinks about all of that conundrum.
Oh, thanks, Axel. Yeah, I mean, Grant Shapps, I mean, you know, it's one of those things. If Grant Shapps is the answer, what on earth was the question? Is how I sort of see it.
This is Robert Webb territory.
Sorry, yes. I mean, honestly, it's really kind of, it's a symptom of, well, it seems to me a symptom of a government really clutching at straws. I do agree with Tracy that Sunak probably just wants a yes man in that position, because, yeah, I mean, that totally makes sense politically. I really can't think of a single thing Grant Shapps has excelled at, to be honest with you. So let's hope he doesn't mess it up, and let's hope he's not used as the vehicle. This is like my worst fear, is that he's used as the vehicle for Sunak's lack of enthusiasm on this sort of policy. And I hope that's not the case. But, you know, Rishi Sunak strikes me as the sort of person that would say things like, oh, the Ukraine project, or something like this, right? And whereas Boris, despite the fact that I would never vote for Boris and he's not my political whatever, he was operating much more on a sort of an instinct to do the right thing by Ukraine. And the consequences be damned. You know what I mean?
Oh,
At least
I have one. Lunchtime, listen carefully. I have one. Now, if you had the choice, all of you, my dear friends, who just voted before, if you had the choice on the scale from 0 to 10, if you had the choice to get Boris Johnson to become the new Minister of Defense, would you take it? A 0 for, oh my goodness, no, to 10, 100%. Chris, you start.
I was just gonna give you a bit of history, Axel. You know, he's not exactly a website, an internet king, and that, but he is a survivor. You know, I'm going to make everybody feel guilty now. He's a cancer survivor and he's a COVID survivor as well. And Axel, for you, he's a pilot. So 7.
Are we talking about, sorry, Boris?
Oh, sorry, Grant, I'm still on. Big pardon.
I have no problem with him being able to pilot. It's completely fine. I respect people who can move in 3-dimensional fields. But Chris, before that, can we now go back to the silly question I made prior to me departing and going off to get a glass of whiskey? Could you please tell us, between 0 to 10, would 10 being 100% I want him, to 0, please, oh my goodness, no, let him burn in hell. Would you like to have Boris Johnson being the new Secretary of Defense as an alternative if you had the choice?
Oh, yeah, definitely. 8.
All right. Shaggy.
Well, it took me about 15, 20 seconds for me to compose myself because that was the most horrible question I think I've actually heard this year. Oh, dear me. He has actually piloted a zip line, which was highly amusing in that photo. I would actually say 10. He would be brilliant for Ukraine in the defense role as long as he listened to his advisors, I think. He would be Mr.
And Mr.
Gun
Heapy doing the work.
Yeah. Well, he just sign off on everything. I think he just say fuck it. You can have anything you want. Yeah. So from a Ukraine point of view, yeah, 10. I definitely have him over Grant Snaps.
Perfect. I'll go to Tracy. Tracy, what say you?
Yes, I agree. 10 in terms of what he does for Ukraine. Otherwise, I can't stand him.
That's fair. Nick?
0. It's a job that requires a functioning adult who can turn up to work. He also wouldn't take it because it would involve giving up all of his side gigs. So it would be costing him about $500,000. Well, I think he's making a couple of million a year at the moment, actually, from his speaking engagements. And as a minister, you're not allowed any sort of outside income. It's extremely academic, but no, 0. It's a job that needs a functioning adult. And
so Mr. Heapy as doing the work is not good enough for you.
The point is you have to have somebody who can go in whatever. Shaps doesn't have any military experience, but he will go into a meeting with the chiefs of staff who have dealt with many ministers of defense in their time, and he will at least listen and take notes and say I'll get back to you. And Boris Johnson is fundamentally unsuited to any kind of job that involves being an adult.
Nick, hold it. We found it. Okay, 0. You say lunchtime. What's yours?
Oh, hi. Yeah. Oh, that's worked. Good. Well, it's interesting because didn't Grant Shapps have a job while he was in government that he wasn't supposed to have? But anyway, I would say, yeah, just strange. But yeah, I would say 11, just simply because if you asked any Ukrainian who they would want for that position, it would be Boris. And Boris improvising and half-arsing it, which is what he's done all his life, is still going to be better than Shapps, in my opinion. Like he can just toss off a little speech that will be a shot in the arm to the whole movement, to the whole idea, and will keep give people a great deal of succor in Ukraine. And what's more, it'll get publicity. It'll be newsworthy. It'll focus some media attention, which is direly lacking, in my opinion, on Ukraine. I think Grant Shapps.
The narratives. We're back to the narratives.
Perhaps the narratives, but for it to be in the news a bit. Ukraine did something extraordinary, and I've barely read about it really in the mainstream press. So yeah.
Very good point, Mr. M. And then we go to Peter, who has joined us. We are expanding, the count of the realm here. And Mr. M, what say you? Boris, 0 or 10?
Well, when I saw Boris Johnson the first time, and I have this image still, I find him a bit like a caveman, looking like a caveman with his hair and how he walks, but I give him a big 8.
All right, and that brings us to Peter Headley, who has joined us now at this time. Evidently, I lured all of our wonderful friends from the island to join us on this matter. Peter, what say you? Boris, as a, say, alternative Secretary of Defense, 0 gobshite or 10 manna from heaven?
What say I? I say, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I've been sucked in by the absurdity of this conversation. I just could not imagine.
This is Radio Vault for you.
Boris, I do struggle with him. He was actually quite good on Ukraine because he set the direction, and he's good at sort of setting direction, but he's completely not a details person. And the Secretary of Defense does need to be across the details. So I think he was probably in a good position to be Prime Minister and leaving somebody who was good at details and knew what they were doing, like Ben Wallace, to get on with the executing the sort of brief. Although, yeah, Ukrainians would like him there, it's a totally hypothetical question, because I think he's now stood down as an MP, or he's been ejected as an MP in effect, so he can't be Secretary of Defence. But it depends what the question is. Is the question, would you like Boris there, or would you like Boris in,
yes, of course,
in preference to Grant Shapps?
No. The question was, forget everybody else. If you had the choice, today to make him Secretary of Defense, would you do it?
I think personally
10,
the answer
0, anything in between.
The answer is no, and I think I have to go with, was it? Oh, somebody just gave him. It was Nick. Nick who just gave him.
Nick gave him a scathing review.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough.
I think I'd
All
have
right,
to do that.
Before I'm Peter, that's fine. Let me just stay on. Don't go away. We'll ask a colonial for, let's say, a completely unmerited opinion. Michael, do you have anything to say for yourself in this regard?
Hi, actually, yes, I do. I just want to remind my Brit.
You want to pay taxes first? I mean, would you please pay your back taxes first?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Okay,
just
carry
again,
on.
I want to just remind my British friends, the last time the Tories had a blonde bombshell as a defense secretary in 1985, it blew up on their prime minister. That was Michael Heseltine and the Westland affair. So I just think, from the sake of history, I would encourage my friends over in the UK, especially those of you that have affinity for the Tory party, to think twice about echoing history.
Oh, wonderful, Michael. That was a beautiful observation, and given the fact that Michael Heseltine thereafter remedied himself by not participating as much in the backstabbing of Maggie Thatcher, we can all talk about it for a long time.
I think blaming the hair color is a little bit.
Yeah, Nick.
I mean, I think he was known as
Have you-
Tarzan, wasn't he?
Yes, exactly. His name was Tarzan. That's exactly right. And he got it at university already. Because Michael Heseltine did actually attend a university, did he not, Mike? And having said the other thing, so because I've now asked you all y'all, as our friends over there in the colonies do say in the South, or wherever that is in the outer territories, I think you got Boris Johnson wrong. Some of you highlighted that Grant Shapps has great connections and knows everybody. Yeah, so what? Grant Shapps has never been prime minister. He's also never been in the media as much and as intensely as Boris Johnson. He may not have rubbed everybody as harsh and as hard and as ridiculously abrasive as Boris Johnson. He may not have betrayed many people as Boris Johnson, but he definitely was not ever read into the secrecies of the realm. Grant Shapps is not on the same level as Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson is also significantly more intelligent than many of the people who've been asked this question, and I would rate him highly intelligent. But what he definitely is extremely focused. A friend of ours, Tim Sennett, who, when dispatched to Ukraine on our little documentary and research tour, was there in a meeting with some of the biggest boys of Ukraine, Alexander Kamyshin, and a few other serious politicians, sat there whilst Boris came into the conference room at the train station in Kyiv. Apart from all the hullabaloo and all the adulation and intense admiration he enjoys there, what happened is, during the meeting, for about 2 hours, and people sitting down having a glass of claret, by the way, he was constantly after the question as to how to assist Ukraine, what to do with his contact data book, who they need to talk to, what would be required, asking questions and taking notes and making sure that others who were with him took notes. He was extremely focused. So the thing is that some people excel in one capacity. Some people in their lives excel in one job. Some people excel in more than one job. Winston Churchill evidently excelled in many capacities, but he rose to absolute
transcendent fame and reputation in one job. We should be very careful as to how we, from the outside, rein into people just because we've seen them on Have I Got News for You. Whether we saw them in their silliness and raucousness as a rather faulty mayor, or somebody coming off a zip line, or somebody betraying someone else about something. Mr. Johnson, for all his faults, is rightfully admired in Ukraine because he took a stand for Ukraine's freedom at a point in time when very few were willing to speak up and do shit. And he allowed Ben Wallace to do what he needed to do, and plausible deniability in a cabinet is massively important when going to war and not going to war. I think my reasoning for all of this would be that someone, and lunchtime you struck a very good chord, someone who can speak, someone who can raise the profile of Ukraine, someone who can be engaging, someone who can make the people believe that we are on the right track, that we're doing the right thing, that we're pushing, that we're delivering freedom, that we are there with Ukraine, fighting against people who commit genocide, raze cities, rape babies, slice the throat of women, men, children, the elderly, bomb cities. Somebody raising that topic in elaborate fashion in your comments when reporting. Somebody who goes to lead with a spear in hand will be appreciated. If Grant Shapps can deliver that, wonderful. The work has to be done by many, many hundreds and thousands of people in the MOD anyway. And I trust James Heaphy. I do. I really, really do. And so should you. But it needs someone to push hard. Let's hope that Grant Shapps has it. The only reason why I highlighted Boris, because I think that he did the right thing at the right time. And that, for me, is more important than any of the other shit. Because any of the other shit is completely irrelevant. It pales in the face of genocide. There is a reason why we don't talk about Lord Halifax. Remember that. And with that, I bid you good night and good luck. It was a pleasure. I love this panel.
Hang on, Axel. What was your number then? Was it 10?
Of course, 100%.
Axel loves this panel because he packed it and packed it well. Let's go back to lunchtime if we can, please.
Oh, thanks, Alan. Well, we love you too, Axel. Great stuff. I understand the reservations about Boris Johnson, and of course, it's an impossibility that he could be involved again in government, at least for the foreseeable future. But honestly, Grant Shapps is, to me, like the human equivalent of weak sauce. But anyway, if I can, Alan, would it be possible to get a quick update about what's been happening today in Ukraine in terms of booms and bridges and so on? I just haven't had a chance really to stay on top of things today.
Well, I encourage you, lunchtime, to stay up late tonight. Chuck Farrell will be here in 57 minutes. He has posted a lot of maps today. I think the most important thing to know, lunchtime, is that it appears the Russian air base in Pskov is under attack for the third day in a row by Ukrainian drones, at least Ukrainian drones. So that's something we'll be watching. As I say, that's the most important thing. Stay awake. Don't have a bourbon. Have a cup of coffee.
I swear MriyaReport is a conspiracy to stop me sleeping at all. But yeah, I'll do my very best. Thank you.
We can stop you sleeping. Leave it to us. Who needs sleep? Peter, go ahead, please.
Oh dear, Axel's really set the cat among the pigeons, hasn't he? My gut feeling is that if all our hopes are pinned on Grant Shapps, then what desperate times we live in. I mean, the politicians in this country at the moment seem to have steadily been going downhill in terms of their sort of quality and caliber. Yet there are some good ones there. You know, Tom Tugendhat is an example, and most of the non-British people here will probably never have heard of him. But I think he's the head of the one of the committees that asks a lot of questions. He's ex-military and he does know his stuff. And he would have made an excellent defence secretary, and he's been absolutely 100% behind Ukraine. And there is a handful of others into that camp. Tom Seeley was somebody who I believe was in some sort of command bunker in Ukraine, in the Odessa area, when the Moskva was struck, and he's been very supportive. And there's another couple names who I've just are not on the tip of my tongue at the moment. But if I had to have chosen anybody who is just a complete blood secretary, oh, just bloody hell, you know. Anyway, yeah, and the Boris question, it was hypothetical. I don't know. Axel would like him back. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The problem is he's just a pathological liar. He's got no real he was good for Ukraine, but was he you have to question his motives. Was he actually doing it for Ukraine, or was he doing it for Boris? He is all about Boris and his ego, and yeah, he took a stand and he got that one right. But when you look what he did on Brexit, he could have gone either side, and he decided to go one way, and he actually wrote a newspaper article, two newspaper articles, one in favour of Brexit and one against Brexit, and then decided which one he was going to publish. He's been sacked for 3 jobs now for basically lying, and not only lying but being caught out. He's not the sort of best person to have in a sort of job that does need somebody over it. But then what Axel was saying about him in Kiev rather, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we've got Grant Shapps. I think we're going to have to make the best of him, and just keep fingers crossed and hope that he can buck the trend of his completely unsparkling and undistinguished and pretty lackluster, mediocre political career so far. And I can't say my hopes are pinned that high, but I hope that Ben Wallace has set the scene sufficiently and done enough prep in the background that all Grant Shapps needs to do is just be a figurehead and hopefully not make too many decisions and not upset the apple cart. I think that's my perspective on it, but yeah, not the news I was hoping to hear today, but there we are. And I do like Lunchtime's comment as well. If Grant Shapps is the answer, then what the hell was the question? That is absolutely spot on, I'm afraid. But let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope. That's all I can say. Back over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, that was Lunchtime at his brilliant best. I'm going to clip that recording and use it myself. I'll just fill in the blank with someone else's name. Michael, welcome. Go right ahead, please.
Great. Thanks to be here. I think the one thing about Boris is just it's exactly what Nick said. Just be the adult in the room. Worry about his impulse control, and he's clearly got ambition. He's clearly got a lot of talent, but does he have the impulse control to do and work within the cohesion of a team? And I always kind of worry that, and that was part of what I was trying to get at with the Michael Heseltine. Heseltine, famously had that. He had this layout where he was, going to be an MP by 30. He was going to be in government by 40 and prime minister by 50. Just super ambitious, regardless of anything else or any of the consequences. And I know Sunak right now. I know he's going to have a general election, somewhere down the road. And is it best to have a former PM that's in that situation? If you're going to go down the former PM route, might as well just throw Theresa May in there.
Or a head of lettuce.
Yeah,
either one.
No, you're right, and I think my point, Alan, was just the die is cast. I think as far as this Tory government's concerned, and there's they're going to be getting an election mode. I think before we know it, and so how much policy is really going to get a chance to get tweaked between now and that election that's coming down there, and so hopefully there's enough muscle memory as far as what Ben Wallace did there over the course of the past 4 very successful years. And as much as I'd like to see Boris Johnson or somebody there for Ukraine, got to give the folks in the UK that they need a minister of defense for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and so they've got more on their portfolio. They've got stuff in Australia that they have to deal with, the new submarine deal and the like, and they've got a lot of influence and a lot of things around the world they got to worry about. Not that Ukraine isn't high on the list; it is definitely on the top tier, but they got other things they got to worry about too. Just being realistic.
It'll be interesting to watch. I'm sure that Sunak is already getting into campaign mode. He really has to. Honestly, he's going to have a tough election, a lot of ground to make up. So let's go to lunchtime. Shaggy, Dr. Nick, lunchtime, please.
Thanks, Alan, and thanks for your kind words earlier. You can clip it as much as you want, no problem. But yeah, on the subject of competence, I mean, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because Sunak, if he appoints people that have a chance to shine in that role, particularly people that have thrown their hat in the ring in terms of running for leadership, then, and I'm talking about Tugendhat here. I didn't mean to make a pun in terms of throwing his hat in the ring, but Tugendhat, this could be a position in which he really, really shines. He's got military experience. He's extremely well thought of, generally well educated, speaks a number of languages. It would just be an amazing position for him, and he would shine. Do you really want, if you're a prime minister who's facing an election campaign, as you pointed out, Alan, and who's considered a bit of a lame duck, a bit of a dead man walking in certain circles, do you really want to give someone who's got leadership aspirations a chance to shine? Well, no, is the answer. So you take the safe pair of hands route and you give it to someone who's, let's be honest, has sort of failed upwards and ever upwards, and that would be our beloved Mr. Shapps. So that's just me tying a bow in what Peter was saying earlier, really. But yeah, there we are.
Oh, well, I think Tugendhat is actually becoming pretty well known. Even I have heard of him and pay attention to what he says. I think this might not be his time, but I think his time is coming as a leader in the United Kingdom. Shaggy, Dr. Nick, and then Nick Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. If the question had been, instead of the binary between Boris and Shapps, if it had been Shapps and a lettuce, I might have gone with the lettuce actually, only because the second in command it is decent, and therefore if the lettuce could rubber stamp stuff, then yeah, I probably would have gone for the lettuce actually, but that wasn't an option. So I'm going to wear a British stiff upper lip, say everything will be fine, and hope for the best, and God save the king and Ukraine, and that's it.
Shaggy, I've always had this question about the British stiff upper lip. If you wear the British stiff upper lip, what do you have when you take it off?
Stiff. Not a lot, really. You got a bit of a soggy lower lip, that's slightly quivering, maybe, especially with Grant Snaps lurking in the background, maybe doing something. I don't know. Actually, we all seem to have a stiff upper lip. I don't know if it's because we've been punched in the face or what. But yeah. I quite like the idea of a lettuce as defense secretary. Actually, that's the thought in my head.
Okay, on to Dr. Nick, then to Nick Brown, then to Peter, then to Chris. What a panel this is, Dr. Nick.
I love the lettuce thing there. It's brilliant. But really, if you think about it from a technical point of view, the way that parliaments are supposed to work is that your cabinet ministers are supposed to essentially kind of rubber stamp whatever it is that the party agrees to, right? So whatever the policy is, regardless of topic, everybody, all the cabinet ministers are supposed to agree, publicly with that, take that stance forward, full-throated, totally be behind it, throw their weight behind it, and do it, and show up for votes and show up for all that kind of stuff. And if they don't, they can technically have the reservation, not reservation, I'm sorry, their resignation can basically be expected. So from that perspective, and of course they would lose their place in the party, and all of that is based on things like seniority and all of that kind of thing. And so in a way, he's almost kind of like a lettuce in some ways, especially at this point in the game, as Lunchtime pointed out. Um, because in some ways that he is kind of lackluster. If he wants to at least maintain any position that he has in the party, he's going to have to, at the very minimum, continue doing what has been done, the status quo. So that's just, basically my thought on this. Maybe he'll surprise us. I doubt it. But we can always hold out hope. Maybe he, kind of like what Lunchtime said earlier, and I said this earlier to Shaggy too, a couple hours ago. Who knows? Maybe he'll rise to the occasion. Maybe he'll surprise us all. But in a ways, he is kind of like a lettuce at this point. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Alan, I was going to tell Dr. Nick, I totally agree with it. And that concept of collective responsibility within the government. I think to an extent, you're right. All the ministers, to an extent, are, in front of the cameras and the public are heads of lettuce behind closed doors in cabinet. That's where they have their debates. And you're right. If they don't agree with something, then they have to step down. And you've got, famous examples, the Michael Heseltine example that I gave. And then I think one of the more recent ones, the late Robin Cook, who resigned from Blair's government over the Iraq War, didn't go along with that.
Well, David Cameron,
they can't oppose it. So,
David Cameron, he couldn't. He said he couldn't, in all good faith, continue, with this whole Brexit thing because he didn't believe in it, right? And so that's a really good, very, very good recent example at the highest level. of something like that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead, Michael.
Oh no, no, not at all. Yeah, yeah. I think that one was a little bit unique because he was the actual head of the government, and that wasn't the collective responsibility. He was just basically saying, "I have this mandate, and you know, I can, and I need to let somebody else do it." Slightly different than one of the ministers. If Cameron hypothetically said that, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and carry this out, and then one of the ministers underneath them didn't want to, that minister
Well,
would.
but remember too, the prime minister is really just technically a minister of parliament. He's the head of the party, but he's also a minister of parliament. So in one way, you know, even though he's the prime minister, he's still just a minister at the end of the day. And they all have to, you know, agree to this policy that the party is supposed to be putting forward. So I don't know how different that is. Maybe somebody in a parliamentary system might tell me different. But that was always my understanding of it, that really at the end of the day, he's no different than anybody else, which is why he can be removed with a vote of no confidence with a, you know, basically a 50+1 vote. So, you know, I don't know. But anyway, that's just my thought.
No, it's true. You have to command a majority in the House in order to be carried forth, and then you you know, the crown can appoint you. I think Nick probably could weigh on that much more than me. My British constitutional knowledge is much more limited than my cybersecurity knowledge. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, as we know, the United Kingdom does not have a constitution. Maybe they should sit down and write one. I don't know. I have no idea. It would take them. Where would they start? With the Magna Carta? How would they work that into a constitution? I have no idea. So it is Nick Brown, Peter, and Chris.
The UK does have a constitution. It's just not codified in one single document. It's a series of conventions and traditions, but there very much is a constitution in the United Kingdom. It just isn't, you know, a document that you can read from top to bottom. And Magna Carta is not even remotely involved. Magna Carta was it's regularly invoked by cranks who think that the common man extracted some rights from King John, and in fact, none of that happened. But it's a popular trope among the kind of people who don't want to pay for who don't want to have their car inspected, and think that as sovereign citizens they're entitled to drive their car on the public roads without paying tax or anything like that. Those kind of people.
So, Nick, you're suggesting a constitution doesn't have to be a document and written down so people
Correct.
can refer to it and know what their rights are and what their
Correct.
limits are?
Correct.
Well,
the
that's
United Kingdom has never had that kind of constitution. It's most constitutions have arisen as the result of revolutions, and they're saying, right, the latest iteration of our republic or of our country is this, and the UK, United Kingdom, or Great Britain, or England never got round to writing one. It's been 1,000 years of tradition of basically is there. Well, in fact, the country run by God. God doesn't turn up to all the meetings, so the king runs the country on behalf of God. And then when they had the bit of hassle in the 17th century with the English Civil War, it was agreed that the king could stay in place, but that Parliament would tell him what to do. But none of this was ever written down in one great big founding fathers style document. It's a collection of traditions that have evolved over the years and requires quite a lot of work to keep it all in the air. But it mostly works. So there is no constitution, and it cannot, in the sense that Parliament cannot amend the constitution. There you go. So everyone's understanding of what constitutes a nation state is different, and the United Kingdom is a particularly interesting nation state from that point of view.
This is one reason why I'm always mystified by how the United Kingdom runs its sovereign business, and I really am. I mean, you pay how many billions of dollars a year to keep the monarchy going as a tourist attraction?
Well, I imagine as a tourist attraction, the monarchy is probably an enormous net gain. In that if you didn't have the monarchy, a large number of people would not be going to England land to see the king or the queen or whoever it is at this particular moment. So the monarchy is probably a net benefit. You've got to have a head of state, and the King of England doesn't feel the need to. When the King of England goes on a visit somewhere, it doesn't require 500 people. It doesn't require the population of equivalent of a medium-sized city to be evacuated from every apartment along the route because they might get a 2-second shot at the guy. So if you want to compare the cost of running a head of state, I think there are several examples we can think of that are a great deal more expensive than the British monarchy. What was I going to say? I've forgotten what I put my hand up for. But I will comment about the Prime Minister. Sorry?
Yes, you were going to comment on the
Prime Minister is not voted on by Parliament. The government can be deposed by a vote of Parliament, but the Prime Minister individually is the person who has most recently been asked by the King to form a government on the basis of either having just won a general election or having just become leader of the largest party in Parliament, which in the case particularly of the Conservative Party is generally the result of some horrific backstabbing operation. And that we've seen that happen quite a bit in the last 5 or 6 years. Because the only country I know that does that even better than Britain is Australia, where it has a name. It's called a spill, and both the Labour and Conservative, Liberal parties in Australia go in for this, and they only have 3-year parliamentary terms, and they still manage to regularly stab 1 or 2 prime ministers in the back in between elections. It's quite something to witness. But the British Conservative Party manages that as well. So in the case, for example, of Boris Johnson, 58 of his ministers and junior ministers resigned in the space of 48 hours, making it clear that he no longer had the support of the parliamentary party. So they had an internal election to choose a new leader. The members of parliament voted on that, although in the members of the party in the country got the final say in a ballot of 2 people. One of those came out. That was Liz Truss. So they went to she went to the Queen and said, "I'd like to form a government," and the Queen said, "Off you go." And then about a week later, the Queen died, and then Liz Truss's government was turning into a disaster. So the members of Parliament all got round and stabbed her in the back after about 6 weeks. It's all merry fun and games, but there is no written constitution governing it.
Yeah, and Alan, I was going to say too, Constitution isn't necessarily everything. Israel is also in that situation. I know they have an organic law when they came around and declared statehood in 48, but they never got around to doing a constitution. That's part of the reason why they're having troubles with their Supreme Court. Russia does have a constitution. So it doesn't necessarily mean just because you have broad statements of principles codified in a single document doesn't mean that you're gonna have a good self-government.
Oh, I know that's true. There are good constitutions, bad constitutions. Constitutions do come and go. As Nick says, constitutions can be the result of last week's revolution. But I still feel a little bit more comfortable with the Constitution of the United States, and also a couple of centuries, Nick, not 1,000 years as Britain has, but a couple of centuries of tradition, interpretation, and there's probably some other thing I want to say, but I don't know what it is. But I know the United Kingdom will never ever have a written codified constitution. I mean, it would be very un-British to have such a thing. So I think it is Peter and Christopher.
Right, a number of points here. Yeah, my understanding as well is what Nick is saying is correct, is that we do actually have a constitution, but exactly as he says, it's not written down in any single document. It's sort of various strands from all over the place. And the proof that we have a constitution is that whenever there's anything critical happening, like when the Queen died or when we had a hung parliament, they regularly wheel out these sort of constitutional experts who basically sort of tell you what the situation is and why it applies. This particularly happened, in what the sequence of events was going to be after the Queen's death, and that was totally unknown to most of us, because most of us had not had the change of a monarch before. The other thing that Alan mentioned is that referring to the royal family as just a tourist attraction, I think that's actually unfair, particularly in the Queen's case. She was actually quite heavily involved in not the decision making and not in the politics, but in sort of guiding politicians, particularly the Prime Minister. She has a weekly, she and the King now has a weekly audience with the Prime Minister, and I think the sort of experience that they bring to the table is completely underestimated by a lot of people. I remember somebody talking about a visit the Queen made to Canada and made the comment that she was a hell of a lot better informed than any of the politicians. And it's not surprising. She's been there since the day of Eisenhower. She's seen the Suez crisis, all this stuff go through, and that accumulated knowledge and experience is actually an invaluable part of British political life, and it does actually provide a value, as well as the continuity from one government to the next, where the whole lot gets swept away, but that one figurehead is there to keep the show on the road and sort of, in a way, stop them all getting at each other's throats, but is one step back and never treads over that line as to actually get involved in policy or what the government's business is. And I think it's unfair to refer to them as just a tourist attraction. They are a tourist attraction, and from that point of view, it's very good, because they I think they pay for themselves several times over in that respect. So none of us really should be too worried about the money that they get and the royal that is given to the royal family. And I think that's been reduced, and certainly the Queen started paying her taxes within the last I think 20 years, after 20 or 30 years ago, when Windsor Castle burnt down and there was a bit of a scandal about it being paid, the renovation costs being paid for by the taxpayer, and she effectively offered to pay some kind of income tax or something, and that has been done for the last few years. And at the same time, they've opened up Buckingham Palace in the summer when the royals aren't in residence, and that makes a ton of money, which helps pay for the estate and everything. So yeah, it's a different system, but they're definitely, I'm sure there is a constitution, and the other time you get that is when we had that coalition government, where unusually there was a hung parliament, which is quite difficult in a first past the post system, but it did happen in the Cameron government around about 2010ish, and we ended up with a Liberal Conservative coalition, and there was a lot of pundits sort of saying what the constitutional position is and why it is that. So I'm sure that is the case. A couple of other things I wanted to comment on. Michael Heseltine was mentioned. Bloody hell, that's a blast from the past. I think he's still around, because he gets interviewed very occasionally, particularly on BBC, and he's looking obviously much older now. But the Westland affair was quite interesting. It was, I can't remember the full details now, but it was to do with a scandal involving the Westland Helicopter Company, and at the time there was a famous TV program called Spitting Image, which was basically puppets and was very satirical and sort of cutting at the politicians, especially Thatcher and the others. And Michael Heseltine, who was quite an exuberant character with a sort of hair that had a life of its own, he came on Spitting Image with a model helicopter tangled up in his hair. And I think that caused a lot of entertainment for everybody. Anyway, one final point to change the subject entirely. Can I ask an open question as to 3 people and what these 3 people have in common? If any of the people out there can reveal the answer. The 3 people are Michael Green, Sebastian Fox, and Corinne Stockheath. Now there you go. There's a question for you or for anybody. Back over to you, Alan.
I know this one.
Well,
I know this one too.
Okay.
Go on, lunchtime.
Lunchtime first, then Nick Brown. This is like Final Jeopardy.
Would they be pseudonyms of a certain incoming defense minister?
Yeah, they're all names under which Grant Shapps did more or less legitimate business as a more or less legitimate businessman.
Less rather than. I mean, do you know what his business actually was? It was his online business was a get rich quick scheme where you could pay 500 quid or something to get advice on how to make, I don't know, thousands or something. And ultimately, what you received, according to the thing I just read, was a PDF advising you to ask people to pay you 500 quid so you could tell them how to get very rich. So
it's refreshingly meta, isn't it?
Check the nest.
It's
I just put
recursive.
something in the nest I saw earlier today.
Oh, thanks, Dr.
Bingo, you guys got it in one.
I never would have gotten that. I might have spoken earlier as a fractious colonial, but it would take me a lifetime to figure out this so-called constitution that the United Kingdom operates under. And if its main goal is to see that one monarch follows another, I'm not a monarchist. So anyway, I'm not going to go further with that. I would only create a cross-Atlantic incident because I can still see the panel is packed, absolutely packed.
Yeah, I think that's probably
against
best,
us.
Alan. I will say, I think that example goes to show why the monarchy does actually work. Because I think the one thing that it does, and I appreciate the monarchy as an institution, is the unifying concept of it. If you just want to take a case in point, if members of the royal family or the monarch shows up, say at a public or event, it seems like chances are they're going to get the entire crowd, regardless of your political stripes, background, are going to be there and appreciate their presence. If the head of state of the United States shows up, say at a sporting event or something like that, chances are good that half the crowd may boo them, half the crowd may cheer them. And I think having the fusion of the head of government and the head of state, as we do in the United States, it has its benefits and has its downsides. One of the things that it doesn't do is it can lend itself to not being a unifying factor when you have a raucous, divided political environment. Like I think I think it's safe to say we do in the United States. But the monarchy serving that unifying role, I really do appreciate that aspect of it. That's something I personally wish that we had a little bit more of in the United States. So I do think it, Alan, for that purpose alone, just having somebody that kind of represents the country at various points in its story, I think that it does have a great national benefit.
We should also note, I think, that some of the most successful smaller democracies in Europe are constitutional monarchies, perhaps with slightly less weird constitutional traditions. But Norway, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, all monarchies. the restoration of the monarchy in Spain was key to their transition to democracy. And Juan Carlos I defended more or less personally the parliament against the military coup, which was an attempt to restore the Franco regime. So over here in Europe, we don't worry too much about whether we're a republic or not. There are anti-monarchist forces in all of those countries who tend to go. I would also look, for example, at Morocco. Which is one of the more stable countries, the only monarchy in the Maghreb, and particularly under their current king. The previous one was a little bit bonkers, but very, very solid and stable country. And so knowing that at the top there's that level of stability perhaps gives you more possibilities for political development around that. I wouldn't say Morocco is an especially democratic country, but everything's relative. But for a small country like Denmark or Sweden, having that stability at the top, and the king's job is to simply get someone to form a government, those are outstandingly successful democracies. So I think lots of things are possible. The United States was founded on the basis of rejecting a king, and so they could hardly set themselves up with a king, and it's part of the mythos of the United States that, first of all, the Constitution is an incredibly important document, and secondly, that kings are bad. And I don't blame them for that, because that's how they got started. But other countries with other origin stories will have a different take.
But then, can I just correct one thing, Nick? You just, in the long list of those who are successful with their constitutional monarchies, especially on the continent, you listed the country which does not exist, according to Tim Sennett, and it shall not be named, right?
That's amusing, of course, but actually, Belgium,
because it should not exist, given the fact what kind of atrocities, specifically one of their kings, administered, instructed, devised, and created. It's a country
interesting
which really has been overrun by everyone, including the completely incestuous Austrian Brabants, and has subjugated its principled, Protestant, northern, happy, hardworking people so many times.
Not many Protestants in Belgium, Maxwell.
Yes, I know, because they haven't remained there, as you will probably remind yourself, right? Why is Flandern so bereft of Protestants? Because it was a religious war. Belgium is really not the good example for that. I'd rather take Britain for it, because it has the right traditions, and which is why in the defense of the realm, if I may say so, Nick, in the defense of the realm where I once paid taxes, I have to say that the tradition of laws, the sincerity vested in that tradition of laws, and not just the inertia, which thy name is Whitehall, I would call a very, very sensible feathered bed for people of good conscience. That is Britain for you. And yes, as you just said, as to our American friends, beloved as they are, they have developed under the Jeffersonian principles and the Democrats an imperial presidency, which, I'm sorry, smacks a little bit of the desire for a headman or a leadership. I'm not quite sure whether this is the best thing to do, but there you go. You could always think about it. And with that, I shall return back to where I came from.
Just to finish on
43 minutes after I left, you are still talking about Glen Grant, bad whiskey, and Mr. Schnapps.
Just to finish on Belgium. Belgium has some pretty checkered history, but in the last 40 to 50 years, I suspect Belgium would have fallen apart on more than one occasion if it hadn't been for the unifying force represented by the king of.
Marc Dutroux and his ilk kill many prosecutors, judges, corrupt the country, and steal money in the millions. Yeah, thank you very much. Belgium, the country which gave you the atrocities in the Congo and its colonies, and Marc Dutroux with pedophile group. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you very much. Tim Sennett is right.
I only know about the atrocities in the Congo. But the imperial presidency, Axel, has nothing to do with Jefferson and nothing to do with the Democrats. Frankly, it has to do with Congress giving up its powers, and this is something that's happened actually over the last 70 odd years since the 1950s, accelerated in the 1960s, and we have something of an imperial presidency. Yes, I don't think the United States will ever want a head man. I really don't. What troubles me most about what's happening in the United States is the ripping apart of the social contract that was revised and created in the 1930s, extended in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, but which has always fallen a bit short. But now it's simply been essentially torn apart. So we'll see what happens. America is unique, not exceptional, but it is a unique place. So, Michael, you have the order of hands, and I really don't.
Oh, no, not a problem, not a problem. I know Peter's been waiting, and then we had Chris, and then we had Dryfly.
Thanks. I was just going to give a quick back up to what Alan was saying, is that with regards to the monarchy, I wasn't sort of born a monarchist, and I'm sort of been around 50 years, and having observed in particular the Queen, who was absolutely exceptional, really did an exceptional job. She very rarely put a foot wrong. None of us really know what she actually thought, but we do know that she did have opinions, because people who have dealt with her have said that she sort of had opinions and voiced them, but kept them private. The thing is, it works, and we have a saying: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the alternative for all these Republicans who, over here, and they're actually not many of them, but they're quite vocal in various sort of forms, and that, like any protesters are these days. The alternative really is going to be some kind of elected head of state, and we're going to end up with somebody like, dare I say it, Boris Johnson or Grant Shapps, and that is not a good. That's really not a good sort of position to be in, and I think we're better off with the system that we've got, which isn't perfect. It's totally anachronistic and ridiculous, but it just happens to work. Another minor point with the Constitution is that there was a recent constitutional change whereby I don't know how it was done. I think it was via Parliament, with effectively the consent of the monarchy, where up until William, the male heir has precedence, has priority, but after William, the system was changed. Before George was born, the system was changed, whereby, and it was formalized. I don't know exactly how, but it was changed to whoever William and Kate's first child was, irrespective of whether it was male or female, it would be first in line to the throne. Now, it just so happens that it was George and it was a boy, but had that been a girl, she would have been first in line to the throne ahead of the second and third son. So that we do have ways of amending our constitution, and anyway, yep. There's more hands, and we haven't got much time till Chuck, so I'll just pass over to that. But my main point was that I'm personally in favour of the King and the Queen, simply because it works, and better than any of these slimeball politicians who, frankly, are far worse and have all got their hands in their pockets and totally untrustworthy. And anyway, there we go. Back over to you.
No, they have their hands in your pockets, Peter. So I think it was Chris, Dryfly, and Shaggy.
Right.
I was just going to, I'll just quickly agree with you there, Peter. My Queen, since I joined the Navy for the second time with Prince Andrew, and I saw an awful lot of her, and she gave me my degree and all the rest of it. She'll always be my Queen. And but of course, King Charles, Royal Navy man as well, has also seen a lot in his lifetime as well. So, so I was going to just go back and say, an awfully civilized British political discussion and discussion about the royalty as well. But what I was going to say was going back to Axel's original point was that Boris, if we roll back pre-Brexit, pre-Ukraine, was always a buffoon to me, a total buffoon actually, and a Brexit buffoon to boot, and that. So he only redeemed himself with his actions in Ukraine. And I'm going to make a bet that that Grant is out in Ukraine within 5 days. Let's see how we get on.
That would be quite the bet. Someone ought to put odds on that. Dry fly, Shaggy. We are 10 minutes away from Chuck Farrer.
I'll be quick. I was going to say the only thing you need to remember about any written constitution versus an oral tradition is that the written constitution is only as good as the judges who interpret it. And I got that from my sister back in the 1970s when she was starting out as a lawyer at the Department of Justice, telling me that the law is only good as the judges who interpret it. And I think we've seen some of the controversy in the United States with revelations about economic ties of our Supreme Court to people of power. Even when you write a formal constitution and you're supposedly having it interpreted by people of knowledge and understanding, they still are only as good as their own character and their ability to keep themselves away from corruption. And with that, I will listen to others. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Dry. And I think you're right, especially when it comes to just institutions in general. I think that having institutions that have scrutiny that can be held to account is really ultimately important. A great example is what happened, for instance, with the United States and the CIA in the 60s and the 70s, and you had the Church Commission that went in and corrected that, right? I think having some type of way to correct abuses to where they don't happen with impunity, and I kind of like, I'm definitely with you and definitely with Alan in terms of what are the existential risks that come to the United States, very much like what our founders said, we have a republic if we can keep it.
Exactly. Yeah, one other thing too is that Alan was saying that institutional or the imperial presidency did not come from the Democrats, and while I will say it did not come from the Democratic Party, and I am one, the president who probably did more to bring on the imperial presidency was FDR, and you can argue that he had to do it, fighting the Depression and a world war. But the reality is that during his presidency, most of the things that we associate with imperial presidency occurred during that term. And that, I mean, if you wanted to look at the poster child for it, read Richard Rhodes' The Making of the Bomb. And when you realize how little anyone outside of a small group in the White House and in what later became the Pentagon knew about the bomb, it tells you just how imperial and how centralized power had gotten under FDR's administration. And I will listen for sure.
Well, Dry fly. One thing I would say about the Manhattan Project, obviously it had to be completely secret. Not sure if they had to keep that secret from Harry Truman, but the reason why the idea of an American imperial presidency has come about is not because of actions of American presidents. Frankly, it is because Congress has given up its oversight powers willingly. I think one of the best examples of that is just a few years ago trying to claw back some of those powers with revision of the War Powers Act. I think take a look at the War Powers Act and what Congress must and must not, what Congress must do in order to send the United States to war, and it's still nothing like it was 70 years ago. The imperial presidency is primarily a result of Congress saying, someone else do it. We don't want to. We will give up our oversight powers to the federal government, the federal agencies in particular. It doesn't have anything to do with any single president. Some act imperially. Richard Nixon is a fine example of
Well,
that.
I would say one counter on that is that occurred of that delegating responsibility occurred again during a 30-year period where the Democrats control both houses of Congress. And I'm not blaming them. I think it was a combination. I think it was a product of necessity, but it did occur during that period. As much as I like it, and again, I am a Democrat. I would vote for my family were FDR Democrats, but the reality is that's when it happened, and somehow we need to walk that elephant back, or walk that beast back, not necessarily elephant. And I will listen.
Thanks. And Alan, if I could just say too, I think Dryford's right, and this is the constant ebb and flow of powers, in the United States between the judiciary, the legislative, that three-headed monster, and then you have it up and down between the federal government and the states. It's always it's never in a settled kind of situation. But I do agree with you. And if you look in terms of the imperial presidency, I think Dryfly made an excellent point, and that is, you look at the re-election numbers of members of Congress over the course of the last 50 years or so, and now there have been exceptions, as it's gone down 1994, 2006, but generally the re-election rate of members of Congress, as they have given up, that has gone up, and they've basically become $172,000 a year paid civil servants with a retention rate of 92% at 2-year intervals. And I think that it's something to be said, and probably need to do something to get them to be a little bit more active, and to remember what they're there for and why they're Article 1 in the Constitution. And there was a reason why they're Article 1 in the Constitution. So, and I'm sorry, I know Shaggy's next, but I'll shut up.
Thanks a lot. I'll be quick. Regarding the British monarchy, I mean, I like it because it's. For me, it's like a steady hand through history. It's been there, and today governments come and go, and a lot of monarchies are there as a steadying force in their country. As I say, governments come and go. But I kind of want to bring it back to Ukraine, because I didn't realize that there still was head of a Ukrainian royal family. His name's Dionysis Reshatovich, and he's a manager in an e-commerce field, apparently, from Googling. I didn't know this. So I wonder what Ukrainians think about maybe having even if it's a figurehead, Grand Prince of Kiev and of Chernihiv back, or not. Or maybe that's a conversation for another day after Chuck, though. That's me done.
Wow, I had no idea. Did you know that, Alan?
No idea whatsoever.
Okay, they say you learn something new every day, so there's your one thing.
Well, you want to learn one more thing today? Just keep listening. Chuck Farrow will be with us in a couple of minutes, live with bullet points tonight on Thursday night here at MriyaReport. This would be a fine time for everyone to retweet this space. Let folks know what we'll be doing for the next 6 or 7 hours. Well, probably not quite that long, but we will be looking at the battlefield in Ukraine, where Ukraine is increasingly successful on the battlefield, defending its country from Russia's genocidal invasion. And this, a night with Chuck takes you to so many places. and I'm pretty sure tonight it will take us into the skies over the Pskov airport, deep inside Russia, for the third night in a row. Carrie, welcome and go ahead. So I haven't seen that video today. Tell me about it, but do me a favor and don't put it in the nest because I. And, okay, that sounds good, Carrie. Thank you. So
Feel free to send that to me too, Carrie. I'd love to see that.
Yes.
Thanks, Carrie.
Chuck, welcome up. You know, there's not a single map up in the nest, not a single post about cardboard drones or anything. And that's because tonight I'm taking my cue from you. So, a third night in a row, Ukraine attacking the Russian military airbase at Pskov, and this is 650 kilometers from Ukraine. How are they doing it? incredibly nervous. So, Chuck, we have just received a whole lot of messages from listeners who can't listen because there's no audio. There's no audio on the Maria Report website, no audio here on Twitter, no audio on YouTube. So I know. We're going to restart. No one can hear me saying we're going to restart, but we're going to restart this space and be back in just a few seconds time.
I can hear it, but
Well,
don't care about me.
Nick, you may be able to hear us, but apparently hundreds of listeners cannot.
Oh, never mind about that.
Yeah, I think the theory right now is speakers can hear them, but listeners can't.
Ooh.
We'll see you on the other side, Chuck. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay.
Chuck, okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay.